Chapter 1, Dragon King Festival. Strength of Fighting, 3 Stages. In the early morning, strands of golden morning glory rose from the sky. Visually, on the huge rock weighing 10,000 tons, a 13-year-old boy was struggling with his horse and punching at the bulge of the huge rock in front of him. The young man's facial features are well-defined and deep, and his body is long and optimistic. Although he is only in total horns, he has a body shape that is no worse than the age of a weak crown. The long black hair is randomly scattered on the chest and back, and he has the common skin color of the indifferent human race. Healthy color like wheat. He was shirtless and sweaty. The most striking thing is on his left chest, a red tattoo with the size of a palm. It is said to be a tattoo, but it is different. It seems to be born with it. It is a kind of text and a pattern. The roaring dragon opens its mouth. This is something that the human race of the wasteland has. The man is on the left chest and the woman is on the back. It is innate. It has been repaired for 2 years, and it still looks like this. Heaven and earth, could it be that I said that Tianjun wants to learn from other people Xiaoyan to start the game? Shouldn't there be a crowd at this time? Let some people laugh and add a divorce. Dao Tianjun immediately retracted his hand after he shot out, muttering to himself. However, it is not the same thing to watch his face. Some are natural and calm. Dao Tianjun, a name that sounds like 2 of them. In his previous life, he was a fan of novels. He was no stranger to crossing. He was very excited from the beginning to calm down at the end. 2 years was enough to serve as a good buffer period, and he gradually knew his own situation. After 2 years, he also roughly understood what kind of world he lives in. According to what he said, the information obtained from the population of the village does not know how big the wasteland is. The wasteland, thousands of mountains and lush mountains, Jiamu lush, there are huge peaks towering into the sky, and there are also vast fields. According to Dao Tianjun's words, if people in the previous life see this place, it must be a virgin forest, a super protected area. At least 1,000 tickets are also excellent value for money. This is a truly barren landform. I came to this world for the first time, but Dao Tianjun remembered clearly that there were big birds spreading their wings hundreds of feet in the sky, and there were monkeys as high as the mountains stepping across the mountains in the night. As a fan of novels, especially The Traveler in 2018. When he saw this world, Dao Tianjun thought it was a great wasteland, an 8-domain prison, but after learning about the cultivation realm, he froze for a long time, because this realm was too familiar. From low to high, the realm of round seas, the realm of Dao Palace, the realm of 4 poles, the realm of Hualong. I didn't guess wrong as expected. This is the world, although the timeline is a bit worse. Yes, this is the sky after the perfect world. After, he began his life, spent half a year opening up the sea of suffering, and spent more than a year filling the sea of suffering with the source of divine power, showing off the fountain of life, and he reached such a realm in 2 years. Can be said to be extremely waste. Dao Tianjun was very dissatisfied with his own practice, because it was too wasteful. According to the protagonist's halo in the novel, he must be a blockbuster, and he even began to wonder if he had obtained the ancient Eucharist. However, the truth is cruel. The sea of bitterness is not golden. Tianjun, what do you say about the 3 stages of fighting qi? What is that? A voice interrupted Dao Tianjun's thoughts. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun turned around and looked at a young man coming under the rock. He had the face of the most common people, and his eyebrows felt like a thief. No, I just felt it. I want to be a big boss, but unfortunately, there is no audience and no divorce. Dao Tianjun shook his head. Listening to the words in the ear, the ordinary boy was taken aback for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. What is the boss, and what is the matter with retiring? You won't get sick again when you step on a horse. Said, he stretched out his hand to touch Dao Tianjun's forehead. Rolling. Dao Tianjun slapped the young man's hand and said with a smile, "Ergu, you ridicule me again, be careful when I break out and you cry, after all, I am destined to sing all the way and hold the fairy, a man who has become an immortal and an ancestor." Ergu laughed, "Who told you to talk about some messy things all day, so that your old man asked the village chief to show you a few illnesses? 2 years ago, you bumped your head and got a hard hit." Hearing this laughter, Dao Tianjun rolled his eyes. "What are you telling me to do?" No longer chatting with Ergu about those non-nutritive content, Dao Tianjun grabbed the clothes beside him and said. With this sentence falling, Ergu is not calm, looking straight at Dao Tianjun, with a serious look on his small face. "Did you forget, Dragon King Festival?" Dao Tianjun gave a white glance and said, "How could I forget? Dragon King Festival. The memorial ceremony held by the human race living in the wasteland, once every 10 years. Is said to be to sacrifice the Dragon King to the peace of the wasteland people. It is people's gratitude to the Dragon King. The Dragon King is the totem of the wasteland people. The pattern on the chest is the most authentic proof. People here all claim to be the people of the Dragon King. Every 10 years, various villages and tribes scattered in the wasteland go out hunting. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com uses the freshest meat to sacrifice to the Dragon King. Once the Dragon King festival arrives, it is the most lively festival. According to Dao Tianjun, this is the spring festival in this world. Everyone attaches great importance to it, and every household will make preparations. It's just, how could it be so fast? Didn't it take half an hour to leave? Dao Tianjun was extremely surprised. It is precisely because he knows the reason that he will exercise here in the morning. Ergu scratched his head when he heard the words. It was the decision of the strong uncle and the village chief. They said that the thunderous mountains in the wild yesterday might have made the fierce beast restless, and it would be safer to get out early and come back early. After all, his voice suddenly pulled. The length became very thin. You can't go out at night. The breeze is blowing, bringing out bursts of the ancient atmosphere of the wilderness. Under the shining glow, there is a village not far away. The village is bathed in the golden warm sun, and the stone houses and wooden houses are all reflected on a layer of nampen, quiet and peaceful, with clouds of smoke. From a distance, you can see the young children in the village cultivating with the help of adults, waving their hands and making the wind, and there are also young men like Dao Tianjun gathering together. Everyone brings stone tools and wears armor made of animal skins. Fully armed and spirited. But when I really want to talk about it, when I look at this ancient village, the first thing I see is neither the children nor the adults. Is a huge stone monument standing in the center of the village. The stone stele is 3 feet high and is engraved with the word Dragon King, vigorous and powerful, like a dormant angry dragon. Tianjun, come here. The shout came from the entrance of the village. It was an old man, dressed in linen clothes, with crane-haired grey face and deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He had no special place or distinctive temperament, and he was the most ordinary old man. Father. Dao Tianjun walked over and said. Chapter 2, It's dark here too, don't go out. In the village. Bustling and bustling, the children are frolicking, and the women and children in the village are busy. More than a dozen figures stood in front of the stele. They were strong in posture and had a bronzed skin. They were all middle-aged and the strongest men in the village. They were good at hunting and killing. Whenever the Dragon King festival is to hunt the most abundant food, the strongest in the village is required to take action. I'm ready to go, where are those little guys? A middle-aged man with eyes like tiger eyes and a firm face smiled. Uncle Strong, we are all going to be grown ups. When the coming-of-age ceremony is over, we will be adults immediately. Don't call us little guys. Immediately, a few young people walked up, all of them were 13 years old, and a young man grumbled dissatisfied. Hearing the words, Uncle Zhuang laughed desperately and rubbed Dao Tianjun's hair, messy like a chicken coop, looking at the teenagers, "In my eyes you are little guys, as long as the coming of age ceremony is not over." Dao Tianjun was speechless. He was in the figure of that young man, he was quite outstanding, and he was handsome. According to Dao Tianjun's statement, "I am the most handsome among my peers." At this moment, Dao Tianjun is wearing a fur coat, and there is no pure stone sword behind him. It is his family's heirloom. It is said to have been picked up by Grandpa accidentally in the mountains. It is heavy and thick. The knife is 3 feet long, and the face and palms are wide. Ns. This is the weapon that Dao Tianjun's father asked him to bring. According to his family's tradition, he will hunt with this knife in all adult ceremonies. People are all offering sacrifices. An old voice sounded, full of breath, and a hint of vicissitudes. The village chief bowed to the stone monument standing in the village. 10 years have come, the pious dragon prince and the people are willing to go out hunting the richest prey. At this moment, the old people in the village are all here, they have armor in their hands, and walk towards the dozen or so seniors. Everyone is solemn. More than a dozen middle-aged people in the village took the armor and put on them, and worshipped the Dragon King. Dao Tianjun, Ergu, and 3 other teenagers also stepped forward. Looking at the stele, one can feel an overwhelming breath of vicissitudes, as if people have returned to the oldest age, such as reckless drinking of blood, swirens bricks and woods making fire, the kind of wildness, the rampage of ferocious beasts, and the beasts of fairies contending for hegemony. Often feel this breath. Dao Tianjun is always aware of ripples. This stone monument can be said to be ordinary or extraordinary. As early as after coming to this world, Dao Tianjun heard the most saying, "It's dark, don't go out." When he heard this kind of words at first, he was stunned, because he remembered the content of the first chapter of a novel that he had crossed the front chase at that time. There is also dark here. Don't go out? But the truth is not like that. Don't go out at night is not to say that there is darkness falling outside, a mysterious demon. The reason for saying this is that the wild beasts are rampant, and there are even ancient relics. It is extremely terrible. There is no safe place. Only the village where the dragon stele stands is truly safe. Everything is because of the existence of the stele. The stele sheltered the people in the barren land, and stunned the beasts. Even the archaic relics did not dare to brush their beards. It was very powerful. It has the same effect and the same skill as that of the Qin Lao village. Dao Tianjun accident, said. This is the extraordinary of the stone monument, and the reason it is ordinary is because Dao Tianjun once touched the stone monument secretly and wanted to investigate its extraordinary. After all, as a traverser, he knew that this strange thing was absolutely extraordinary. With thoughts in his heart, Dao Tianjun turned his eyes to the stone tablet as he followed the boy's salute. There is a scratch on the fingernail at the bottom of the stele. That was Dao Tianjun's record that night, chiseled out with a stone pick. Dao Tianjun twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. If this trace was found, he would definitely be miserable. The old man in the village would be sprayed with blood on the cliff. It is estimated that he would be criticized within 6 months. After, Dao Tianjun and the other teenagers finished the tedious ceremony and were ready to set off. This is the worship held by the whole village every time they hunt, but this time it pays special attention to prepare for the Dragon King festival. Among them, the old people in the village prayed for the 5 young people who went out. They happened to go out hunting with the Dragon King festival when they were old. According to the village old people, they were born at the same time as the Dragon King festival. They were the godsons of the Dragon King. Special people. Set off. Uncle Zhuang yelled loudly, like thunder. The mountains and forests dozens of miles away from the village. There are ancient trees, shaded by green trees, ancient vines coiling between the branches and trees, the breeze blowing, the breath of wildness fills the heart, and the sound of the beasts shot down by the thunder can be heard from afar, and the mountains are turbulent. Unknowingly, Dao Tianjun and his party walked through this area. The time is very fast, it is approaching noon. I saw more or less prey on everyone, and even further away they hid part of the dead animal heads. That is. Ergu exclaimed, his pupils contracted sharply. Dao Tianjun followed the direction Ergu was looking at, and his pupils contracted accordingly. A lot of potholes, tens of meters in diameter, it was not a low-lying terrain at all, it was the footprints of a fierce beast. Can you tell what ancient beast it is? The middle-aged man in the village looked nervous, he bent down to investigate. Dao Tianjun and Ergu also came here. This was their first close encounter with this kind of thing. Uncle Zhuang shook his head and frowned. I don't know, it's difficult to judge, but judging by the breath remaining in the mountains and forests, the only certainty is that this beast is not something we can deal with, even if the whole village is here. There is no whole body. A low voice sounded, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has a feeling of depressing and suffocating. Is it a legacy of the ancient times? Suddenly, Ergu's father spoke. Many people's complexions changed drastically after hearing this voice. The ancient relics, the wild beasts that the human race in the barren land has heard of, are extremely terrifying. The kind of creatures are not ordinary people can contend, only the most powerful tribes have the ability to resist. We don't rule out this possibility. We encountered many dead beasts along the way. It is probably because of it. Uncle Zhuang pointed to the huge footprints under his feet, and immediately he looked at the sky. Just go back. After hearing this, everyone nodded. Dao Tianjun glanced at the footprints and walked away silently. Time flew by, and soon everyone successfully hunted down the prey, and even Dao Tianjun shot and killed an ancient bear in the sea secret realm. Dao Tianjun looked at the falling object under his feet, holding the stone knife from the family, with no joy or sorrow on his face. Boom! The mountains and forests shook suddenly, the vigorous old trees swayed, the leaves rustled, and the pebbles on the ground were beating. Eardrum tingling, you can hear huge sound waves from far away. It is a number of roars from different ancient beasts. The roars are like 9 days of tears, the sky is full of dust and smoke, and the boulders are rolling down from the mountainside, like a scene of a volcanic eruption. Roar. Among the several beast roars, the clanging beast roar that resembles a stone blow is the most audible, like the anger of the sky beating the stone drum, rumbling and rippling. Looking at such a scene, the face of the middle-aged is drastically changed. Uncle Zhuang's tiger eyes flickered, the ancient heritage. The most unwilling thing to see happened after all. It was an ancient relic fighting not far away, and the most primitive law of the jungle was carried out with the multi-headed ancient beast. Chapter 3, Primordial Legacy, Immortal Body. The mountains shook, the earth trembled, the leaves of the trees fell, and the leaves rustled. The strong smell of wasteland pours into the nose, smoke and dust are overflowing, and tons of terrifying boulders keep rolling down. This moment, the whole mountain range, killing the depression. Dao Tianjun's figure was stained with blood, it was not his own blood, but the blood of a teenager on the same team. Behind him was a fierce black shadow, too fast for Dao Tianjun to even notice what it was. Only one thing is certain. This is an ancient relic chasing them. Originally their village was hunting and acting cautiously, but it was noticed by the primordial legacy that had killed with other fierce beasts. In the end, their team was divided into 2 teams, and his team died except him. The situation of the other team, he doesn't know, life or death is unknown. Roar! A huge, deafening roar stimulated the eardrum. Dao Tianjun felt the sound behind him, as if a hill was moving horizontally, terrifying, and the surrounding air pressure was depressed as if the sky had fallen. The scenery in front of him suddenly went dark, and the slanting sun between the mountains and forests was blocked. Cast shadows on the ground. Dao Tianjun saw a huge beast shadow in his eyes. It was too huge, dozens of feet high and reckless and unrestrained, like a wave swaying away. At this moment, he finally saw clearly what it was. It was an ancient fierce beast like a leopard. It is like a hill. It is said to be a leopard, but it has 5 long tails. The ancient pine that 10 people can't hold in the swing is broken. The whole body is red, the beast's eyes are indifferent, and the terrifying light makes the whole body cold, and its head has horns. Looked at this ancient fierce beast. Dao Tianjun's mind was shaken tremendously. He is a fan of novels. He has read hundreds of ancient history books, and a text appeared in his mind. There is a mountain called Zanshan in ancient history. According to legend, this mountain is without grass. There is a fierce beast. Its sound is like a rock hitting. A horn grows in the center of its face. It has 5 tails and its whole body is red. It looks like a leopard. Its name is. The endless danger aura made Dao Tianjun's spirit stunned. Staring at the pupil the size of a grinding disc, like a snake and scorpion, it makes the whole body cold, and the back sees sweat. Dao Tianjun's pupils contracted sharply. A giant claw covered with the blood of a fierce beast slapped it off, and the huge hurricane was blowing. It was the wind that followed the agitation of the beast's arm, which made Dao Tianjun's face rise, and even blood stains appeared on the surface of his skin. What a terrifying performance this is! The ancient relics are worthy of being the king of beasts, and their physical power is terrifying to the extreme. Dao Tianjun felt suffocated. Boom! The breath of terror swept like a vast ocean. Dao Tianjun crossed the stone knife, and his body flew upside down. The upright body has a softening drive, that is, most of the bones of the whole body are broken, and scarlet blood and part of the internal organs are spit out from the mouth. His body resembled a flying scarecrow, crashing into a huge rock. The rock shattered, Dao Tianjun's consciousness was almost confused, blood dripping down his eyelashes on his forehead, making his eyes blink and blur. Who? He said that Tianjun was panting like a cow. What a pain! Dao Tianjun cursed in his heart to relieve his pain. In his eyes, he saw the ferocious arrival, the huge body of the beast carried a strong smell of blood. Was a little surprised. I didn't expect the little reptile in this eye to have suffered a blow from himself because of the stone knife. Although it was just a random swing by himself, it also surprised it. This moment. Although Dao Tianjun is not dead, he is not far from death. When his consciousness gradually became blurred, he looked at Tianyu in his eyes. A hazy and vast demon bird emerged, covering the sky and the sun, and the feathers shone with grey luster, terrifying and terrifying. There is a faint beeping sound. Dao Tianjun is not seeing all this, he has been photographed to death. The whole mountain forest is boiling, the beasts tremble, the birds and beasts are roaring and crying. 2 fierce beasts of the ancient heritage level are competing. This is a beast that is definitely not inferior to ferocious. Roar! Roared, the crimson beast claws suddenly fell, the terrifying light flickered, and the mountains trembled. Boom! The mountains shook, and everything was silent. Fought with that terrifying demon bird, the roar shook Juxiao. At this moment, the entire ancient mountain range boils with clanging sound, boulders roll down, smoke swept through, and the peaks and ridges are covered with grey mist. This is the true power of the ancient heritage, as if 2 ancient gods are colliding. The grey demon bird was shrouded in black mist, which was extremely terrifying. The mist was filled, and a pair of icy eyes flickered, shining with the extreme coldness of brilliance. The 2 are really colliding like gods. A mountain exploded directly, terrifyingly terrifying, swept through the monstrous ferocity, making the beasts tremble in the mountains. Primordial legacy is worthy of being the king of beasts. Roar! S whole body is red like flames, a pair of beast pupils are bigger than a millstone, and the 5 red tails are fluttering with the sound of wind and thunder. There is a terrible light permeating both. That is the supernatural power of the race, forming ancient runes and destroying everything around it. Boom boom boom! The earth is shaking like a drum of war. The two archaic relics fought, and the roar and shock shook the sky. The world is full of killings. Aha! Suddenly, a humming sounded in the silent forest. The dead body on the ground suddenly stood up. Dao Tianjun opened his eyes and looked at himself in surprise. What's the situation? Did I cross again? Dao Tianjun muttered. Dao Tianjun was dazed. However, Dao Tianjun soon discovered that he was not crossing again, and an aura that made him almost dying pressed him. Immediately, he understood. The mountains and forests in front of them have long been turned into wasteland, and the murderous intent is solemn. Roar! At the moment when Dao Tianjun appeared, both the ferocious and black demon birds were found, and the cold pupils glanced over. The violent blood-red pupils have human-like doubts. It recognized who the human race that appeared suddenly was. Wasn't it the person he had just killed? The demon bird is clear, it is also puzzled. But it is different from the Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com wondered how this ant appeared suddenly. Didn't it have been shot to death by the just now? Boom! Flicked the long tail, and the wind of Fu culture shot straight towards Dao Tianjun. Dao Tianjun's pupils glared, and there was no way to fight back in the face of the fierce. In the blink of an eye, his chest was pierced and a big hole was blasted, dripping with blood. After solving Dao Tianjun, once again killed the demon bird shrouded in the black mist. After a while, a hum sounded again, a familiar voice, a familiar breath. In an instant, the ferocious and pitch-black demon birds were shocked. At their level of fierce beasts, any aura can be detected in an instant, and the instinct of fierce beasts is not a joke. What happened? The two eyes of the primordial relics glanced coldly. Without thinking too much, there is a murderous intent in the sky. Dao Tianjun opened his eyes and saw the killing machine, the black light, as deep as ink, piercing the ears. The earth trembled and blood splashed everywhere. The battle between the two archaic relics will not allow the ants to interfere, it is full of indifference and cold blood. There was only a terrible deep pit where Dao Tianjun was originally, filled with dust, and left with the awe-inspiring breath of a demon bird. What? After a while, the two fierce beasts were stunned again, there was obvious doubt in their cold pupils, and a voice came from the pit. Dao Tianjun sat up naked, sitting up. His face is full of anger. Compared with Dao Tianjun's anger, the two ancient relics were planted in a daze again. What kind of creature is this? Was killed 3 times and was alive, but the hallucinations were lost. Chapter 4, You fight, I will not hinder you. Aha! Dao Tianjun's face also had surprise and confusion. They came alive again. However, before Dao Tianjun could speak, 2 monstrous ferocious might descend from above. The demon bird in the black mist screamed, spitting out a thick smoke, like a flame like a fog, very powerful, and the scorpion is also whipping 5 tails again, and the runes make the flames, acting like the legendary fire. In the blink of an eye, Dao Tianjun directly splashed with flesh and blood. Finish all this. The 2 primordial relics both confirmed the death of Dao Tianjun and killed them again. The runes in the sky are surging like oceans. However, a moment passed quickly. That interest-bearing share reappeared. Dao Tianjun's body jumped out of the pit, with a smile on his face and a wanton smile at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was speaking to the monster bird in the dark mist and ferociousness. Surprise, not unexpected. While smiling, Dao Tianjun raised his eyebrows humbly. Roar! Roared, his whole body was like a flame, like Zhurong, the of fire in ancient times. The mountains and rivers were ignited, thick smoke billowed, and the sea of red fire was surging. The demon bird in the black mist screamed, very ear-piercing, and the pupils in the mist were so cold that it made people chill. The runes are looming in the mist, like lightning flashing. 2 peerless killings, the kind of murderous opportunity capable of destroying Dao Tianjun's village in an instant came, and instantly submerged Dao Tianjun. The terrible sound shook the world, and the beasts in the entire mountain tremble. Dao Tianjun smiled. In the laughter, he was drowned by the killing, and his body exploded again, and the blood even evaporated. Now, if he still doesn't understand, he is a fool. He has an immortal body. This is the reason why he laughed, not a delusion, but as he died 3 times, this idea gradually became clear in his mind. It's as if you touch the fire, and you will know next time that you can't touch it. Pointy things pierce people and you can't touch it. The body remembers this function and gives you feedback on this function. And the demon bird in the black mist were both confirmed. After experiencing it several times, he found that Dao Tianjun was dead. Boom! They seemed to have the same thoughts. The pattern appeared, blazing and dazzling, stirring up the aura of heaven and earth. The treasure of the primordial relics was issued, and once again shot towards the original Dao Tianjun. The earth trembled and roared one after another. The 2 primordial relics seemed to be dissatisfied, and once again they bloomed murderously toward the place where Dao Tianjun died, annihilating all vitality. After doing all this, they kill again. Time is passing. Don't kill it. Just then, an abrupt sound came again. Dao Tianjun stood naked all over, looking at them with a grin. See it? And the demon bird in the black mist are all startled, their eyes flashing with human doubts. There is a weird breath in everything. Suddenly, they moved again. This time it was no longer fighting with each other, but rushing towards Dao Tianjun. The huge beast pupils were full of inexplicable brilliance. Looking at the light, Dao Tianjun was stunned. He could see what that look was. It was greedy, a look that wanted to eat. 2 archaic relics want to devour him. Thinking carefully, Dao Tianjun immediately understood the original. He is too special, he does not look like a human at all, because immature human beings will not resurrect from the dead, and are more like a special kind of creature. What is a fierce beast? It is the most primitive race in the barren land. They fight each other. Constant fighting, growing by devouring powerful beasts. The real natural selection, survival of the fittest. The 2 archaic relics want to swallow Dao Tianjun, and both believe that swallowing Dao Tianjun, this special ant, will benefit them greatly. Roar! Moved, the flames all over the sky made this mountain range red and the scenery became illusory. The demon bird in the black mist was also moved, spreading its wings, and a mountain top exploded, terrifying. Its claws in the mist can penetrate the golden cracked stone. Both broke out, and the earth was in a mess. Spit out flames, forming an angry dragon to attack the sky and vowed to block the demon birds in the black mist. The eyes in the black mist swept indifferently, and there was a kind of magic power among the wings, extinguishing the flame, and the world was desolate. The 2 bodies are huge, constantly colliding, as if 2 sacred mountains are impacting. As for Dao Tianjun on the other side, he has already belched in Yu Wei. But soon, Dao Tianjun appeared again. He watched with interest. As for escaping, Dao Tianjun had never thought that the 2 primordial beasts would never give a chance. It would be better to wait for the opportunity than to escape. Is the most important thing, he is not afraid of death. Thinking of this, Dao Tianjun straightened his chest. Don't mention how proud, how brilliant the grin is. Time continues. The sky has long since fallen, gradually dimming. The 2 ancient relics continue to fight, they seem tireless, their roar still shakes the sky and the earth, shaking the sky. Even so, is not to say that there are no scars, there are shining blood on the surface of the earth. That is the blood of the ancient heritage that is extremely cherished. During this period, Dao Tianjun died many times, even he can't remember it. After a long life of 10 seconds, Dao Tianjun's consciousness disappeared. Time goes by. Dao Tianjun finally understood the horror of the ancient heritage. He underestimated. The archaic relics really want to strangle their village, it can be said that in the blink of an eye. In the fight, he saw with his own eyes a beast that smashed a mountain peak, the black demon bird protruding out of its claws, and directly shattered the mountain. That kind of power was terrifying. Was vented and killed by these two kings. The sky gradually darkened. The moon is full of heads. Dao Tianjun also gradually understood how to control his body after countless times of tempering. He found that his ability was like a novel in his previous life. The same immortality, there are two places for his resurrection. One is that he can directly resurrect at any drop of blood when there is flesh and blood, and the other is that he has no flesh and blood, so he will be in a small area of the place of death. Resurrection within. And the most important point, it seems that with the number of his deaths, he found that his pain sensation disappeared completely. About this, Dao Tianjun didn't have too many thoughts. At this time, Dao Tianjun had already made several preparations. Ready to escape at any time, swaying his blood far away. Roar! Suddenly roared, a cry of pain. Dao Tianjun looked into the distance. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com clearly saw that the abdomen that was about to rush to his own was broken open. The devil bird's sharp claws protruded from the black mist, extremely sharp, and blood spattered. The white dense bones can be seen right in the eye, and even Dao Tianjun saw part of the internal organs moving. Has a hard time, and the black monster bird is also hard. It was so fierce that it was so terrifying that it didn't care about its wounds, used the wounds to limit the demon bird, and opened its mouth to bite the devil bird's wings. Click! Dao Tianjun could still hear the sound of bone breaking even at a distance. He took a breath. That demon bird must be uncomfortable, it hurts to hear. The demon bird screamed, and scattered patches of grey feathers, stained with large patches of precious blood. Roar! Suddenly, there was a cry of an ape in the distant mountains. Dao Tianjun knew immediately after hearing this. This is definitely another ancient heritage. It's not that he can feel the breath at such a distance, but that only the primordial relics of the same level can roar in this mountain forest at this time. At this moment, the two primordial relics that were fighting are stopped and avoided each other. They are unwilling to fight, because if this goes on, both sides will lose out. In the end, other archaic relics will be reaped. One is in the sky and the other is on the surface, looking at each other. An instant. And the demon bird in the black mist both looked at Dao Tianjun. Obviously the two were unwilling to give up like this. You fight, I will not hinder you. Dao Tianjun looked at the gazes of the two and waved his hand with a polite smile. After saying this, he slammed into the huge rock next to him, slapped his head and bled, and died directly. Chapter 5, One sneeze will evaporate the majestic peak. Looked at this scene. And the eyes of the demon bird in the black mist flickered dimly. It can be said that they are quite speechless. It is because they are ferocious and violent. They have nothing to say when they see this kind of scene. If they had not known Dao Tianjun's special situation, they would probably have been stunned for a long time. Roar! In the distance, the sky of the mountains vibrates. A silver giant ape is colliding, its fur is like silk, its height is half taller than that of a scorpion, and it is truly as high as the mountain. Wherever passed, the vigorous old tree broke, the big mountain trembled, fierce and majestic. Looked at this scene. Struggling with the flickering pupils of the demon bird's eye. Immediately, they made a decision, both of which are explosive rune treasures, heading towards Dao Tianjun. This time, it's not about killing. I saw Dao Tianjun flying towards the distant mountains. The primordial relics are worthy of being the king of the fierce beasts, they are unparalleled, they are going to send the isle to Tianjun, since they can't get nature, they won't let this suddenly coming great ape get it. At the same time, this is also selfish. They have already remembered Dao Tianjun's breath, and they will naturally look for him again in the future. Finish all this. The demon bird spread its wings and flew in the original direction, and they also disappeared in this reckless ancient vein in a few leaps. At the same time, Dao Tianjun woke up. He opened his eyes. Suddenly, he was agitated. Why is it a bit cold? There was a whistling sound in his ears, and his eyes widened. Why am I flying? Dao Tianjun saw his state and shouted subconsciously. After a while, Dao Tianjun turned his head and looked around. He wanted to see where he was before, otherwise he wouldn't even be in a hurry to go home. The wasteland was too big, especially the ancient mountains, which made him doubt life. Soon, he saw his original direction. It's easy to recognize there, dust and smoke everywhere, mountains shattered, and ancient trees collapsed. A tiny meteor flashed across the dark night sky. Dao Tianjun plunged into the barren hills and ancient forests, his whole body blurred and shattered. After a moment, he stood up like an okay person, his eyes scanned in all directions. The mountains and forests are quiet and murderous. You can't walk around at this time, you may accidentally walk into the place where some ancient beasts survived. Dao Tianjun is in his thoughts, he has not been confused by falling into the desolate mountain range as a human for 2 generations. At this moment, he already understands his situation, and he can even guess why he can fly. This can be understood from seeing a silver great ape flying in the air. Thinking of the primordial legacy as a human, everything is understood. Gilyalu. A feeling of hunger suddenly used in his mind, making Dao Tianjun's eyes a little red. Hungry. He feels like he is someone who hasn't eaten for a few days, and desperately wants to eat. At this moment, Dao Tianjun looked at the surrounding plants and felt that they were dishes. Guru. After swallowing his saliva, Dao Tianjun used the knowledge of the elderly in the village to quickly determine which plants were edible and which ones were not poisonous, and he swallowed them wholeheartedly. Immediately, Dao Tianjun pulled a few large leaves and simply covered the back of his body. He walked quickly to the distance, hiding himself in the darkness of the mountains and forests. As a man in the wasteland, he knows the horror of darkness better than anyone else. At night, this ancient wasteland is full of dangers, and the beasts become more violent even at night. Must leave the place as soon as possible, he has quickly judged the place, looking for a quiet place to hide. During the action, Dao Tianjun kept grabbing the blades of grass and stuffing it into his mouth. He now wanted to eat a giant cow. Is too hungry. For this feeling, he felt helpless. Immortality is not without a price, at least this kind of hunger is uncomfortable. Muttered in his mouth, Dao Tianjun headed towards the mountain not far away. He was trying his best to deviate from the water source and approach the barren land. Although this makes it more difficult for him to survive, it is better than being targeted by a fierce beast again. The clock is ticking. Days pass by. During this time, Dao Tianjun has been sleeping and sleeping. At the same time, his brain was swollen, because he found that he had lost his direction and had no reference, which made him helpless to the extreme. How can I go back to this ghost place? Why can't I find the reference objects in my memory? Dao Tianjun muttered, and he stopped halfway through his words. A 3-foot-tall black fierce tiger looked at himself in the dense forest. Woo! The wind whistled. Dao Tianjun's face was calm to the extreme, he didn't resist at all, and threw a drop of blood into the distance through his fingertips. After doing all this, the black fierce tiger pounced and swallowed Dao Tianjun in 3 or 5 mouths. Everything happened very quickly, and this black beast quickly disappeared in the dense forest after eating. Where the drop of blood is, a human figure gradually formed. Dao Tianjun appeared again, he raised his eyes to see where the fierce tiger had disappeared, and grabbed the grass beside him. He has gotten to know each other well, and has a thorough understanding of the laws of this barren land. For nearly half a month, he has been cautious, but he has encountered fierce beasts several times, and he is ready. If you don't have an immortal body and can walk out of this forest alive and return to the village, the gods and Buddha statues enshrined in that person's house must be able to protect him like this. Dao Tianjun muttered. Soon, he walked away. After a moment, Dao Tianjun's body suddenly shook, and the scene in his eyes was blurred. What's going on? He covered his head with his hands. In an instant, Dao Tianjun understood the reason. He has a fever. No, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, although he is only in the sea secret realm Fate Spring realm, how can he have a fever like a mortal? What's more, he has never had any physical discomfort. A flash of light flashed through my mind. Dao Tianjun raised his eyes and looked behind him, the direction he was in. Or rather, it is exactly where the plants he grabbed the belly of the weeds. Zhaijun, you have to remember the herbal knowledge I taught you, and you can't tell the truth to make you judge the herbal medicine correctly. This can only determine the basis of the herbal medicine. Although some herbal medicines are not fatal to you, they can you are uncomfortable. Seemed to have heard the words taught by the village chief's grandfather before. Dao Tianjun understood. He took some medicines that were not fatal to him, but made the body uncomfortable. The grass he ate made him feverish. What kind of herbal medicine is this? Dao Tianjun felt a weirdness, and the tip of his nose moved. He sneezed. Boom! The sky and the earth are shaking, and the mountains are shaking. An unimaginable force emanated from Dao Tianjun's mouth, and the mountain in front of him collapsed, and the sky seemed to be torn apart by man-made clouds. This power is unbelievable. A vast mountain peak in front of the sky shattered directly, and the sky was full of smoke and dust. Dao Tianjun saw the surrounding trees shattering in the blink of an eye, turning into dust in the blink of an eye, the mist shrouded, the aura in a radius of 100 miles boiled, and the tall towering Tian Shan peak collapsed. Dao Tianjun was sluggish. Did he blow out a mountain with a sneeze? This force swept across, the impact was too great, the mountains were trembling, and the majestic peaks in my eyes evaporated. Chapter 6, the second kind of terrifying ability. The ancient meaning of mountains and forests, Qingmang ridges, rocky cliffs, and lush vegetation. The constant roar among the mountains. It seems that a demon with a world famous will be born, and the roar is like a ghost, coming from the 9 Nether Palace, deaf. Dao Tianjun stared blankly. When was he so scary? What's that? Dao Tianjun's eyes flashed brightly. The fragrant scent came out, and this scent made people feel refreshed, and he seemed to be faintly about to feather a flying fairy. There was a gleam in his eyes. The hazy fog and dust can't block his sight at all. A red flower is in the place where the mountain peak disappeared. It is better to say that it is a flower than a heart. If there are no 4 blades of grass beside it, Dao Tianjun must think that it is a heart. This flower is too weird. Its red appearance is like a heart, with a little stone flower surface. That's right. The red flower looks like a red stone heart. Everything seems to explain the extraordinary nature of this flower. The seemingly ugly flower is so fragrant that people can't wait to eat it. Extraordinary product. Dao Tianjun thought flashed. At this moment, he took a step. A weird thing happened, he actually moved horizontally like a ghost, like a legendary piercing air. 1 step at a starry sky, 1 step at a time. Boom! Dao Tianjun growled low, he felt his body like a furnace of heaven and earth. If there is a strong person, you will find that the aura of heaven and earth has changed, and the wind and clouds converge, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. He is undergoing amazing changes. A wave of supreme mana surging like a surging ocean, shaking for 9 days, the whole world is trembling in the sky and underground. Roar! At the time when Dao Tianjun changed, vast beast shadows appeared in the west, south, and north. These 3 beasts and Shadow Road Tianjun are definitely not unfamiliar, they are the ancient relic species, the black mist demon bird, and the more powerful silver giant ape. They felt the movement coming towards here. The speed is too fast, the demon bird can travel thousands of miles between spreading its wings, and the cold and faint eyes shot from the black mist, cutting through the sky. The giant ape hammered his chest like an ancient heavenly court playing a war drum. This is the three-headed overlord in the forest, but the king of this mountain. Swiftly. They all stopped moving at the end of Skyrim. The scarlet eyes of the beast flickered. They all felt a dangerous aura, and that kind of power was definitely not inferior to them, and it was even rising steadily. Without exception, they all felt the breath of heaven and earth's magical medicine, and wanted to come in it, but they didn't choose to get close. The instinct of the fierce beast stopped them. Roar! In the hazy dusty mist, a low roar shook the sky and the ground. The unimaginable chi and blood formed a real dragon, roaring and roaring in the wild. This chi and blood dragon is extremely large, hideous, and majestic, and its 5 claws seem to be able to tear apart a big world. The three-headed overlord primordial relics are all staring. There is a figure in the fog. His head was full of long hair dancing wildly, and the surface of his muscles was filled with divine light, as if it was a blazing day, burning. It's that human. A thunderous voice came from his stubborn mouth. It uttered words, very surprised. When they reach their level, they can naturally speak, but they rarely speak because there is nothing that can make speech. Now, I am moved. The sky in the north is surrounded by black mist, and the demon bird covers it. It has no opening, but its cold and faint eyes are equally surprised. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the breath it remembers. But this human being is too far apart from the human being in my memory, like a gulf between heaven and earth, and mortal. Very demon. The silver great ape stands on the edge of the mountain, and there is a glow in the huge pupils. It is a legacy of the primordial ancients. It has the blood of the Hunshan demon ape, and can perceive the strength and weakness. The short 2 words make people instantly understand its solemnity. Roar! Dao Tianjun roared again. He felt as if he had been ignited, and his blood was boiling. He suddenly raised his head and raised his eyes to look in 2 directions. If someone could find out, he would see that Dao Tianjun at the moment had changed, becoming very strange, with blood and blood falling into the cloud. The most unforgettable thing is his eyes. Calm and indifferent, there is a kind of ethereal faint, like a different person. The direction he sees is nothing else, it is the location of the monster and the devil bird. Boom! Tao Tianjun stepped out, the world trembled. Endless murderous intent burst straight at the demon bird shrouded in the black mist. Just you want to kill me? There was a cold voice in the dark mist, and a cold voice came out. This terrifying archaic relic, an unknown demon bird spread its wings. In an instant, there was a wind in the sky, and an infinite amount of black fog covered a large area of the sky. The power of the fierce beast is undoubtedly revealed. In response, Dao Tianjun walked over. His pace was very slow, but he took a tens of thousands of miles. Chi and blood turned into a real dragon. He raised his palm and grabbed the demon bird. The huge collision made the mountains tremble. The fierce beasts in this ancient mountain forest are trembling, and they are extremely afraid. At the same time, they were also depressed. After more than half a month, there was a fight between the overlords again, which was too frequent. The edge of the mountain range. There were some figures moving, and they were suddenly stunned. Feeling the wild and reckless aura, there is a voice in it. What's the matter? Are there remaining gods fighting in the depths of the ancient mountains? It is not the gods fighting, but better than the gods, it is the overlord of this rugged mountain range fighting. It should be one of the 3 recorded in the tribe. The old voice sounded. At this time, the screams resounded everywhere. Large patches of blood are falling, black mist is rolling, and feathers are fluttering. Eye pupils suddenly contracted. It doesn't dare to be confident, it can't believe what it sees. The end of the sky. The demon bird in the black mist was forcibly torn off its wings, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com fell straight toward the ground. That human being doesn't look like the one in its memory at all. Fierce mess. Just one face, it saw Dao Tianjun tore off the body of the demon bird. Finish all this. Dao Tianjun's eyes were cold and terrifying, like a reel descending into the world, he punched out. The blood in the sky is extremely coquettish. The head of the demon bird burst open. In a short period of time from beginning to end, the demon bird, one of the overlords of the mountains, was killed. Roar. In the west, the roar shook the sky. It's all because the tiny human being moved again and killed him. Is full of flames, like a fierce spirit coming out of the devil prison, it breathes runes, which is the treasure of their family. Pieces of runes are emerging, and the breath is shocking. Exhaled a large flame, and swept straight towards Dao Tianjun. The flame is like a galaxy bursting its bank, rumbling and rumbling, as if it is enough to destroy the world becomes hot and dazzling. Dao Tianjun was swallowed. He has nothing, like a true spirit born in the center of the earth and in the sun, walking around. Without any fancy punches. S head was directly blown, and terrifying. In just a few moments, both the and the demon bird were killed. It was not that they were too weak, but that Dao Tianjun was too strong at this moment. Demon is terrible. Dao Tianjun stands between the heaven and the earth, his pupils twinkling, looking at his sacred and surging body like a god. He came to understand, except for the immortal body. The second terrifying ability. Easily tore up the adult archaic relics. Chapter 7, The Ancient Covenant of the Barren Land. Among the mountains and forests, the strong men from the big tribe are all in surprise. They were unwilling to move forward, and the roar of the overlord in their ears made them timid. Hearing the cry that was obviously painful, everyone was stunned. This voice is the fierce bird in one of the three overlords. It was wounded? How could it? The old man was very surprised, as if he had heard the fantasy. They come from a big tribe, and they understand the horror of the three-headed mountain hegemon best, because they can easily wipe out the existence of their tribe. Look, there is another sound coming from a far-away direction, like a clang beating immortal gold. One of the men in ancient clothes spoke. The old man's eyes narrowed. The sound of is solemn and suppressed. In an instant, he raised his head and looked into the distance. The dense green leaves blocked his vision. The old eyes flashed divinely, as if he could penetrate the void and wanted to see the scene deep in the mountains clearly. However, these practices are in vain. How vast the mountains are, far beyond his ability to peek at them. Only the most powerful tribes can explore. Although their tribes are medium-sized, they are like a drop in the ocean in this desert. Not worth mentioning. Dao Tianjun's pupils were calm and scary, and he felt the changes in his body. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. The silver giant ape with the blood of the Hunshan demon ape ran into the depths without saying a word, rolling sound waves. If anyone notices, he will be dumbfounded. The powerful adult Taku relics actually fled without a fight. The look of the silver giant ape changed, it couldn't believe it. Those primordial relics whose two ends can be shouldered with it were easily torn apart by that human being, it was too terrifying. Dao Tianjun paced in the void, and there was an unprecedented power on his body, as if a heavenly emperor walked out of the most distant years. The power runs through the past and the present. You killed the scorpion and the sky-swallowing sparrow, do you want to kill me too? The silver great ape made a low voice, sounding like a bell. Shocking weather, blood erupted, and there was a slit on the forehead of the silver giant ape, and the bright silver fairy light filled it, as if a vertical eye was about to open. Although it wants to escape, it doesn't mean it can really give in. The fierceness of the primordial relics is beyond imagination. Dao Tianjun listened to the words of the silver giant ape, his eyes became deeper, his face was without joy, anger, sorrow, and the ancient well. The slender palms lifted up. The sky of the whole deserted ancient mountain range is dimmed, and the brilliance of the day is obscured. Everything seems like the sky is about to step on. You want to kill me? The silver great ape's forehead opened and closed. When you reach your enemy level, you should accept the original ancient covenant. The agreement between the ancient monster race and the human race will be invalidated. Rumbling said that the silver giant ape's aura is even more terrifying, and its body slowly grows larger. At this moment, its aura was exuding, and Dao Tianjun understood that this silver giant ape was definitely much stronger than the ferocious and the sky-swallowing sparrow in its mouth. One-on-one, none of them were rivals of the silver giant ape. Hearing this sentence, Dao Tianjun stood on his feet, and the movement in his hand stopped in midair. He is surrounded by the blood of the real dragon, enveloped by the sacred light, like a legendary divine residence. The silver giant ape's eyes crossed with a touch of a different color, and he sighed in relief. Suddenly, a chill rose in its heart, and the aura of death enveloped it, like the soul of the nine serenities Yama. If you say so, I will kill you even more. Dao Tianjun spoke softly, his voice calm and indifferent. But as long as it is an individual, it will be awe-inspiring, and the fierce murderous intent in that words is undoubtedly revealed. Boom! In the depths of the deserted ancient mountain range, there was a sound that shook the earth suddenly. Its sound is majestic, it can shake the blue sky, the rocks pierce through the sky, and the endless murderous intent, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Thousands of beasts in this deserted mountain range trembled and were even affected. A terrible wind and waves swept through, the sky was dark, and Lin Jing was still. The strong man of the tribe is even more afraid from the heart. They all understood that there must be a big event happening in the depths of this barren ancient mountain range, and the creatures within it burst into real fire. An endless situation. Otherwise, there would be no such power. This is a catastrophe, the great emperor of the deserted ancient mountains, the divine light hits for 9 days. Thousands of beasts were terrified. They saw the endless rune culture and made huge giant apes thump their chests to the sky. At the same time, I also heard the voice rumbling. There was a fist wind appearing, smashing everything to annihilate everything. The ferocious beasts of the deserted ancient mountains couldn't understand it. The first time they saw this kind of power, it was as if the 10 fierce of the ancient times had returned, and it was outrageously strong. Humans, you kill me today. The fierce beasts in the barren land will not sit idly by. Even your human race will kill you, the sky and the earth will have no place for you. There was a roar, showing that the sound of rage came from the depths. It was the roar of the silver great ape, accompanied by the monstrous sound that swept across the mountains and rivers, spreading endlessly. What happened? The tribal powerhouse outside the mountains was shocked, his face pale. I have never encountered such a thing. That kind of power is far more terrifying than the strongest in their tribe. Did you hear any roar? One of the men spoke. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. However, everyone else shook their heads. Only the grey-haired old man was panicked in his doubts. He heard another voice, which seemed to be the voice of the strongest overlord of the desolate ancient mountain range, the silver ape in the sky. But he couldn't hear the sound in detail. The old man frowned, and then he turned and left. Go back to the tribe. There is sweat on his forehead. An ancient mountain range, a piece of wasteland. Now if someone looks down from the sky, he will find it. This vast mountain and river is divided into 2. It seems that someone cut off the mountains and rivers with a punch, separating a watershed. Broken walls and ruins, barren terracotta. At the same time, Dao Tianjun's figure also disappeared, and he broke through the starry sky in 1 step. The stone flower also disappeared. When he left, he did a lot of things, wiped away the breath of his whereabouts, and at the same time left with a secret breath. The depths of the mountains. In a quiet valley, the figure of Dao Tianjun appeared. The valley is verdant and the vines are blue and red. The most striking thing is that this valley is empty, except for the huge monument in the center, like the point of a sword. Boom! There was a loud blast of flesh and blood, and Dao Tianjun swelled and blew himself up. Half a quarter of an hour later, Dao Tianjun reappeared, his eyes returned to the previous color, graceful and expressive. "What the is going on?" he whispered in a low voice, thinking about his second ability. Regarding his ability, he was very surprised. At the same time, he also had endless doubts as to what this ability was and how to trigger it. Thinking in my heart, he gradually fell into silence, thinking constantly in his mind. Chapter 8, Invincible Power, Invincible Taoism. The valley is quiet, the flowers are fragrant, and the beautiful purple flowers are red, and the ancient vines are all over the cliffs. The reflection of the red clouds in the evening makes this valley even more mysterious, the Ruxia wisps, like a fairyland. Dao Tianjun sat on the rock. At this moment, the only thing he can understand is this invincible power is not without side effects. He can't think of the inducement, but he knows that after triggering his own invincible power, he will disappear within a period of time, and then the body will not be able to withstand that power and fall apart. If it weren't for him to have an immortal body, this would be the ability to die together. Only. Dao Tianjun's pupils flickered, shining brightly. He has an immortal body, so all this will be different. What's the incentive? He whispered, his eyes looked far away, a little surprised. Suddenly, he was stunned, his expression was extremely surprised. He had been thinking about it just now without paying too much attention, but now he came back to his senses and found something strange. His body has undergone a different change. This valley has a width of hundreds of meters, which is not a very large place. However, at this moment, he found that his eyes could see the rock wall hundreds of meters away, and the ants within 100 meters were moving insect skins. Calmed down, he found that he seemed to hear the roar of beasts outside the valley, and the sound of birds and cats flapping their wings. His senses seemed to have changed and become sharper. This second ability is like a fog, the fog is thicker, making Dao Tianjun even more blurred. At the same time, his expression stunned. It seems that everything I have done is not wrong, and I absolutely cannot let people know my ability. Dao Tianjun whispered. He has been a man for 2 lives, and he is more careful than anyone else. This is not only due to his character, but also because he has read too many novels and understands how important the ability to hide himself is. Dao Tianjun remembered in his heart. When he activated the second ability, his heart was extremely calm and his mind became clearer. It is precisely because of that calm personality that made him make the act of killing the scorpion and the celestial swallowing sparrow. It was just a whim of him that he could kill the heaven-swallowing sparrow and the ferocious, because at that time he had an intuition that he could easily obliterate them, and after doing this, Dao Tianjun also selected the silver giant ape to kill. The ferocious and the sky-swallowing sparrow know that their immortal body must die, and if the silver great ape finds out that he has become weak in the back, he will be surprised. At that time, he will face the slavery of darkness, and he will never let it go. A trace of potential danger. So he killed the 3. Originally, he was still hesitating. However, the words of the silver great ape accelerated his killing intention. The wasteland is too mysterious. He is not sure that there are more terrifying creatures, and he wants to kill all the people and beasts who know his secrets. And after this, all he thought was confirmed. The most important thing is that there is nothing wrong with the perception in his heart. His invincibility is not permanent, it accelerates his decisiveness even more, wipes out his breath, and finally the hidden breath disappears in place. Dao Tianjun thought in his heart, whispering in his mouth, triggering invincibility. In the words, he is not sure. He is a fan of novels, and even some anime fans. All this makes him involuntarily think of one thing, the specific utility of his ability, and the inducement. Speaking of which, what is the covenant of that wasteland? Dao Tianjun muttered. Soon, he was no longer thinking about the dying words of the silver ape. He continued to be silent, feeling his own abilities. Dao Tianjun's expression suddenly changed, his pupils staring wide. "Fuck me!" An exclamation came from his mouth. At this moment, he was horrified to find that the life spring and sea of suffering he had obtained through desperate cultivation were fading. "I believe that it will not be long before his sea of suffering and life spring will disappear, and he will definitely become immortal with no cultivation. What's going on?" Dao Tianjun was surprised. It was too unexpected. How could he lose his cultivation? A side effect of the second ability. Thinking of this situation, Dao Tianjun's mouth twitched. This is too exaggerated. If this is the case, this is basically a suicidal skill. Even if he possesses immortality, it is equivalent to committing suicide. Dao Tianjun calmed himself down. He sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath into the cultivation state. Grass. After a while, he cursed. He suddenly found that the life spring and the sea of suffering in his cultivation were still fading, and even the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had an intensifying effect. What happened? It took him 2 years of hard training to reach the Destiny Spring realm, and now he disappears silently. How else would Dao Tianjun be shocked? No way. Suddenly, Dao Tianjun noticed. The sea of bitterness and the spring of life did not disappear, but they all turned into a little bit of crystal clear power into their body and soul. This doesn't seem to be a retrogression or loss of skill. Vaguely, Dao Tianjun realized that his body was changing, and a familiar feeling appeared in his heart. Hey, this feeling! Dao Tianjun's eyes were bright. Dao Tianjun is more clear about the feeling coming from his body. He has discovered his own strength and situation, and he has felt this state. That's right, I just felt it, and experienced it not long ago. After the second ability suddenly appeared, the invincible power he showed, isn't that feeling exactly the same as it is now? The power of the physical body is shaking the sky. It is like the resurrection of the Pangu great god and the force is pressing the sky. The only difference from the feeling at that time is that the power of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com at this moment is too much different from that at that time, like the gap between the sky and the earth. In an instant, an idea emerged in his heart. When this kind of thought appears, it is constantly breeding, lingering, like a demon. His body and soul are changing toward the state of invincibility, and in that state, he can be sure that he is the only one who possesses an ability that belongs to him alone. If you put it another way, his physical body is changing his cultivation way, and walking towards a way that belongs to him alone. The benefits of the second ability. Dao Tianjun was in an accident. He knows how difficult it is to follow his own path and cultivate a method that suits him best. He knows better than anyone else. Surprisingly talented creatures such as Huang Tiandi, Yetiandi, Wang Gyuxa Wang, etc., they are absolutely impossible at this age, such a cultivation base to embark on a path of their own, and create a path of their own. Law. Just ask, who can create his own Taoism at such an age? You need to know the ancient methods, but Huang Tiandi only started to create it in the supreme realm. But now, Dao Tianjun himself is doing this. It can be said. Unprecedented. At this moment, Dao Tianjun realized it and sat down cross-legged. Since absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can accelerate this transformation, then I help my physical body to speed up. So what about the disappearance of the sea of bitterness and life that I have worked so hard to cultivate, as long as I am not going to the bad? For this, he firmly believes that he can know it clearly. There is nothing wrong with what he did, he can tell from his feeling that he is getting better and better. Chapter 9, similar to the Tao of Pangu and the Wuzu of the longevity world. Tao Tianjun sits cross-legged. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the stone heart flower from the corner of his eye. Dao Tianjun's heart beats, and there is an urge to eat it. Fight. He chose to follow his own mind, just like his character and what he is doing now. Everything is following the heart deep in the heart. Although the stone heart flower is precious, it is probably a waste to swallow it with his own cultivation base, but he doesn't care about it, and he is never stingy with himself. Apple's apple rolled, opened his mouth to bite, and swallowed the stone heart flower into his abdomen little by little. In the blink of an eye, the magic medicine was swallowed by himself. He meditated again, and his whole body was like a furnace, exuding shining energy. If anyone looked at it, he would be astonished. He was like a ball becoming bigger and smaller, bulging and rising. That kind of spirit is too huge, and the infinite mana swept the whole body. Spiritual energy surged towards him like crazy, a light burst out of the heavenly spirit cover, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured back into it. What? Dao Tianjun shouted, and he exploded directly. The magic medicine is not something people of his level can take, and it explodes directly. The huge magical power swept the valley, and the naked eye could see that the flowers were growing vigorously, the withered vines were green, and the grass rose to several feet high, submerging everything in the valley. The sky is already dim, and the stars flicker on the dark night curtain. The moonlight is bright, and strands of silver brilliance fall like a curtain of rain, falling in the valley, quietly singing insects. At this moment, Dao Tianjun's body is forming. This time, it's very slow. That was the magical potion that permeated the valley, and gathered on Dao Tianjun's flesh and blood like attraction. The grass several feet high, the green vines, and the sturdy flower bones all wilt in an instant, and the power of the absorbed magical medicine is deprived, and they gather towards Dao Tianjun. The wisps of moonlight fell down, and it didn't enter Dao Tianjun's body. His eyes suddenly opened, and Dao Tianjun sat up. He felt that the sea of bitterness disappeared under his eyelids, and the last point disappeared in his eyes. These disappearance did not make him depressed, on the contrary he felt that he had embarked on a special way, which belonged to him alone. The physical power has an inexhaustible power. He has a keen instinct, and his own power feels like he can defeat the strong uncle. Quadrupole. He was convinced that he should now be able to compete with the powerhouses in the quadrupole realm. Who can think of it? After a short period of time, a person has reached the power that can defeat the four-pole secret realm from the round sea secret realm. Among them are the blessings of the round sea results of his unremitting practice for 2 years, as well as the blessings of the magical medicine, which is more of his own specialness. For all this, he did not calm down in excitement. He calmed down his peace again, feeling his body a little bit. Your own situation. Dao Tianjun has a clear consciousness. His physical body changes, the sea of suffering and the fountain of life disappear, and he rejects the ancient law. It's all he is pushing a door open. A door to his own Taoism. It can be said that he took a shortcut, to know how difficult it is to create the law. This can be seen from the history of the ages. One by one, there are amazing creatures, but how many really come to create the law? The difficulty of creation lies in the beginning. It requires many factors, and self-cultivation is one of the requirements. Is as strong as the Emperor Huangtian, who only embarked on the creation method at the supreme level, it is conceivable that it is difficult. However, Dao Tianjun was lucky enough to take a shortcut. He had a template, and he opened up a template for him, so that he lacked too many factors, and he didn't even need to go through the most difficult exploration. At the same time, he also discovered that his physical body had changed. 49 spots appeared on his body, not on the surface, but something similar to acupuncture points, and like a sea of pain in the abdomen, the legendary Sendai, evenly scattered all over his body. Among the 49 points, 1 point on the abdomen is lit. Man, the spirit of all things, is the birth of endless secrets. No one can clearly explain the potential of human beings, but the weak race can continuously erupt with earth-shattering power in the ages, and amaze millions of races. And these 49 points are like the gods of the human body. Lit up, representing the feeling of being opened. My way seems a bit like the way of the martial ancestor of the longevity realm, and a bit like the Dao of the great god Pangu with strength. He said something to himself. Soon, he calmed down and immersed himself in a state of cultivation. He is exploring his own gods, gradually absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Late at night, the moonlight is silent, and the deserted mountains are not as full of murderous intent as before. Today it is doomed that this mountain range will fall into silence. The three overlords of the deserted ancient mountain range died on the same day, making the unwise beast instinctively feel terrified and scared. The valley is also different from the past, it is no longer silent. If there is a strong one, do this again. We'll find a terrible sight. In the depths of the desolate ancient mountain range, that strong spiritual energy seemed to be liquefied, converging from all directions to the valley. That kind of sight was shocking, because no one had such a cultivation vision in the early stage. You must know that Dao Tianjun has only practiced for 2 years. The huge power erupted, the heaven and earth aura swept across, the rivers returned to the sea, and the heavenly spirit cover of Dao Tianjun was submerged. He follows his heart and the body's instincts. Yu reading www.yunshu.com cultivates his own way of cultivation. This is a method that belongs only to him, and there will be no second person who can cultivate, because no one can be as special as him, and all this drives him because of that invincible power. He understands that he is special and the future there is definitely a different way. Dao Tianjun's muscle surface appeared shining, and there was a feeling of becoming a flying fairy. The fairy light shone, and the moonlight flickered. Layers of hazy silver spattered, covering him, making his body more blurred. There are lights flickering around Dao Tianjun, like a little bit of stars. A total of 49. His whole body is also exuding sacred light. Dian is 50, Tianyan is 49, if he escapes one is all things, one is the world, and the other is heaven and earth. Vaguely, an invincible breath emerged on his body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. Continuously rushed into one of the points, 49 dots flickered, and turned the spiritual power into countless pure powers. The flesh, the corpses, the internal organs, and the souls are gradually consolidating, tempering Wushuan. Today is destined to be a starting point in his life, a crucial starting point. Dao Tianjun stepped onto his own way and practiced his own law. He is different from other creatures. Is unique. Sitting on a supreme hiding himself, he gradually rejected the strongest and most terrifying power of man. Unwillingly in the future, he will become stronger, his body is strong, like Pangu god with force to crush the sky, like a martial ancestor with force to destroy magical power. This chapter is a bit long, but readers don't mind it. This is for the future. The chapters will not be the same as this chapter. Readers can rest assured that eating will not be procrastinated. Chapter 10, Fierce. Time passed bit by bit. It's another night. The morning light warms people's hearts, like the golden gauze mist that makes the world bright. Dao Tianjun's pupils suddenly opened. Bright and deep eyes, the clear eyes of 13 years old have revealed a maturity that does not belong to his age. I practiced all night, and I was a little tired. Dao Tianjun whispered. Then, he remembered a novel he had read in his mind, called Invincible Really Lonely. His immortality was somewhat similar to that novel. As long as the protagonist got tired from practice, he would immediately commit suicide, and he would be alive again after his resurrection. Thinking in his heart, Dao Tianjun raised the stone knife that was only half of it to his neck and stroked it. Puff! He fell straight down. After a while, Dao Tianjun stood up vigorously. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he stood up. The well-proportioned muscles and golden ratio of the figure made the corners of his mouth rise, while raising a humble smile. He opened his arms, took a deep breath, and exhaled a foul breath. Comfortable. Soon, he looked excited, and hit the rock with a punch. 5 fingers pinched the fist mark. Every cell, every inch of flesh and blood, the bones in the body, the 5 internal organs seem to have tiger roars and fierce cows hissing. Hey, breathing, the spiritual energy turned into wisps of light, like a real dragon dance. The dull trembling sound spread far away. This valley seems to be shaking, it seems that the rock is the foundation, rumbling and shaking, and the earth trembles 3 times. Dao Tianjun was surprised, how powerful his power is now, he has reached the realm of 4 extremes. In the Jishan novels I have read, they all belong to certain elders in the Beijiao of Zhongzhou Zuzi. Weird. Muttered to himself, Dao Tianjun looked at the stone rock without a trace. There is only some powder in the palm of his hand, which is the dust left on the rock by the years. Suddenly, I felt something in my heart, and there was a sound in my ears. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. At the end of the sky, there is a rainbow across the sky, and the sky is full of Xiarui, with immense power. Those are 2 figures, like a legendary stepping into the sky, coercing all directions, mighty and mighty. Is too unscrupulous. This is a barren ancient mountain that is regarded as a fierce land. It does not seem to be a fierce land in front of these 2 mysterious comers, such as the back garden and the marketplace, which is not worth mentioning. It seems to be on par with that silver monkey. Dao Tianjun looked at it. Since stepping onto his own way, his physical body has changed, his 5 sense perceptions are stronger than ordinary people. At this time, one of the divine rainbows is like a divine bridge connecting heaven and earth, directly connecting here. Oh, there is such a little guy as you in the depths of the desert, it is really surprising. The old voice sounded. I don't know when, an old man appeared in the sky. Is wearing grey linen, which looks ordinary, but there are other manifestations on his body, as if the linen has become no longer ordinary, but ordinary dress reveals this vast power, which makes people can't help but tremble. Powerful. Extraordinarily powerful. Dao Tianjun could feel the horror of this old man, not much, even stronger than the silver giant ape. Who are you? Dao Tianjun said, there was a kind of alert between his eyebrows. He was thinking of many things. The one that kept him from wielding for a long time was the ancient covenant. Could these 2 people come for the death of the 3-headed overlord? Hey, there isn't any cultivation level. Dao Tianjun's words, the old man didn't seem to hear, and there was a surprised voice from his mouth. The old man's face suddenly changed. No, your body. Dao Tianjun immediately felt a glance on his body, the scene in his eyes was shaking, and the old man appeared in front of him silently. Weird, too weird. The old man looked at himself, how wonderful and wonderful his expression was. Dao Tianjun can swear to heaven. The expression of the old man in front of him is definitely the most weird person he has experienced in his 2 lives. It's like 2 people before and after. At the same time, Dao Tianjun's mouth twitched. It was the first time he met such an old man, and he criticized him in front of people and said that others are weird. The most important thing is that the old man seems to be addicted. It's really a strange flower, a rare flower. The old man's eyes were bright. Listening to the old man's repeated words, Dao Tianjun wanted to kick this old guy to death. Just when Dao Tianjun was thinking about whether to kick his anger and vent his anger, he keenly heard a sound coming from the sky in the distance. The sound was rolling like thunder, as if a god's mansion came to the world. There was a roar in the ears, and the glow of the sun dazzled, drawing in the eyeballs, dazzling and dazzling. This is the other of the 2 gods' rainbows coming. He went and returned, descending into this valley. The comer is also an old man. Compared with the strange old man, this old man is different. His face is sharp with water chestnuts. From his eyebrows, it can be seen that he must have been a young man screaming in his youth, wearing an ancient Taoist robe. Is supposed to be the aura of the fairy wind, but it is not reflected in this old man. Some are heroic and forceful. His eyes are too sharp, like cold electricity, and you can see the distortion when sweeping through the void. The heroic old man came, Yu reading www.yu. He looked at the strange old man and opened his mouth, Yu. The words are not finished. A clear sound swayed across the valley sky. Dao Tianjun's eyes widened. He swears, this is definitely the most explosive scene he has ever seen since his life. In front of the strange old man who was silent and heroic, he lifted his thigh like Dao Tianjun. Bang, the crisp hitting sound, the sound of meat touching the shoes, deeply stimulated Dao Tianjun's eardrums. Boom! The dust is flying, the ground is shaking, the mountains are shaking, there is a roar, and the huge rocks are rolling down. The strange old man kicked the heroic old man in the face, and his body smashed into a distant mountain peak. Dao Tianjun was stunned. He rubbed his face, as if trying to keep himself awake. This strange old man is too fierce. Didn't the two come together? Isn't it a companion? Everything reveals weirdness. The strange old man looked at the heroic old man who was stuck in the mountain without any movement, and smiled and nodded. Watching this scene, Dao Tianjun's mouth twitched again. It seems to be confirming that the old man is fainted, if there is no intention to make up for it. Don't be afraid of the little guy. I don't want others to know about the next thing, so let him avoid it. The strange old man laughed. Dao Tianjun's pupils stared, what are you going to do with the old man? He is not worried that the strange old man wants to himself, because the old man has no lust, but what the old man is going to do, he is so cruel to his companion. It can be said that from beginning to end, this old man has a weird aura. Chapter 11, I accept apprentices? No, I want to take in a grandson. What should I do? The old man asked back, his old face was smiling, and his pupils were even more profound. Little guy, you haven't practiced, but you have such a perfect body, can you tell me why? Hear the words. Dao Tianjun looked startled. Soon, there was a daze on his face. This is not what he pretended, but it was really a little dazed. He has already thought about the behavior of the strange old man, and the answer is obvious. It is for his own body, and only this can explain it. However, Dao Tianjun didn't expect that at all. That is his own situation, this obviously outrageous strange old man would not have noticed it. He just thinks he is a person who hasn't practiced. A strange thing with a strong body? Bah, too strong a perverted person. Dao Tianjun was really confused. He raised his head and looked at the strange old man. He already had a plan in his mind. Before answering early, I want to know who you are. Yes, mentally good. The strange old man nodded. My name is Fu Xian. As for my identity, I can be regarded as one of the guardians on the side of the human race in the wasteland. The old man smiled, and immediately he pointed to Dao Tianjun's left chest. The natural totem said, speaking of which I am more special, there is no such thing as you. Rubbing the white beard, the strange old man suddenly thought of something and smiled. I am not a human race in the wasteland, but I am a legend. I am the first person in history to enter the wasteland. You can think that I am the son-in-law of the wasteland. Dao Tianjun's eyes twitched. You are indeed a legend to be able to speak such a high level of input. My guardian of the wasteland human race. Dao Tianjun didn't worry too much about that question, his expression was startled. The strange old man nodded, his eyes twinkling, you don't know? It seems that you are not from a powerful tribe, but from a small tribe, even scattered in villages in the wasteland. In just a short sentence, the strange old man judged the possibility of Dao Tianjun's birth. Yes, I am a person living in a village near the deserted mountain range. Dao Tianjun did not hide. Then can you tell me the condition of your body? The strange old man asked. Dao Tianjun spoke immediately, spitting out a few words. The Dragon King made me do this. While was talking, Dao Tianjun's face showed excitement. Originally, I came out with Uncle Zhuang to prepare for the Dragon King festival and the coming of age ceremony, but he was already ready to say something. His words were eloquently spoken. In Dao Tianjun's dictation, he was originally going to be killed by a ferocious creature, but he was saved by the last mysterious creature. After that, he fell into silence. When he woke up, he appeared. This valley. Then, he vaguely heard the roar of the three-headed overlord in the valley. When talking about this, Dao Tianjun said excitedly, he felt a kind of invincible power, too strong, the ground was shaking, and after that, he fainted again. In words, this time he fainted and saw the Dragon King, the totem of the human race in the wasteland. When he wakes up, it becomes what it is now. That's it. It becomes like this when I wake up. By the way, I vaguely remember that Lord Dragon King gave me a heart flower with a stone appearance. Dao Tianjun said. It can be said that Dao Tianjun is half the truth and the false. The true lie is that there is truth in it. Is elusive. The most important point is that Dao Tianjun is betting. He lived in the barren land and saw many things. It can be said that no one dares to blaspheme the Dragon King. It is precisely because of this that the Dragon King festival is especially valued. The Dragon King protects the human race from being killed by the beasts, and people are naturally grateful to the Dragon King. So he was betting that he would be regarded as real by taking the Dragon King as the truth, because no one would make fun of the Dragon King. Dragon King. The strange old man looked surprised. Is as strong as he is to become dignified, his eyes flicker. Do you mean that you appeared in this valley after you woke up? The strange old man narrowed his eyes and whispered. Looked at the crystal light in the old man's eyes, like 9 sun shengzi, as if it could burn people's souls. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun looked startled, and immediately nodded. Yes. The strange old man withdrew his gaze. He has been able to confirm that Dao Tianjun will not lie to him, what he just used is a magical power. If someone lied in front of him, his eyes would sting the other person's soul. He knew the pain better than anyone. No one in the younger generation could resist it, even the older generation. Dao Tianjun was calm at the moment, obviously without any pain. As everyone knows, Dao Tianjun's pain has long since disappeared. What is pain? Can you eat it? Dragon King, this mysterious valley, won't it really be the Dragon King creating a special human race? The strange old man murmured in his heart. Finally, he looked at the huge rock in the valley, the stone like the tip of a sword. Dao Tianjun noticed at this moment. There was a taboo look in the eyes of the strange old man. This valley seems very unusual, even more mysterious than he expected. Could it be something ordinary that can make the strange old man show such a look? Suddenly, Dao Tianjun felt a hot gaze. That kind of gaze made Dao Tianjun a bit cold. Does this old man have bad thoughts about himself? Little guy, I have a good suggestion. Would you like to listen? The strange old man looked calm and said. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun was taken aback, his eyes looked at the old man weirdly. Your old man wants to accept me as a disciple. Hearing this sentence, the strange old man was taken aback, and he shook his head. I'm accepting apprentices? No, I want to accept a grandson. How about a good suggestion? The strange old man gave a look on you as a kid. Dao Tianjun was speechless. Accept grandson, I'll go. Baybeard is already very good at accepting his son everywhere. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is all right now. I actually know a wonderful old man who accepts grandchildren. How about I suggest a good one, but I would love to have a grandson like you. The strange old man smiled, still with the kind of expression that was not flat. Whether you want me or not. Dao Tianjun complained in his heart. How are you thinking about it, dear grandson? The Kiwa old man smiled and said, yes, grandson, in fact, if you don't accept this proposal, I have another proposal, that is, I will kill you now. The strange old man sighed. It's a pity, I just lost a promising grandson. Dao Tianjun looked at the half-cut knife he had placed on the ground. He looked speechless. At this time, he really wished that the white stone knife would go in and the red stone knife would go out. My dear grandson, you can't act impulsively as a baby who has just grown up. The idea of killing is wrong. The present age is a harmonious time. The strange old man laughed. Actually, you don't suffer at all. If you are really willing to agree to my proposal, then you and my grandparents will join forces, not to mention the wasteland, it is the Big Dipper, the Fixian star territory, and even the entire starry sky will belong to our grandparents. The world. He spoke again, and said a vast blueprint in his words. Are you agreeing to my proposal? The strange old man smiled. Hearing this sentence, Dao Tianjun's expression changed again and again. At last he was really speechless. This old man is really amazing. He keeps saying that killing is not good, so how can he threaten himself by killing himself? The most important thing is, can the old man hold you in his hand and remove the half-stone knife that is resting on my neck? Let's talk about something. Chapter 12, Mosquitoes, I will fight it myself. Dao Tianjun felt the coolness between his neck. There is endless speechlessness on his face. Old people, we have something to say. You have said that it is not good to fight and kill in the age of harmony. Upon hearing this, the strange old man nodded in agreement. You are right. Seeing the old man agree, Dao Tianjun was not relieved, because he felt that the stone knife was getting closer. The strange old man shook his head, but, my little fellow, Fu Xian, I said that 1 is 1 in my life, and that 2 is 2. I don't hide anything from you. I only accept you as a grandson because I have no children under my knees, and my wife wants one. Heirs. Talking about the strange flower, the old man looked at Dao Tianjun. His eyes scanned Dao Tianjun's body, plus your talent makes me very satisfied. Then old man, why don't you find a son? Dao Tianjun has frivolous brows. Hey, you still want to be that generation of people at your age? I am willing, I am afraid that some people will not. When you are suppressed, I will have to wipe your ass. The strange old man frivolous brows. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun was stunned. He didn't think about it. If this strange old man belongs to the next generation, I am afraid that the cultivation base is also terrifying, and Dao Tianjun can definitely not deal with it. I can agree to your proposal. After thinking for a while, Dao Tianjun whispered. Although this strange old man is a bit weird, there is no doubt about his cultivation. It is absolutely against the sky, and becoming his heir does not seem to be an unacceptable difficulty. As he said, Dao Tianjun paused, but I have a request. I need free space. If the older generation bullies me, you have to come out and me, and there are a lot of things I want to cultivate, such as... Very quickly, Tianjun began to talk about his inequality clause. He wants to be free, and he still has benefits. Stop, you little baby is only a teenager, so there are more ghosts than those old immortals. The strange old man stared at him. If he hadn't heard it truly, he would have doubted whether the little doll in front of him was the kind of person from a simple village. How shrewd he would have a feeling of facing some old immortality. The freedom you said, and the benefits, I can promise you. As for what else you want to say, I won't listen, at most I will give you one more request. The old man said. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun nodded, he actually finished speaking more, but he didn't expect the old man to agree. The last request, I will practice in this barren ancient land for a month, and you will come to me in a month. This request is something that Dao Tianjun thought carefully. It takes him a month to test and figure out what his second ability is and what the trigger conditions are, so that he can have a lot of confidence. I can promise this. 1 month is enough time for me to prepare. The strange old man agreed without any hesitation. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from a distant mountain. It was people roaring, full of endless anger, mighty power, majestic mana like 100,000 volcanoes. Incomers! The mountain collapsed, and the heroic old man walked step by step. There is a galaxy in the sky. He arrived, his angular face was full of anger. Shui Miao is awake. The strange old man smiled, as if what he had done before was not what he did. The eyes of the heroic old man flashed coldly, and Dao Tianjun saw thunder. The power of the gods is raging, and the whole body has the power of the gods flowing, and he slaps a palm without hesitation. There is a galaxy surging in the palm of his hand, and the radiating power seems to be able to break hundreds of rivers and mountains. I actually saw a mosquito on your face, helping you to beat, no, kick to death. The strange old man was still smiling, and he waved his linen robe. The vast galaxy is broken. Seems to have encountered an irresistible force and fell apart. To put it lightly, the strange old man was to resolve the killing of the heroic old man, and he was still talking. Speaking of which, I may have done poorly. I apologize to you here. Said so. But how Dao Tianjun thinks, he feels that the strange old man thinks and owes it. That silly look is an apology? The heroic old man looked at this scene, and his heart was shocked for an instant. At this moment, the sea of anger was in his heart. With unspeakable horror, he did not expect that the strange old man would be so powerful. Same time, he thought of too many things. Wasteland's son-in-law, Fu Xian, this man who is so amazing that the wasteland agrees to join in, how could he be silent after so many years? Perhaps, he is no longer at his own level, and it is too far to throw him away. Hey! The Yinky old man let out a suffocating breath. He is trying to calm his heart. What the strange old man said, although it doesn't save face, but it is for him to step down. I will fight mosquitoes by myself. The heroic old man said in a low voice. The strange old man didn't get involved in that topic, and said, Shui Miao, you can investigate how the 3 guys from the fierce beasts died. Hear the words. The heroic old man frowned, his eyes staring into the distance. They are killed in the simplest way. The people who killed them have a strong cultivation. It's not us. I can deal with them. The traces and auras left behind are all unprecedented in the wasteland. The person who killed them is not mine. People in the wasteland. Soon, the heroic old man shook his head, his voice was solemn and low. But this is impossible. No one can enter the wasteland quietly. The strange old man was silent. He didn't make any comments, but instead said, It's been so long since we've been out, we should go back now. Humph! The heroic old man snorted dissatisfied. He looked bad. You have to go back without investigating anything. Are you afraid of being complained by Shiyun after you go back? Who said I didn't investigate anything? The strange old man smiled mysteriously. Hearing this sound, the heroic old man was taken aback. Suddenly, the heroic old man fixed his gaze on Dao Tianjun. The strange old man will investigate things, and everything points to Dao Tianjun, because he didn't investigate anything before, but went straight to this valley. The Yinky old man looked surprised. Is it him? Facing this question, Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. The strange old man did not answer, he chuckled and turned around to leave the deserted mountain range. See it! The heroic old man was startled, he looked at Dao Tianjun's black and clear eyes, looked straight at his face, scanning back and forth, as if he was curious, wondering if there was anything on his face. When I saw this expression, he didn't mean to ask Dao Tianjun at all. Was in a terrible mood for him, but now being watched like this by the little doll makes his already bad mood even worse. And since the strange old man knew the reason, he didn't intend to stay here. He cares about face, but he doesn't want to be seen as a monkey by a teenager. In a blink, The strange old man and the heroic old man left. Dao Tianjun has frivolous brows. He wants to reassess now that the godfather he just recognized is now. This old man is far more powerful than he thought. Before, he quietly saved himself a divine power, so that he could hide from the old man named Shui Miao for a short time. Obviously, he didn't want the heroic old man to discover himself. Special can be said, from beginning to end. The godfather that he recognizes all shows a powerful and outrageous sense of sight. If you want to do so much, it is a good thing to have a backer who is willing to help yourself. Dao Tianjun whispered. Soon, he walked out of the valley. He wants to find out his second ability, at least to understand what is the trigger condition. And it was just when Dao Tianjun was in full swing. Another area, a piece of immortal land left in the human world, shook. Source, direct to Dao Tianjun. Chapter 13, Dragon King Choosing Son? Wasteland is vast and vast, only the real strongest can understand how big this ancient land is. The ancient mountain range contains hundreds of rivers and tens of thousands of miles of peaks. However, it is only the tip of the iceberg relative to the barren land, from which one can see the vastness of the barren land. The center of this ancient land. 10,000 peaks stand, mountains and forests, lonja deep pools, and thousand-jong silver waterfalls. Lush and ancient trees abound, towering above the sky, like the power of the ancient gods, guarding this pure land of immortals. Between Wanfan, an ancient temple stands. The quaint bronze fairy hall is covered with moss and ancient vines crawling all over the temple body. You can see obvious marks of swords, guns, and swords on the walls of the hall, and the hideous compensations all show the glory that this ancient temple has experienced. The traces of the years did not make this ancient bronze temple dilapidated, but more magnificent. If the monk sees it, he must kneel down for the first time. Just because what he saw was not a temple, but a king of gods, overlooking the heavens and gods. On the bronze fairy hall, you can see a big hole obviously. It seems to have been punched through by a supreme being with the most powerful means in the oldest years. The Dragon King chooses a son. A sound like Keng Yin from ancient times came from it. In the hall, the fairy mist is lingering, and the purple clouds of the east are shining all over the place, and it is ethereal. There are several figures in it, they are very hazy, like the king of war in the ancient heaven, their aura is earth-shaking, and their eyes are like stars, like the ocean. The strange old man is standing in it. It's just that he doesn't seem to have a cold with those figures, and he seems to be used to the attitude of the old man. Don't you believe me? The strange old man said. Hear the words. The eyes of those figures shone like stars over the North Pole. No, it is because of you that we believe. A young voice sounded, it seemed that a young man was speaking, but the vicissitudes and ancient meanings of the sound from the sound made people have the illusion of a moment, thinking that it was the ancient sound left in the present world from the barren age. The Dragon King chooses his son and changes the physique of a young boy. What does this mean? This era is special, you should know, are we born out of the stars to compete for that glory? Someone was whispering, so light as if they were dreaming. You must pay attention to it no matter what, even if he is not chosen by the Dragon King, the world-famous physical body alone is worthy of our training. Yes, it's been a long time since the great wilderness got out of the Xian. From ancient times to the present, I have survived from the darkest era in the barren land, and the strong man who has stepped out so far. They are discussing. Is it too dangerous for him to stay in the deserted mountains for a month? Someone suggested. However, as soon as the sound came out, it immediately came out loudly, and the sound was fierce. The valley related to the Dragon King contains great secrets. It has existed since ancient times, and my beasts will not come close. Everyone sits in it, really like a legendary divine residence, standing high above all living beings. One of the figures spoke, and he was full of light, like a sun falling on the ancient bronze temple. Go find him back, let people deduce the truth, investigate everything. The sound sounded like an ancient bell. The rainbow turned into a decree. At this moment, under this mountain, a strong man walked out, and they headed to the wasteland. At the same time, Dao Tianjun started his own life in the deserted mountains. No one bothered. He travels during the day, looking for the reasons, and returns to the valley to practice in the evening. Isn't such a round trip? 1 week passed. 7th day. A supreme mana in the valley swept across the wild and 9 days. Yin. The roar of dragons roared in the valley. It was not a real dragon, but a big dragon that sprang out and transformed into a powerful and terrifying dragon. Opened his mouth and vomited to transform the real dragon, hovering for 9 days, chanting and shaking the sky. After a while, the breath disappeared. There was a sound of exploding flesh and blood, and Dao Tianjun stood upright. Soon he stood up vigorously, with golden light in his eyes. It's successful, I can't judge it wrong. A whole week. Dao Tianjun rehearsed everything that happened at the beginning, and even included the scene where he was swallowed by a fierce tiger. In the end, he was finally locked. What was the triggering condition of his body? Has something to do with the grass ate before that. On the 5th day, he researched and understood what that kind of plant was. It is a plant that can make people feverish. It can be used as a Chinese herbal medicine to heal patients. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of it in the village chief's house before. This discovery made him understand one thing. Is his body triggered by fever? Or is it okay to have had an illness? The idea in his heart was established, and he spent a lot of time searching for plants that could cause illness in people, or in other words, cause illness in the body. Today, he made all the medicines into big pills. The reason for this is because his body is a quadrupole body, so it is not easy to get sick like a mortal. Need to rely on some foreign objects. He succeeded. One thing I can be sure of is that my body triggers that kind of power through illness. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. He has thought about this principle. It seems that people have their own immunity. If one is sick, the human body can recover without taking medicine through its own immunity, because people have this ability to mediate. Dao Tianjun, his body's immunity to disease is the trigger condition. Once, he also tried to use poison. After all, plants that can make people sick are hard to find. But he failed. Poisoning is not a trigger condition. A week has passed. Dao Tianjun can finally figure out what the second ability is, no longer because of ignorance. And he knew that after the trigger, the body will explode because it is too strong, which is the second ability trigger. He will die, but he has an immortal body. This is a fatal flaw and it is not a flaw. Very hungry. Dao Tianjun muttered, his palm turned over and a piece of bacon appeared in his palm. This is his second ability, a power he discovered unexpectedly. That point, like an acupuncture point, can store things in. Regarding this, let Dao Tianjun know his physical Dao method. It seems that he really practiced the same method as Xiao Chen in the longevity world, and the acupuncture points can store things. Dao Tianjun's name for 49 points on his body. At the same time, he took a very simple and straightforward name for his own Taoism, a Taoism that unlocks the human body's hiding. It can be said that it is extremely unqualified. Just think of the names in Chen Dongda's book, comparing the Taoist names of God. In this regard, Dao Tianjun was helpless. Naming difficulty seems to be inherited from his family, and 1 or 2 can be seen from his name. Chapter 14, This Grandpa is Poisonous. Dao Tianjun re-experienced that power. He has a calm expression and has a better understanding of his own Taoism. It is enough to find out the cause of the trigger, and now the most important thing is to practice. Dao Tianjun whispered. For a person who has lived for 2 lifetimes and has read countless novels in the previous life, he knows better than anyone that he is truly powerful only if he is strong, and it is impossible to truly rely on his second ability. The invincible power in the second ability can be used as a foundation. This kind of background is unique to him. Cultivation. Dao Tianjun sat cross-legged, leaning on the rock with his back to practice. He is very calm in his meditation practice, and he is not afraid of fierce beasts from the outside running in. After living here for a few days, he is also familiar with this valley. It is absolutely extraordinary. The extraordinary stone standing in the middle of the valley is a bit like the Dragon King stele in the village, so that the beasts dare not approach it. So he practiced with peace of mind, and didn't worry about the intrusion of beasts. The sky is getting dark gradually, dotted with stars. This day, Dao Tianjun still absorbed the spiritual energy, slowly replenishing the gods, and wanted to open a god's spirit gas turns into liquid, forming a tornado and pours into his heavenly spirit cover. The well-proportioned and perfect body glows with a faint light, and the spiritual vortex is constantly emerging. This kind of cultivation method is too special, as if a small world appears, continuously condensing and forming, the embryonic form of the world's seed. While Dao Tianjun was practicing, he didn't notice it. The immortal rock has movement, golden light on the surface, and runes emerge. The two kinds of brilliance are intertwined, and it looks so harmonious. Rumbling. Dao Tianjun suddenly felt the change and opened his eyes. In his eyes, the original stone rock has changed, and it emits a sacred light. That kind of light makes Dao Tianjun want to scream comfortably, and even more weird changes continue. Xian Guanghua is restrained, replaced by the point of the sword. Is this really the point of a sword? Dao Tianjun was inexplicably shocked. This sword is extremely simple, like an ancient bronze sword, and also like a sword that has not been successfully cast, but this is not what surprised Dao Tianjun. The rock is 10 feet high. If this is the tip of the sword, it would be too exaggerated. What kind of existence can hold this sword? The rune that hovered around the tip of the sword moved, moving closer to Dao Tianjun, like a snake coiling around. If someone from the outside world notices it, it will be discovered. The wild ancient mountain range has undergone a great change, and the aura of the entire mountain and river has formed a vortex, converging towards the sky valley. A beam of light suddenly erupted from the tip of the sword. The light penetrates the sun and the moon, and penetrates the 9-layered sky. The light of the bright moon is obscured, and the stars are dim. At this moment, the strong men in the wasteland are all attentive, and the fierce beast raises its head, and they are looking at it without exception. Where am I? Dao Tianjun was surprised, and he came to a mysterious space. Said it was space, rather than the starry sky. Around, there are hundreds of millions of stars. The stars and rivers are turning, the silver light is shining, and it is so beautiful. Stare at these 4 directions. Dao Tianjun's back suddenly appeared in surprise. What he saw? Dragon. A big dragon lying in the starry sky. This is a stone dragon, a dragon that has been carved to life. The dragon is too large to be seen clearly by humans. The scales are several times larger than the stars, and its body extends endlessly far away. The sharp 5 claws can easily tear a starry sky to pieces, and it is unparalleled. Dao Tianjun couldn't understand why he could see clearly. Theoretically he could not see clearly. This is not Shalong. An astonishing thought emerged in his mind, lingering. This great dragon looks like a stone body, but Dao Tianjun has the feeling that this is a petrification of flesh, not a stone originally. Dragon King. In an instant, Dao Tianjun understood what it was. The totem of the wasteland. He is the human race of the wasteland, with the blood of the Dragon King flowing in his body, and he is its people. Why am I here? Dao Tianjun calmed down his heart. He was definitely not a day trip here. Suddenly, the scenery in front of Dao Tianjun's eyes changed again. He returned to the valley, still sitting in front of Xian, as if everything before was not true. It was not true. However, Dao Tianjun would never imagine that this is fake. The big dragon lying in the starry sky gave him too much shock, and he will never forget it. The Dragon King originally thought it was just the belief of the people in the wasteland. There would be no Dragon King at all, but the facts are different. The Dragon King exists, lying in the starry sky, a mysterious starry sky. The rock also changed at this moment, and changed towards the rock again. The golden light disappeared, and finally turned into a ray of light. It didn't want to disappear, but rushed into Dao Tianjun's body. Seeing this, Dao Tianjun was surprised. Checking his body carefully, Dao Tianjun was puzzled to the extreme. What is it? The light seemed to disappear after submerging into his body, without a trace. Everything was calm again. Dao Tianjun stood up, and he looked around the stone rock again and again. Finally, Dao Tianjun practiced. He didn't find anything, nor did he find where the disappearing light had gone, and finally had nothing to do with it. It's not that he is careless, but what is the use even if he cares? If you can't find it, you can't find it. It's better to let the flow go. The most important thing is that the Dragon King is the totem of the wasteland, protecting humans, just like the legend. Will not harm his people. A little bit of time passed. Early morning. The cool wind blows with the atmosphere of Gisan, and the first ray of golden sun shines into the valley. Dao Tianjun practiced all night. He opened his eyes, picked up the stone knife sharply and stroked his neck. Read www.yuyuganshu.com and stood up vigorously after lying down. The plan for a day lies in the morning, and death is healthier. After stretching his waist, Dao Tianjun felt very happy. Today, he is not cultivating, but is waiting quietly. There is a rainbow that draws the sky. The strange old man arrived. He laughed. My dear grandson thinks I don't have one. Grandpa Strange Flower. Dao Tianjun addressed the strange old man. Hearing this, Fu Xian's pupils stared. Didn't I say that my name is Fu Xian? You should call me Grandpa Fu or Grandpa Fu Xian. Grandpa Strange Flower. You kid, don't you understand me? Grandpa Strange Flower. Grandpa Strange Flower. Number Yuan percent number, Yuan number and percent, and. Fu Xian's pupils widened, staring at Dao Tianjun fiercely. In the end, he no longer struggled anymore. He was afraid that his own name would become distracted. Hey, I'm very happy with this one. Dao Tianjun said happily. Hear the words. Fu Xian ushered in another blind eye. Don't be kidding, Grandpa wonderful, take a look at my body. Dao Tianjun said. He couldn't find the light himself, but that doesn't mean that this ridiculously strong grandpa would not find it. Look at your body. Fu Xian was surprised. His eyes glanced back and forth, and finally stopped at a certain point of Dao Tianjun. The capital is very strong, dear grandson, do you want to show off this thing with me? Number Yuan percent. Dao Tianjun covered the crotch of the trousers knitted by leaves. This wonderful grandpa is really poisonous. Chapter 15, Grandpa, you went to buy oranges. Fu Xian looked at Dao Tianjun with a smile on his face. He has lived for too many years, his eyelashes are empty, how can he not know what Dao Tianjun means? The reason for saying this is purely for the disgusting Dao Tianjun. It was obvious that he wanted to retaliate on what Dao Tianjun was called. About this, Dao Tianjun also saw it. But it is impossible to admit a mistake, and it is impossible to admit a mistake in this life. Suddenly, he thought of another word that forced the king to roar the emperor. It is impossible to admit a mistake. He was taught by the master to make a mistake and he must not admit it. Then he directly slapped the master on the head. He was chased and killed for 3 days and 3 nights. Dao Tianjun agreed with this roaring king. What's wrong with your body? Fu Xian looked at Dao Tianjun unexpectedly. Dao Tianjun returned to his senses, also surprised. No problem. See it. Fu Xian frowned. Although he is weird, he is absolutely caring about accepting this godson. At this moment, Dao Tianjun's expression is definitely not aimless. I will look at it again. After checking for a long time and using several methods in a row, Fu Xian turned his head and looked at Dao Tianjun. Are you sure you have something wrong? Tao Tianjun glared. Yes, this rock 10 days ago. The sound was swaying, and he said what happened that day. He didn't intend to hide anything about the Dragon King. In other words, this can completely deepen the explanation of the changes in the body. Why not do it? Fu Xian's eyes flickered, like the spirit of the sun jumping. The old face is full of shock. Dragon King, a dragon lying under the stars. Soon he converged in amazement, and said the same thing as Dao Tianjun thought, the Dragon King will not harm you. Say it. Fu Xian raised his hand and waved, the vast mana turned into a rainbow. Dao Tianjun could feel the light under his feet holding him up, and the whole person flew up. There is a wind whistling in the ear, like thunder. From the ground overlooking, you can see thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, magnificent rivers, continuous waves, and rugged peaks. This moment, Dao Tianjun's face was envious. After you practice, you can do it naturally. Fu Xian whispered. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun nodded gently. The breeze was blowing, and his temples were fluttering. He lowered his head, and there was a wordlessness in his drooping eyelids. Fu Xian didn't know he had cultivation skills, but thought he had become immortal. But Dao Tianjun knew it himself. He took another path, and now he is equivalent to the physical body of the quadruple realm. Among them, the most unacceptable thing is that he can't fly. That's right. Just can't fly. In reality, reaching the quadruple realm is not flying to the sky, but he can't even fly, but he can jump very high. Hey, poor me, I can't go to heaven if I hang myself like this. Tao Tianjun said silently in his heart. However, he didn't feel heartache, because he knew that he couldn't fly now. It didn't mean that he couldn't do it in the future. At least after triggering invincibility, he could walk in the void. Perhaps this was the difference in his way. I don't know how long it has been. Dao Tianjun felt almost asleep, drowsy. Arrived. Dao Tianjun opened his eyes, feeling that he had landed, and whispered softly. I can only see and see, there is no so-called fairyland, some are desolate, red ancient land, and continuous black mountain peaks. Dao Tianjun found that the wonderful grandpa was gone. Looking around, Fu Xian's figure cannot be seen. Where are you, Grandpa Wonderful? Did you go to do your hair? Don't leave me alone! Dao Tianjun yelled openly. This area is empty and vast, and the sound reverberates, drifting away. Saw no response. Dao Tianjun yelled again, Grandpa Wonderful, you are going to buy oranges, do you leave me still? After some confirmation, Dao Tianjun understood, Fu Xian was lost. Regarding this, he was very helpless. With his insights, he had actually thought of it. This is probably the so-called trial. Shook his head, and Dao Tianjun began his journey. Time is slowly passing by. Dao Tianjun didn't know how far he had traveled, and was too lazy to count. Walking on this deserted land is really boring. At the same time, what makes Dao Tianjun most dissatisfied is that this place really does not shit. Has been away for most of the day, and I haven't even seen a personal figure. My dear grandfather, you just threw the godson you just recognized on the wasteland, your conscience won't hurt. Tao Tianjun shouted from time to time. Fang Zheng would not lose a piece of meat even if he shouted, as it was to pass the time. Walking room. Dao Tianjun pulled his throat out of nowhere. The other side. The mountains in the center of the wasteland, the ancient peak where a bronze fairy hall sits. Bronze temple. There are still those few figures sitting in the hall, but today there are a few more figures than usual. They are full of breath and look like gods, and they will not be worse than those few figures. Fu Xian's figure also appeared in it. Each of them has eyes like torches, like two stars hanging in the sky, all staring at a mysterious mirror in the center of the palace. A piece of wasteland was reflected on the mirror, and Dao Tianjun's figure was also on it. Are there any kind people? My grandfather is lost, his name is Fu Xian. There is a sound in the mirror. Listening to this voice, and the voice that came out constantly before. The people in the Bronze Immortal Palace are all weird to the extreme. If you see it, Fu Xian feels it and looks at it. Interesting little humanoid. A low and dull thunder-like body was affected, it was a figure like an iron tower, with a breath like a tiger like a dragon. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Is he really the saint son chosen by the Dragon King? There was a female voice, and it was extremely charming. From the sound, it could be heard that the owner must be a charming woman. At the same time, the Mian sounded again. Speaking of this weird temperament is in line with Fu Xianyu, chuckle. This stinky boy, I will definitely kill him. Fu Xian's beard was about to curl up, and he almost had no face to meet people. The other side. Damao, a little boy who is only 3 years old. He was playing at the entrance of the village, and he raised a ball not far away. Watching the ball rolling, Damao chased it. Suddenly the ball stopped rolling and Damao saw a pair of feet. Damao lifted the baby fat head, and his black eyes blinked. Who are you? After said this sentence, a word came out. The kid asked you something. Did you see an old man in linen? That was my grandfather. He was lost. Damao was taken aback as he listened to the words of the big brother in front of him. And in the bronze fairy hall. The sound of the wooden chair collapsing. Fu Xian kicked and flipped the table in front of him, his beard cocked high. Smelly boy. Other people looked at Fu Xian's expression, and smiles appeared in their eyes. Fu Xian. This strange man who entered the wasteland can be said that his strength is beyond doubt. Even though Fu Xian's strength so far is weaker than theirs, they dare not underestimate it, because no one knows Fu Xian's true strength. It's just that Fu Xian, who has a grotesque personality. Today, he was rectified by his good grandson, which they never expected. Chapter 16, Weird Village. Big brother, you talk so strange. Damao tilted his head and said softly. There was a young boy standing in front of him, with a slender figure and a handsome face. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, the arc, if you really want to describe it, makes Damao feel weird, bad and humble. He seems to be talking ill of someone. Damao thought in his heart. Dao Tianjun looked at Xiao Budian in front of him, looked at himself puzzledly, and smiled. I didn't expect that there would be people living in this wasteland. After muttering a word in his mouth, Dao Tianjun leaned over and touched the child's head. Little brother, can you take me to see the adults here? Damao nodded, and he bounced away towards the distance. Swiftly, he seemed to feel that the big brother was not following him, so he turned his head and looked over. Dao Tianjun looked at his palm strangely, and whispered again, weird. Big brother, why don't you leave? Hear the words. Dao Tianjun nodded and followed. The village does not seem to be big, there are only dozens of families, and it is a bit smaller compared to Dao Tianjun's village. Will be in the middle of the day, hung high in the sky. Every villager is a house made of red clay. You can vaguely see the people in the village busy, they are weaving bamboo baskets and making farm tools. Looking around, there is no difference between this village and my own village. Strangeness. Dao Tianjun stepped into the village, feeling startled. There was an indescribable feeling in my heart, and it became more obvious the moment I stepped in. At this moment, his smile abated, and the doubts in his heart kept him from laughing too much. Where is this little brother from? A middle-aged man walked up. He was not tall, even a little skinny, with dark skin, giving people a loyal and honest feeling. the characteristics of a barren land, and the simplicity of the village. At the same time, the busy people in the village also watched, with curiosity in their eyes. "Father, this big brother asked me to show you and the village chief." De Mao smiled innocently. Hearing this, De Mao's father rubbed De Mao's head. "De Mao is awesome, go find your mother, and I will take this little brother to find his father." Dao Tianjun accident. He didn't expect that what he met at the entrance of the village turned out to be the young grandson of the village chief. "Then it will be troublesome," Dao Tianjun said politely. Although he likes to make jokes, he also knows the occasion. Under the leadership of De Mao's father, Dao Tianjun saw an old man about 60 years old, also dark skin, sunken eye sockets, a standard village chief image on his face, and a kind smile. He is sitting in a stone house, which is very clean. Obviously, the village chief's usual seclusion is very regular. "Young man, what do you want me to do?" the village chief said. Tao Tianjun said, "The village chief may have heard of the center of the wasteland." "I know the center of the wasteland. I have to climb over the hill behind our village and walk straight for hundreds of miles to get there." The village chief pointed to the direction behind the village. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun looked into the distance through the window, and the dark and rolling mountains came into view, showing weight and majesty. Immediately, he saluted the village chief slightly, "Thank you for the guidance." After thanking the village chief, Dao Tianjun planned to set off. "Young man." When starting the journey, the village chief called Dao Tianjun to live. Tao Tianjun is puzzled. "We have a saying here that the day passes by but the peak is too high." The village head shook his head. "The center of the wasteland is dangerous, far from what you can imagine. It will be even more terrifying when it gets dark." The village chief persuaded him that he didn't want Dao Tianjun to go to the danger. "Yes, little brother, I don't think you are a bad person. If it is a pity to die outside, I suggest you go again tomorrow morning." De Mao's father also persuaded him. Simple village, the two of them are very persuasive, and plan to entertain Dao Tianjun. According to their words, no outsiders have come to the village for a long time, and they want to do their best as a landlord. Kindness is hard to refrain, and Dao Tianjun is not easy to shirk. The most important thing is that if it is really as the village chief said, it really should not be risky. Dao Tianjun has already seen the dangers of the barren land. Even in the corner of the deserted mountain range, there are three-headed overlords as fierce kings. "Then I will ask De Mao Niang to clean the room." De Mao's father smiled honestly and turned to leave. After a while, Dao Tianjun was invited out of the guest room. "What's the matter?" He was dragged into the big room of the village chief by his big hairy dad. The village chief sat on a bench. There was an old man beside him, who was not very old, and his eyebrows were somewhat similar to the village chief. The two are talking and laughing. "Little brother is here." Looking at Dao Tianjun, the village head enthusiastically pulled him to sit aside. Neat seats, as always. At this time, De Mao's small figure staggered in. Beside him, there is a big-haired dad, and a woman with a little yellowish skin and lingering charm. "Big brother has lunch." De Mao was carrying a plate. Obviously he was still young, and he was not strong enough to carry it swayingly. An innocent smile filled his face. Dao Tianjun looked at it, and his pupils suddenly burst into light. It was a kind of sudden and enlightened look. Watching De Mao gradually approached, Dao Tianjun left the table and chair, walking into De Mao with a smile on his face. "De Mao, is this dish delicious? It looks so delicious." Listening to Dao Tianjun's words, De Mao nodded heavily, innocent, and smiled brightly. "It's delicious, De Mao often eats." A crisp sound swayed in this stone house. "Blood, there is blood everywhere." Snap, the plate was broken and scattered all over the floor, contaminated with the blood of De Mao. A mist of blood and blood filled the air, spraying blood and flesh. Dao Tianjun threw his fist and beat De Mao into a cloud of blood. You! De Mao's father's face changed drastically, and he pointed at Dao Tianjun and could not speak. The village chief and the other old man stood up, and they were shocked. As for the big hairy girl, she looked at Dao Tianjun blankly, as if she could not accept such a scene. Why do you do this? We kindly entertain you, you. The head of the village was violent, with fog in his old eyes. That rickety body is filled with wisps of astonishing aura. It is naturally not an ordinary person to be the head of a village. This moment, De Mao's father and mother were crying bitterly, and the pain of losing their children made their bodies tremble. For all this, Dao Tianjun's face is extremely cold. He is very calm, so quiet that he doesn't seem to be a 13-year-old boy at all. The old hippie smile disappeared. How long will you have to act for these actors? His voice came out with his mouth open. Listening to this, the village chief and the other old man are both angry. Are you saying that we are harming you? We treat you kindly from beginning to end. Before he finished speaking, the village chief's voice was interrupted. Dao Tianjun's voice sounded plainly in this stone house, lingering in the room. From the moment I entered this village, I had an indescribable feeling. I didn't remember until De Mao delivered the food. Why did I feel that way? It was a violation of peace. This village has a sense of violation. What? De Mao Niang suddenly screamed, her voice sounded like a howling ghost. The image of the village woman has disappeared, her hair is scattered, her eyes are green, her 5 fingers become dark and slender, like a ghost in the night. She violently, her 5 sharp fingers can easily tear the fairy treasure. However, she is fast, but Dao Tianjun is faster. Blood splashed again, the big hairy girl was directly penetrated, and she fell straight to the ground. Without any extra energy, Dao Tianjun exploded with his strongest power. After killing all this, the roar resounded throughout this village. The stone house collapsed, smoke and dust rose, and the work rolled. Dao Tianjun broke the stone wall, jumped out of the stone house, and stood calmly on the flat ground in the village. That kind of violation, I finally knew it was smoke and fire. As the day passed, why there was no smoke in a village, no fire in cooking, and even I couldn't see any poultry. People were busy, but not busy eating. Did you kill De Mao on this alone? In the smoke and dust, De Mao's father is yelling, seemingly angry. Dao Tianjun looked indifferently. The village chief's room is too tidy. It is so tidy that there is no smoke or fire. After a long conversation, you didn't even drink a sip of water. Said, Dao Tianjun looked at the smoke and dust area, the blood scattered on the ground. He became more and more indifferent. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. De Mao's body is too cold. Originally I thought it was a special physique, until De Mao brought out the dish. It was difficult to find the food in the wasteland, but unfortunately I was a while ago. I just happened to see it. It's a kind of poison. He said it is delicious. The smoke is dissipating. Dao Tianjun's breath burst out little by little. Everything shows the peculiarity of this village. You want to kill me? When this sound fell, the surroundings became calm, an icy breath was quietly permeating, and the voice of Big Mao Dad who was crying in the dust and mist disappeared. The village chief spoke. This time, he was not in kindness. Although his voice was slow, he revealed it like the ghost sound of the evil spirits in the 9 nethers. It's a pity. At this moment, the fog dissipated, and the village chief and his brothers had changed, as did De Mao's aura became extremely cold. Although his face did not change like a big hairy girl, there was a trace of black mist surging on his body, revealing an icy breath, which made people even more frightened. Everyone from the village came and walked out of the house. Before, they looked at this sight unexpectedly, and after the village chief's voice fell, they all changed. At this moment, this village really reveals its true face. Some people are not humans at all, some have dark green hair, some black mist emerges from their bodies, such as a white ghost running out of the underworld, and some people have 3 eyes, all emitting black light. Is also part of the human appearance. The residents approached. They looked like ghosts and cannibals, with a cold breath and slowly approaching. The bright red blood of the big hair also turned black. Just as Dao Tianjun said. This village is evil. Chapter 17, Cold-blooded and cruel. The sky is in the sky, and the flames are shining brightly. The hot light made the air become illusory and erratic in the eyes. This village in the deserted land has a trace of coldness, which makes people shudder. Boom! Dao Tianjun's eyes were cold, and he moved first. As a person living in a global village, he deeply understands that a person with too much nonsense will not survive 3 episodes. Wow! There was a stern scream like a fierce thunder on a sunny day. De Mao's eyes flashed with gloomy light, his mouth was torn apart, and the flesh was torn apart, as if he was going to swallow Tianjun in a mouthful. Other people also killed. The aura is extremely powerful, no one is lower than Dao Palace. Dao Tianjun's heart is quieter than before, his personality is like this. Panic will only make things worse. He was cold and electric, he chose the direction of the mountain peak behind the village, and went straight to the front. He paced the ground and the mountain shook. The physical body is comparable to the 4 poles, naturally it is a mess. At this moment, another piece of heaven and earth, inside that bronze ancient temple. The mysterious light mirror reflected Dao Tianjun's deeds, as early as Dao Tianjun suddenly shot and killed De Mao. The breath of the people in this palace has changed. The pair of star pupils and fire pupils quietly changed, radiant, resolute, fierce. The iron tower figure spoke out, exhaling, the white muddy gas turned into a real dragon, lingering endlessly. The sun-like figure, he stared for a long time. Looking at Dao Tianjun's actions, as early as after he killed De Mao with a punch, his sitting posture actually leaned forward slightly, as if to see Dao Tianjun's actions more clearly. I originally thought he would be confused, but I didn't expect to kill a child who was just a child. There is a scorching heat in the sound of, which raises the temperature of the bronze fairy hall. Huang, are you trying to say that he is too cruel? The young voice in the hall rang out, revealing endless vicissitudes and ancient meanings. Do not. The Emperor of Fire was talking, his eyes flashing like a torch, shining with the brilliance of the golden sun. On the contrary, he is very good, very good. There is icy light in the pupil of the flame, endless indifference. Sat in the center of the palace, he looked like an emperor in the ancient heavenly court, observing the world coldly and ignoring sentient beings. As he said, he looked at Fu Xian who was sitting in the corner. Fu Xian is unique, but the people present will not really despise him sitting in the corner. He is extremely powerful, and his talent is even higher than that of everyone present. So far, no one can know the depth of his cultivation. Fu Xian, you have a good vision, I didn't expect you to be the first to board. The Emperor Fire spoke up. Hearing the words, Fu Xian glanced obliquely. He narrowed his eyes and understood what the Emperor Huo said. Is a kind of admiration. The reason why Fu Xian concealed everything about Dao Tianjun from Shui Miao was to make him accept Dao Tianjun as his grandson. In this, he had to admire Fu Xian's sharp vision and sharpness. The phrase come on first is naturally to say that his actions are sharp. If Fu Xian did not accept Dao Tianjun as his grandson, many people would intervene and try their best to bring Dao Tianjun into the house. But now it is very difficult. Fu Xian himself is worthy of attention, if he adds his Taoist companion, Shi Yun in the wasteland. Those present have to think twice. Luck is also a kind of human chance. Fu Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the people in the Bronze Immortal Palace nodded. Everyone agrees with this sentence. Roar. A roar came from the mysterious light mirror. The pain was extremely painful, and the blood mist was filling. Dao Tianjun has a half-carved body under his feet, a large piece of flesh and blood, and the blood blends with black and red, which is extremely weird. The red rock on the ground is torn apart, and cracks can be clearly seen throughout the village. My Armani! Dao Tianjun glanced at the shirt that was stained red by sputtering, and his heart ached. This suit was given to him by Fu Xian. Unexpectedly, it would be scrapped before it was worn for a day. You must know that he was barely eating and sleeping. He was naked for more than a month. He was covered by leaves all the way. Now an intact dress is comparable to him. The name brand of the previous life. Roar. The sound of people roaring and ghost roar suddenly sounded, and the others were all killed. It's not so much a human being as a monster, and it's even more crazy after smelling the blood. Dao Tianjun punched out. There are fists and thunder and wind and sand and rocks, the world seems to change color. There was a bang. The demons with low cultivation base turned into blood mist on the spot. The extremely picture. The stone house collapsed cleanly and the sky was dusty. Dao Tianjun stepped out, and the earth burst open, tens of thousands of caddies of boulders splashed, and the scene was frightening. The gravel was beating on the ground. This was not an earthquake, but Dao Tianjun was killing him. His body was not tall, but like a giant spirit, raging in this area. Boom! At this moment, the number of people who should have been reduced has increased. Dao Tianjun's eyes gleamed out of the corner, he saw that the collapsed surface cracks with human figures broke out, and directly killed him. The number of four-polarity monsters that were originally relatively small has gradually increased. Boom! There is a dark blade of light, and the light is like a fierce spirit that eats people. The power of the four extremes is surging. Is the village chief. He holds a jet black knife in his hand, and he cleaves incredible power. He is a monster in the quadrupole realm. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is extremely powerful. In this land change, dozens of creatures in the secret realm of Dao Palace surging with mana, black fog billowing, and mysterious ancient texts circulating, the breath that exudes is awe-inspiring. Dao Tianjun's eyes were cold, and he jumped up. Boom! The earth quaked, and some creatures were killed on the spot. Dao Tianjun's seemingly young body was as heavy as a giant, and the moment he fell was like a star sinking. The mist is filled. If he asks for Shura, he will be terribly fast, and he will come directly in front of the village chief and his brother. 5 fingers pinched the fist mark. The village chief brother's pupils are crazy, fierce, and they are punching. Fist and fist collided. The blood mist bloomed again, and Dao Tianjun's body flew upside down. In the place where he was originally, half of the village chief's brother was shattered, and blood was splashed everywhere. Is the same as Dao Tianjun in the quadrupole realm, and the realm of the village chief brother is even higher. But Dao Tianjun's body is too fierce, far from comparable to that of the same rank. The body flew upside down, Dao Tianjun turned over, relayed on his toes, the ground sank several feet, and his body burst out. In the depression of the earth, huge mana swept through it. The magical powers of the demons formed a mana storm, turning the collapsed stone house into dust. Rumbling violently. The sky seemed to be darkening, and a series of pitch-black runes appeared at once, spewing like magma, and like pieces of lead clouds pressing down, killing towards Dao Tianjun, vast and terrifying. Dao Tianjun doesn't have any fancy tricks. The physical body slammed straight into the magical power of the demon. He used the most primitive way to kill people, when he was physically fighting. This was what the strong uncle taught him, and now he uses his current physical body to display him, making him like a humanoid beast, violent and cold. Chapter 18, Do Chi Hua Wing. Hum. The space of heaven and earth trembled suddenly, and Dao Tianjun hid his supernatural power with his most sturdy behavior. He is like a tyrannosaurus, full of hostility and violent aura. In front of it is De Mao Dad. 5 fingers clenched tightly, arms bent, and suddenly stretched out. There was a wave of air flowing between the bending and stretching, all the mana was as crisp as thin paper in front of him, breaking it with force. Boom! A spooky blood-colored flower mist bloomed. There are glittering white bones in the fog, like withered petals scattered in the sky. Da Mao Dad, a demon at the peak of the Dao Palace, was killed so easily. Its death also means a little. There are no monks below the quadrupole in the monster, and only the quadrupole is left in the field. Roar! In front of Dao Tianjun, there was a black shadow, black mist lingering all over. Just for an instant. Dao Tianjun's pupils soared with golden light, and he could clearly see the monster in the black mist. Is the village chief, his eyes are like a ghost, they are all cold, killing intent is like the ocean, waves crashing, the black knife is shining with black light, and it is straight to Dao Tianjun. There is no way to avoid it. This is the moment when I seized the best opportunity to kill Da Mao Dad. At this moment, Dao Tianjun has crazy colors in his pupils. He raised his palm and directly held the black knife, blood spattered from his hand, extremely red, and white flesh and blood was visible. It doesn't hurt. Dao Tianjun grinned, showing white teeth. Looked at this scene. The demon village chief in the black mist was startled, the bones and flesh and blood between his palms were shocking, how could he still laugh? In an instant, the head of the demon village felt the black mist surging. One hand grasped his face, 5 fingers grasped his face. The world revolves around, the center of gravity shifts downward. Boom! Dao Tianjun grabbed the head of the demon village chief and pressed it into the ground. Ho ho! The demon village chief screamed, he did not die, but he was in extreme pain. The body struggled desperately, but Dao Tianjun's power was too terrifying, his 5 fingers were like a vice and he was only clasped, as if the gods crushed him on this land. Suddenly, the head of the demon village was dumbfounded. He felt that his black knife had been taken away. For a moment, he saw Dao Tianjun's palm directly holding the blade and hitting him on the head with the back of the knife. Called Nima coin. Dao Tianjun said fiercely. In the deep pit, there was a burst of iron knocking on flesh and blood. The sound was loud, as if 10,000 tons of heavy objects were colliding. The sound is frequent like rain. At this moment, Dao Tianjun behaved more fiercely than ever. Bronze Immortal Palace. The eyes of those figures flickered, and they looked at it all. This little guy is really cruel. Mei sounded, and a graceful, hazy figure in the hall was shaking. Vaguely, you can see the charming face of the hazy figure, alluring and charming, with a pink tongue across his vermilion lips. If it wasn't clear that he was a human race, I would have thought he was the little guy who ran out of my fierce orc race. The figure of the Iron Tower was leaning on the chair and standing upright, unexpectedly, and winked with interest. On the other side, the flames of the Fire Emperor's eyes leaped, furious and calm. This is my human race in the barren land. His words are calm, but everyone can hear the admiration. Fire Emperor, what are you going to do? At this moment, the Iron Tower figure spoke again, and he saw the majestic mana in the hands of the Fire Emperor. Rumbling. Soon, the strong man of the Bronze Immortal Palace understood the actions of the Emperor of Fire. The mysterious light mirror burst into bright light, rushed out of the Bronze Fairy Hall, and headed towards the wasteland, evenly scattered in a certain area in the center of the wasteland. In that area, there are mountains and mountains, there is a palace of the Fairy Pavilion, and it is full of people. The light is evenly scattered in the gathering place of people. What is that? There is a young monk standing on the ground, looking at the sky. There is a picture in the sky, which is the scene of the barren land where Dao Tianjun is located. At this moment, many strong men opened their eyes, the breath of the Emperor of Fire. They were either sitting on the edge of the rugged cliff, or sitting by the waterfall, or even standing on the crater of the volcano. Without exception, they all looked at the sky. The figure in the ancient bronze hall understood what the Fire Emperor did. Since he is the person chosen by the Dragon King, let the fierce beasts also see his performance. The Iron Tower figure also moved in his hands, consistent with the Fire Emperor. In an instant, everyone else moved, and bright lights rushed out from this bronze fairy hall, turning into a piece of rainbow, like divergent fireworks, and falling stars. The center of the wasteland, this vast territory, among the mountains and forests, on snowy peaks, volcanic craters and other areas have great power surging. Stretches above the snow peak. There are a group of figures standing upright, they walk around the ancient atmosphere, looking out. This is a group of young people, very powerful. Among the beautiful mangosteen forests, the intelligent spirit beasts ran, shaking their ears, and unexpectedly looked towards the sky. The clear and crisp sound of a silver bell rang in the forest. It was a few innocent and charming girls who accompanied them. What is that? The pounding sound like a shower stopped, and a figure rushed into the abyss on the surface. Dao Tianjun could see white bones, and his hands were holding a black knife. His eyes flashed fiercely. There were broken bones on the back of the knife, black and red flesh and blood, and a little yellow brain. Hey, who will be favored by me next? Dao Tianjun grinned. The white teeth are so obstructive in the eyes of the monsters, and at the same time it makes them angry. The human grasped the blade abruptly and killed the demon village chief with the back of the blade. Reading www.ukansha.com. As long as you don't fight with your physical body, you are nothing. A demon said indifferently, with a black eye pupil on his forehead, not a bit white. Obviously, it is special to Dao Tianjun. After many battles, the demon gradually understood. Kill him with magical powers, condensing runes to attract earth, wind, water, and fire. On the other side, there was a monster with no change in appearance but with a cold breath like the cold air of a 10,000 cave ice cellar. The remaining demons have 20 numbers, none of them are kind, and the weakest are the 4 extremes. The closest demon in Dao Tianjun's body changed suddenly. There was a surging of mana behind him, and his black wings were condensed. It was like a big pang while he was moving, and he didn't plan to fight against Dao Tianjun. Fighting Shi Huai. Dao Tianjun frowned frivolously. There was a bright glow on the skin under the clothes, and Dao Tianjun's body broke out with astonishing blood. If you make me smile when you fight away, I might be happy and let you go. Now, let me down. Dao Tianjun's eyes flashed coldly, and the corner of his mouth grinned. He lifted a ton of huge rock from the surface and threw it at the person. Buzzing. Yan Fei strong wind swells, stinging eardrum. Can't tolerate demons to think about what Dao Tianjun said. The wings of his mana, the feathers flying, turned into a magic sword, and flew towards the rock. With a boom, the rock shattered, and the Excalibur was murderous, crushing everything that was twisted into powder. The eyes of the demon shrank sharply. Dao Tianjun appeared from behind the rock, escaped a few magical powers, and appeared straight in front of him. Bing Chen has something to say. The stocks that appeared above and the stocks that will appear in the future are all joking, and there is no sense of criticism. Chapter 19, 2 The legs are a little wet. Ah! The winged demon roared, his voice as sharp as a bird's cry. It was not surprise or fear, but excitement. He had already expected this situation. 5 fingers formed into claws, with surging mana, he grabbed Dao Tianjun straight. Facing this circumstances, Dao Tianjun's practice makes his scalp numb, he has no defense, his pupils are as bright as incandescent. The 2 sounds of exploding flesh and blood deeply irritate people's hearts. Dao Tianjun landed. He grinned, it hurts. However, while speaking, he once again killed the nearest demon. His chest was bloody, his clothes were all broken, showing bronze-colored symmetrical muscles, and his blood stained everything red. The mono-winged demon's head in the sky turned into a blood mist, and his body fell straight, hitting the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Damn it! The demon roared. They were frightened and angry, and they didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so terrifying. Is more fierce than their monsters, but not weaker. Boom! There were constant clanging noises, roaring sounds, and the ground trembling, and a dense burst of supernatural powers locked Dao Tianjun. Puff! What? You! The flesh and blood broke, and the screams were endless. Desolate and messy, cracks in the ground are crisscrossed, and the corpses of demons pierced through their heads, chests, and abdomen are everywhere. Black and red blood flows everywhere, flowing down the cracks into the abyss. Do not kill me! An immature voice sounded. It was a special monster, which looked like a porcelain doll, extremely cute. However, at this moment, this baby demon is indeed very frightened, and keeps going backwards. In his dark eyes, he saw a young man who was even more monster than him. All dead, all dead. The baby demon sees other companions, unknowingly swallows, his mouth is dry. He lifted his head to reveal his childlike eyes, foggy and pitiful. This little bit looks so pitiful. Do not. The word was spit out, but before finishing speaking, Dao Tianjun's fist magnified in his eyes. The blood mist splashed out, and the large swaths of blood were shocking, making people afraid to look directly. It's finally over. Dao Tianjun grinned, his white teeth were full of blood, and he couldn't tell whether it was himself or the enemy. At this moment, his whole body was stained with blood, his palms and left thighs were clearly visible, and there was a spear pierced through him in his abdomen. The most terrifying thing was that his chest was bloody, and there seemed to be a trace of hideous scratches. The silk viscera is between flesh and blood. The sight of makes the hearts and minds of the people who watch all this tremble, and their souls are chilling. Is too cruel and violent. In the center of the wasteland, among the mountains and snowy peaks, countless cultivators were silent. Is that the monk of my human race? An extraordinary young monk, surprised. However, none of the dozen or so companions beside him answered, and the sound of drooling could be heard vaguely. When will such a fierce man appear in my barren land? One of the men said, his voice trembling slightly. He watched this happen with his own eyes. The young man in the picture just didn't want his life at all, replacing his life with an injury. The bone-thick wound on his thigh was the result of Dao Tianjun's forcibly holding a giant hammer. In the end, Dao Tianjun's fist smashed the giant hammer, as well as the demon holding the hammer. It's also, especially when thinking of the scene where Tianjun shouted pain in his mouth, but was even more fierce and murderous. The man does not take a few steps backwards. Such an enemy is terrible, cruel to oneself, and cruel to the enemy, too terrifying. Between the mountains and bamboo forest, those beautiful girls seemed to be frightened. He is so cruel. There was a trembling voice of a young girl. However, on the other side, there was a girl who retorted her beautiful eyes, this kind of man is a real man. At the same time, in the south of the wasteland, among the peaks, a young fierce beast with wide-eyed eyes, there are several small beasts beside it, all from different fierce beasts. Is he the human race? Or is it our fierce beast family? The fierce beast said, puzzled. The violence of the people in the picture is only stronger than that of the fierce beasts. It doesn't look like a human race. Human race doesn't have such a physical body. It seems that my brutal beast gave birth to a little deserter. A scarlet bird chirping with clear eyes. The young fierce beast conditionally regarded Dao Tianjun as its kind, and even held it up high. The same is true on the human side. Each of them became suspicious, is this really a human? I'm afraid it's not a pure-blooded remnant of terrifying blood, a little fierce beast that has long been transformed. I thought of this situation. Everyone nodded, only in this way is it consistent. This is the person we know. Many people agree with this idea. What is he doing? The sound of exclamation came from a training area. After Dao Tianjun killed all the monsters, his expression was calm, he leaned over to check his injuries, and he could see it right away. There is a hole in the abdomen, and a spear pierced the body. Dao Tianjun violently drew out his spear, and blood spurted out. See it? Dao Tianjun frowned. This frowning action didn't hurt. In fact, he felt that the pain was gone for a long time. The reason for frowning was because he saw the internal organs running out of the opening a little bit. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Why ran out? Dao Tianjun whispered, stabbing his finger and poking the internal organs that ran out. Looked at this scene. Whether it's a human race, or a creature such as a fierce beast, the scalp is tingling. Is he really a creature? The girls in the mangosteen forest covered their eyes, and they didn't dare to look at them. After seeing Dao Tianjun's behavior, they felt that their souls were about to tremble, their backs were cold, and the fragile girl was sitting on the ground, vaguely feeling a little wet between her legs. Gosh, doesn't he hurt? In a human gathering place, young strong men stand, their expressions shocked. As soon as his words came out, there was a sound. It was a burly boy. He pointed to the sky. It doesn't hurt? It doesn't hurt your uncle. Did you frown if you didn't see him? Hear the words. Many people nodded in agreement. I'm afraid that another small deserter was born, even if it is not the only small desert owner. Because of this resilience, the lack of qualifications can make up for it, and people who are cruel to themselves are often not able to provoke them. An old man said. Sound, eyes twinkling. This vast mountain and river. There are strong people standing up on the top of the peak, and they look at the sky. The wind blew the clothes, hunting sounded like thunder. Everyone had a surging aura, very powerful, and their aura fluctuated with their emotions. They were all shocked and infected by Dao Tianjun's practices. For all this, Dao Tianjun didn't know, his eyes flickered and he looked at Tianyu. Grandpa wonderful, you are here, I know, you won't show up again, when I kneel, you won't have time to cry. He yelled to the sky, his voice rolled like waves. Chapter 20, Fire Emperor, the strongest human race in the wasteland today. Dao Tianjun's shouting silenced the Bronze Fairy Palace. In the Xianguang mirror, those black eyes looked up at the sky, as if there was a kind of power. He was looking at the people present through the Xianguang mirror. This little guy is far smarter than I thought, he guessed it. The voice of young but vicissitudes of life sounded. The people in the hall are silent, they are all unexpected. A boy who was only 13 years old, and was born in the most ordinary village in the barren land, his mentality was beyond expectation. For all this, everyone in the palace is interested. Fu Xian, he is recognized by you as a god grandson, and you really got a big deal. An old man said, wearing a blue robe, with a childlike face and a fairy style. For this person. No Fu Xian, Shui Miao's eldest brother. An old monster with a respected position in the human race. Of course. Fu Xian readily admitted to this. See it. The blue-robe old man shook his head. His words were nothing more than to tease him, but he obviously used the wrong method, and it was useless in front of Fu Xian, a man who could stop the emperor's bombardment. Everyone has seen his potential, what do you think? Huo Huang said softly. Listening to this voice, the ancient bronze temple became calm, and everyone knew the meaning of this sentence. We'll live here today. In the final analysis, the purpose is to be closely related to the words of the Emperor of Fire, to determine the potential of Dao Tianjun, and to decide the path of Dao Tianjun in the future. For any creature in the wasteland, they would never take it so seriously. But this incident involves the Dragon King. Everything is different. You judge, I'm going to find my good grandson. Fu Xian said, standing up. Say it. Fu Xian walked towards the back of the Bronze Immortal Palace. This guy came to my barren land for nearly 1,000 years, and it's still like this. The blue-robed old man was dissatisfied. The eyes of other people are all across different brilliance, no one knows what they think. How could the Emperor Huo not understand the thoughts of the old man in the blue robe? The people of their clan have missed an excellent seedling like Dao Tianjun, and he doubts that Fu Xian is still old. Didn't we have reached a conclusion about Shui Lao? It's not right for you to be entangled here. The Fire Emperor glanced at Shui Lao, and immediately spoke again, now the main thing is your thoughts. Hearing this, Shui Lao didn't say anything anymore. Fu Xian took Tianjun as his godson, and assigned Fu Xian to Shi Yun's line to settle down. He is the person chosen by the Dragon King. Although he can't understand the meaning of the Dragon King until now, he can't ignore this. With his qualifications, he can be selected as a small landlord. His aptitude does not mean that his physical body is strong. It would take a while for me to cultivate a mortal with a four-polar physical body. For now, it is not enough to make him a small deserter. I agree with him as a small deserter, and his character toughness can make up for his shortcomings. He is too young to guarantee such resilience in the future. The Dragon King chooses his son, and he is not allowed to be among the small deserters. It is not justified by reason. The figures in the ancient bronze hall are all opening their mouths, but the seemingly complicated sounds are filled with calmness. Just when these mysterious creatures were puzzled about the identity of Dao Tianjun, Fu Xian walked into the palace, but instead of walking out of the ancient palace, he went deep into the ancient palace. The ancient bronze temple has a long history in the wasteland, even in the ancient temple that lasts forever. Fu Xian walked slowly, with a special frequency. He is in the form of a ghost, unknowingly appearing in a mysterious room in the temple. The room was empty, with only a stone bed. There is a young boy sleeping soundly above, it is Dao Tianjun. Looking at Dao Tianjun, Fu Xian suddenly became angry. This stinky boy didn't take him off a while ago, but he calmed down when he thought of Dao Tianjun's performance. Had a seal in his hand, and a rune flowed into Dao Tianjun's forehead at his fingertips. The brat is not waking up soon. Dao Tianjun was still in the wasteland, Yang Tian shouted. Suddenly, he felt the sky spin. Opened his eyes and saw a dark room. Where is this? Next second, Dao Tianjun saw Fu Xian's crane-haired white beard and smiled. I was in the illusion just now? In an instant, Dao Tianjun immediately understood what he had experienced before. There was an illusion, and at the same time, what he thought was not wrong, all the previous ones were just experience. As a new century youth who has been poisoned by novels, he judged nothing wrong. A gadget inside the bronze immortal hall. Fu Xian opened his mouth and answered. Tao Tianjun curled his lips, is it really an illusion training? But soon, Dao Tianjun has a different color in his eyes. He heard a familiar word, Bronze Immortal Palace. Is it the Bronze Fairy Palace that covers the sky? Or is it the Bronze Fairy Palace in the perfect world? Illusory realm? This is a good word. Your previous experience is the manifestation of something in the past. It introduces your soul and makes you feel the same. Fu Xian said again. Listening to Fu Xian's words, Dao Tianjun returned to his senses. Those are not pure illusions? Are they the manifestation of things in the past, that kind of monsters in the wasteland? Fu Xian nodded, yes, but you don't need to worry about it. It was a dark time, a long time ago, some fallen creatures. In this regard, Dao Tianjun came interested and wanted to ask. Don't ask me about this. It's too long since this year. It's still before the age of myth. Even if you ask some old antiques buried in the ground, you may not know the roots. Fu Xian could see. After thinking of Tianjun, he waved his hand. Hearing this sentence, Dao Tianjun also had nothing to say. What's the use of your cheap grandpa? Coming to this world, Dao Tianjun has already settled down. He not only wants to reach the top, but also wants to explore the history of the past and the present. This may be very interesting, just like reading a novel. Dao Tianjun is not entangled either. Fu Xian saw Dao Tianjun's interest, and said, if you are interested, you can go to the ancient pavilion, where there are years and ancient history, but now you are going to meet some people with me. Guardian of the Wasteland. Tao Tianjun thought without hesitation. However, Fu Xian did not answer, and directly led him out of this small dark room. Appears next time. Dao Tianjun saw a road leading to a hall. Can clearly hear the sound coming from the end of the road. After all, you are still not sure whether he is the person chosen by the Dragon King. If he is chosen by the Dragon King, it is natural to be selected as the little deserter. Even if the Wastewood Ant is chosen by the Dragon King, he will be treated like this. Listening to this sentence, Dao Tianjun clearly felt a scorching sensation, as if he was deeply in a group of 100,000 volcanoes. This is a strong one. In an instant, Dao Tianjun had a judgment. It was just that the words did not reveal any coercion to have such an effect. If someone said that he was not strong, Dao Tianjun estimated that he would have slapped him when he jumped in the past. The Emperor of Fire, the strongest of your wasteland human race today. Fu Xian's voice suddenly came into his ears. Dao Tianjun was startled. Chapter 21, You Can Go Back. Dao Tianjun looked startled, he was really surprised. There are not many people in this world who dare to be called emperors. Can be called the emperor in the sky, it looks like. At the same time, he said that Tianjun was unfamiliar with the title of Fire Emperor. It was false. The first thing that reminded him was Huo Linger's father, the emperor of the Fire Kingdom who was greatly missed by Chen Dong. However, Dao Tianjun didn't think any more. Fu Xian has led him to appear in the main hall of the Bronze Immortal Palace. What you can see is the shadows that resemble the mansion of the gods and gods in the legend, shrouded in vast mana, the mist is lingering, the majestic is engulfed, and they are like a gathering of gods and gods. After a short while, there was a different breath rushing to his face. The wild ferocity, the ethereal divine light, the charming and enchanting and so on. The kid has seen all uncles, grandpas, and beautiful sisters. Dao Tianjun is not unfamiliar, grinning and showing innocent teeth, and bowing to them. For this kind of etiquette, Dao Tianjun doesn't feel at all a disadvantage. He understands that the people in front of him must be old monsters. Listening to Dao Tianjun's words, the Fire Emperor and the others all had strange eyes. Her face became weird when she covered it under Xianhui. It can be said that no one dared to call them this way, because the identity they represented was too terrible, and no one dared to climb relatives like this, it was purely seeking death. The glib little guy. The charming voice came out, and the graceful figure was reminiscent. Staring at this figure will see that her enchanting double pupils seem to drip out, and the beating look shows that her joy seems to agree with Dao Tianjun's sister name. Dao Tianjun could clearly feel the changes in his surrounding eyes. He grinned in his heart. As a young man poisoned by online novels, he is familiar with this kind of plot. Although it is a routine, it has been tried and tested, but he would not really think that this group of horror powerhouses would recognize him because of this sentence. But one thing is clear. That is the figure in this ancient temple, they looked at Dao Tianjun with different eyes. People who dare to be crabs will naturally be looked at differently. Fu Xian looked at his daughter-grandson with great interest. He had known that this kid was not good at slippery, but he did not expect to exceed his expectations time and time again. The corners of his beard mouth rose slightly, obviously very satisfied. He wished that Dao Tianjun had a good relationship with these people. Only an outsider like him would understand the horror of these people. If this group of people were pulled out, the entire starry sky would tremble. You tell everything you know. The Emperor said, there was a bright jump in his eyes. This scene. Dao Tianjun is definitely not unfamiliar, Fu Xian has done it before. It is not only his Fire Emperor who made the shot, but there are also other people in the hall with divinely beating eyes. This depends on whether Dao Tianjun is lying. If he lied, he would feel pain for the first time. It's like this. Dao Tianjun answered without restraint. Originally, he was still worried about whether he could pass the blunder, but after experiencing the starry sky, he became even more convinced that he could pass the blunder. On lying, I'm serious. Listening to what Dao Tianjun said, the people present had already heard it again. Now it's just another confirmation. Watching Dao Tianjun's expression without even frowning, the brilliance in the eyes of the others diminished. Fetch the dragon tablet. The Fire Emperor said again. Dao Tianjun only felt the space tremble, and a thin black shadow appeared in front of him, like a ghost. Fucking! Dao Tianjun cursed in his heart, he was really taken aback. Lying is a technical job. It requires a lot of concentration. He worked hard and lied seriously. This person suddenly jumped out and didn't scare people to blame. At the shadow in front of him, Dao Tianjun rolled his eyes. Is this guy here to show his excellence? At this time, the dark shadow stretched out his palm, and a small mini stone tablet appeared. This steel Taoist Tianjun is both familiar and unfamiliar, because this is a reduced version of the Kung Kao Dragon steel. Dao Tianjun saw this, reached out his hand to take the steel, and immediately patted the dark shadow, and said with a smile. You can go back now. Hearing this sentence, the black shadow who was going to leave paused. Soon he still disappeared. For this Dao Tianjun suddenly said this strangely, everyone in the palace had already gained immunity from Dao Tianjun's previous performance in the wasteland. This boy is a bear kid, you can't imagine how many weird thoughts he has in his head. What is this going to do? Dao Tianjun looked at Fu Xian strangely. It can sense whether you have actually been in contact with the Dragon King. Without waiting for Fu Xian to speak, the charming figure made a sound. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun was very surprised. He subconsciously observed and tinkered with this stone monument. Seeing this scene, everyone in the ancient hall looked inexplicable. Does this kid really know where he is? Dare to be in the Bronze Immortal Palace, dare to be so unconstrained in front of them, and he is the only one, knowing that even the real little deserter dare not make a mistake. It's not that Dao Tianjun is making a show, but that he is really not afraid. He is not a true 13-year-old child, or as a traverser, the awe of the strong is not as good as someone who was born and raised in this world. The most important thing is that he understands his identity. If it is really someone appointed by the Dragon King, then the status is definitely not ordinary. This point can be glimpsed from the words of the Emperor of the Fire he heard before coming to the hall. Since he can have no scruples www.readaloud.com, he wants to pretend to be garlic. Was just when Dao Tianjun was tinkering. The dragon steel, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly glowed slightly, and even the stone body disappeared from the cold, and there was a warm feeling. Boom! Seeing this scene, Dao Tianjun clearly felt the changes in the atmosphere of the ancient temple. It's really not his delusion, or someone else's manipulation, he has really seen the Dragon King. Like a thunderous Hong Yin, the Iron Tower's aura became majestic, powerful, and unparalleled. Hey! This is the end. Dao Tianjun looked at Fu Xian with a speechless expression on his face. Otherwise, you kid thought there would be something like that. Fu Xian was amused, but he became curious about what the thoughts of the godson with weird thoughts were like. For this sentence, the figure in the ancient palace also watched. Dao Tianjun's identity has been confirmed, which makes them want to get in touch with this young man who can be suddenly shot by the Dragon King who has never been manifested for endless years. What kind? For example, Lord Dragon King manifested, shaking the sky, shaking the Milky Way of 9 heavens, and the whole wasteland felt the breath of the Dragon King, and there were lotus growing everywhere, the void took root in the sky was overflowing, and the years were countercurrent. Chang He. Dao Tianjun said. Listening to these words, Even if these people are old monsters who have lived for many years, they are all taken aback. The little guy chosen by the Dragon King is really extraordinary. Some of the visions are difficult for them to achieve. This kid actually has that kind of idea, which is extraordinary. They speak highly of it. In fact, Tianjun also racked his brains in his heart. He uttered the vision of the strong man in the novels he had read all over the place. Chapter 22, My son Tianjun looks like a great emperor. All right. Fu Xian said. He patted Dao Tianjun on the shoulder and interrupted. At this moment, Fu Xian's head was a little swollen, even though he hadn't thought of that terrible vision. His eyes glowed and looked at Dao Tianjun. Just now, he actually had an urge to dig out the head of his godson. He wanted to know what kind of head this looks like a teenager has different from ordinary people. Is not just Fu Xian. The atmosphere of the ancient bronze hall became weird. The Fire Emperor's eyes shone, the Iron Tower straightened his body, and he looked at it unexpectedly. Without exception, everyone's mood has changed. What they heard, there is even a vision of the upstream years, time is long. All these statements have subverted their cognition. The old face of Shui was shocked and angry. What was shocked was Dao Tianjun's wizard, and his brother's trash was angry. He didn't realize that Dao Tianjun was first ascended by Fu Suanja. It can be said that he is heartbroken at the moment, and he can't wait to go back and kick Shui Miao a few times. Grandpa wonderful, you interrupted what I did. Dao Tianjun was a little dissatisfied. He was just saying that he was enthusiastic, ready to talk about the vision of the immortal emperor. Your whimsical ideas are very good. Fu Xian admired, but you still don't want to go on. Thinking too much is not good for your practice. He didn't make a mistake in saying this. Even with Fu Xian's heart, there was a throbbing, a chill of heart palpitations. The things in Tao Tianjun's words subverted many people's cognition. What shocked Fu Xian most was that these seemingly absurd remarks opened another strange door to them. The people present were more or less enlightened and had a kind of understanding. These are enough. If they are knowing more, it will not be good for them to Dao Tianjun, or Fu Xian has selfishness. He feels that his grandson is too shocked to be stunning, and some ideas would be better to keep for himself, so why share with them? Oh! Tao Tianjun responded lightly. At this moment, the people in the ancient bronze temple have already had a new perception of Dao Tianjun. The real one should be admired for 3 days, while Dao Tianjun should be admired for a few minutes. Today, they have been greatly impacted. If these words were not for Dao Tianjun, this young man who was not dry in their eyes would be a shocking old demon to say it. It is very likely that they would have a kind of devil in their hearts. Forming a demons. This is not a joke. The road to repair is difficult, and one mistake is forever. What do you think? Fu Xian said, his eyes twinkling, confidence emerged on his old face, and he smiled and said, My grandson Tianjun, looks like a great emperor. He wanted everyone to determine the status of Dao Tianjun. Hearing this sentence, everyone else was silent. They didn't refute, and on the other side Shui Lao rolled his eyes to Fu Xian. Don't go to his head, his eyes are not clear. Fu Xian's expression is too awkward now. Dao Tianjun looked dazed. This sentence, why does he sound so familiar? It seems that my son Wang Teng has the appearance of a great emperor. Don't say that, Grandpa wonderful. Listening to Dao Tianjun's persuasion, Fu Xian looked over strangely. Why do you still want to be humble? Humble your sister. Dao Tianjun no longer knows how to speak. It's okay to be humble and low-key, but sometimes you still have to accept it. Fu Xian patted Dao Tianjun's words, and said that he looked at the people in the ancient bronze palace. He said this to the people in the palace. Of farewell. This sentence is quickly retracted. Dao Tianjun covered his face. Ignoring Dao Tianjun's actions, Fu Xian looked directly at the man in the ancient temple. Fu Xian, I know what you think, you don't need to say more. How could the Fire Emperor not understand what Fu Xian said? The Emperor of Fire looked around. You guys have ideas? Hearing this, many figures were silent. The Dragon King chooses his son, and it is not an exaggeration to give him all the resources of the wasteland. Finally, someone spoke up. Is the young and old voice, the figure in the grey ancient clothes. His words are very scarce, and every sentence is what makes everyone present. I have no objection. I agree. One after another, everyone was in agreement, even the Shui who was at odds with Fu Xian always agreed with him, and his expression was extremely calm. Looked at this scene. Dao Tianjun's eyes appeared strange, he did not understand. What does agreement in these populations mean? He would not be narcissistic to think that these people agree that all the resources are given to himself, it seems that there is something else. Since you have no opinion. The Emperor Huo nodded and looked at Dao Tianjun. After today, you will be the little deserter of the human race. Little deserter. Dao Tianjun was confused. What is this name and what status? You go outside and wait for me. Without waiting for Dao Tianjun to speak, Fu Xian had already spoken. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun didn't care, shrugged, okay. After he finished speaking, the mini dragon steel in his hand was naturally put into his pocket, and he turned around to leave. And many more. Fu Xian stopped Dao Tianjun. Is there anything else? Dao Tianjun looked at him blankly. Fu Xian was speechless. Everyone in the ancient hall is speechless. Is this really a 13-year-old boy born in the village chief? The dragon steel is left behind. The Fire Emperor couldn't help but speak. At this moment, his headache is so terrible. This little guy has fierce methods, unparalleled toughness, and even super temperament. Now he needs one more, and his face is super thick. The dragon steel is a sacred relic of the wasteland. It is necessary to know that the stone tablets guarding the villages and tribes of the entire wasteland are imitated. They are placed in various places by the guardians of the wasteland. They are the property of the Dragon King and represent the protection of the Dragon King. Even, not only the human race, but even some of the ferocious beast races have stone monuments standing upright. Dao Tianjun knew that the hoodlum could not pass. Zhengziu's face showed innocence and embarrassment. He took out the dragon tablet from his pocket and handed it to Fu Xian. Soon, he turned and left. I could hear him muttering vaguely, it's too stingy, isn't it just a small stone, I won't give it any more. Listening to this sentence, the figure in the ancient hall almost couldn't sit still. That is the sacred item of the Dragon King, can you give it away casually? What? Suddenly, Dao Tianjun shouted. Hearing this voice, the people in the ancient hall looked up. What happened? I forgot to say one thing. Dao Tianjun's face was full of serious expressions, unprecedented dignity. I have missed one thing about Lord Dragon King. Hear the words. The figure in the ancient hall was shocked. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. What's the matter? The Fire Emperor's eyes twinkled. Lord Dragon King said, it can't give me a magic weapon while sleeping, but Mr. Dragon King said that someone will benefit me in the future, and you only need to report its name. Dao Tianjun vowed. Its sound fell. All the breath of the entire fairy hall is stagnant. Can you believe this? They all shake their heads and their hearts, it's impossible. Anyone can see that this is just asking for benefits. Fu Xian almost never gave up his breath, this stinky boy. With a wave of the white linen dressing gown, infinite mana swept across Dao Tianjun's body. Dao Tianjun was surprised. Did not wait for him to react, his body turned into a meteor and flew out of the Bronze Fairy Palace. Everyone was dumbfounded. This kid is the only one who dares to do this. If it is someone else, they have already slapped to death. However, they all understood that it was obvious that Dao Tianjun would do this only when he understood his status, and he did something ruthless as expected. Fu Xian looked speechless. After he watched Dao Tianjun fly out, he smiled. Hey, my dear grandson's affairs have been handled well, now it's time to talk about some other things. I want to fight for some things that I should have. Fu Xian was talking, and his eyes burst out with astonishing light. There is a huge power in his old posture, and there is a huge power. At this moment, he seems to be living in his body, recovering and returning. Fu Xian took a step. Rumbling. The figure in the ancient temple burst out with immeasurable golden light. The wind rises from the fairy palace, the waves rise again. Chapter 23, Fu Xian. The cool breeze has faith, the autumn moon is boundless. There was a screaming cry in the sky of the wasteland, and Dao Tianjun was lying on his side like a lazy man, flying in the air with Erlang's legs tilted up. The wind blows and it is extremely cool. This piece of heaven and earth is worthy of being a region like a fairyland, with aura that compels people to form a misty mist and a misty peak. Looked at the mountains and rivers below. Dao Tianjun has a kind of relaxed and happy heart, suddenly enlightened. Wonderland that is so beautiful. Dao Tianjun touched his feet on the ground and he was independent on a mountain peak. In this piece of land where the misty ancient peak stretches, this mountain is not special. He stood on the top of the mountain and glanced at it. Thousands of mountains, traversing the earth, look like dragons sleeping and resting on this mysterious pure land, majestic and sturdy, a bead of ancient trees and pine, where they are not harmed, thrive and stand tall in the sky. There are luxuriant branches and leaves, and each one has existed for thousands of years at least. 10,000 years old trees can be seen everywhere. The old trees are like umbrellas in the sky and the earth, sheltering from the rain. There is a 10,000-year-old tree in my eyes, which is taller than some peaks, and it covers the land of dozens of miles in a circle. It is so magnificent. Where is this place? Dao Tianjun was strange, and he didn't understand why Fu Xian left himself here. Is it impossible to get through experience again? As soon as this idea emerged, it was abandoned by Dao Tianjun. Let's take a look down the mountain. After observing the scenery for a while, Dao Tianjun planned to walk around. Boom! There was a loud noise at the end of the sky, like the howling of God's wrath emperor, terrifying. Dao Tianjun's expression changed. The vast dark palms cover the world, as if the immortal descends from the sky and destroys the common people. Dao Tianjun's pupils exploded. There is a shock in the ancient bronze palace, and the breath of this big hand belongs to his wonderful grandfather. The creatures in the surrounding area are all in horror. Overwhelming, even if the distance is endless. Dao Tianjun can still feel the reckless aura, like a demon standing at the end of the sky. Fu Xian, the image of that cheap grandpa is completely subverted. The Supreme is resurrected, eternal, immortal and powerful, with a looming divine body. Boom! Fu Xian, you are not qualified. There is a deep voice swaying across the sky and the earth, powerful and boundless, and the horror is extreme, the sky is about to fall, and the lead cloud is heavy. At the same time, another giant palm covering the sky crushed the sky. It grabbed Fu Xian's big hand, and its magical power was so powerful that countless spiritual monks were breathing air conditioning. The loud noise of rumble bloomed in the sky of thousands of miles. The dark palms also greeted the past, the aura changed again and again, terrifying. This kind of breath is frightening. If there is no backhand, the land of thousands of miles will be cracked, and the fairyland will turn into a magical earth. The clouds have already dispersed, the 10,000-li sky seems to have broken open a big hole, the void is cracking, there are mysterious runes appearing in the mountains and forests, and the fluorescence of life emerges little by little, and the 10,000-year tree exudes divine glory. The peaks seem to have been resurrected, and the dragon opened its eyes to deter all beings from the heavens. This is a supreme array covering the center of the wasteland. Rumbling. The supernatural power of cross-fighting did not descend on the center of the wasteland. Rao is so. Yu Wei also shattered Qun Li Kangyu on the spot. The breath of Fu Xian and the owner of the other big hand was blocked. However, the confrontation between the two cannot be stopped. The sound of thunder resounded like a bell. Pause time. The sky and the earth change color. The unbelievable picture appeared, and the big hand was shattered and turned into an immeasurable brilliance. Fu Xian's body is looming. He is like a demon, a god, immortal, his eyes are as bright as two large suns hanging. If I am not qualified, no outstanding person born in the history of the ages will be qualified. Crazy. Arrogant tyrants are unstoppable. Fu Xian stands tall on the top of the 9 heavens, overlooking the world. He has an invincible spirit in his body. You have already broken through, good. The owner of the other big hand was furious, and at the same time there was a surprise in his voice that could be heard by the world. He was shocked by the power of his words. Boom! The ruthless and endless mana is condensing, and the broken palm condenses again. Even if you make a breakthrough, what I can do for thousands of years is not something you can suppress. The master of the big hand said in a low voice. The sound is rolling, and the plume cloud presses down. Responded to him with the black palm of his hand, which was unstoppable. Two big hands collide. In front of the two, everything is so small. Dao Tianjun even has an intuition. Under the confrontation between the two, if there is no supreme array of the wasteland, even if the 3 overlords see it, they will instantly turn into dust and dust. Suddenly, another big hand intervened. The flames swept across the sky, and the earth for tens of thousands of miles was flaming red, like a red sunset glow, exuding a hot arrogance. Enough! The sound shook the sky and the sky shattered, and the endless fire pranced. Fire Emperor! Dao Tianjun recognized it, this is the Emperor of Fire. If he heard correctly, then the owner of the other big hand is the old man in Taoist robe, who was previously called Shui Lao by the Fire Emperor. At the same time, the sky seemed to be the descending of gods. A breath swept away. Other giants have intervened. Gosh, what the is going on today? Why do the giants in my barren land fight each other? It seems to have something to do with that person. In the center of the wasteland, the cultivators of this pure land were all pale in shock. The 3 big hands symbolize the 3 barren land giants, they represent the supreme power, and now they suddenly collide, which really shocked many people. Giant battle in the wasteland, no one wants to imagine that scene. Have you noticed, one of my barren land giants, the person who Shuizu is fighting against is Fu Xian, the outsider who entered my barren land? Someone whispered. Someone nodded immediately, naturally noticed that he already has the power to counter the giants. It's only been a few years. I am lucky to be in the wasteland. The older generation admired and excited. The addition of a giant represents the more and more prosperous wasteland. As everyone speculates and discusses, the power of the sky slowly receded like a tide, Fu Xian's breath disappeared, Shui Lao's breath disappeared, and the presence of the Fire Emperor and other ancient temples also disappeared. One time, the supreme array in the wasteland is also silent. Dao Tianjun was stunned. In today's scene, 3 big hands clash in the sky, which he will never forget. Exaggerated to explode. Muttering in his mouth, Dao Tianjun's eyes flashed with excitement. This is the power he wants, I am invincible, and he slams Fang Qiu. My dear grandson, what are you laughing at? Fu Xian's words came. His old figure appeared in front of Dao Tianjun, as water waves gradually became clear. Are you okay? Dao Tianjun was startled. Hear the words. Fu Xian rolled his eyes directly. Smelly boy. He almost slapped him over. However, he didn't really go on the fight. He noticed. Dao Tianjun was obviously joking. His eyes were scanning back and forth, and he was relieved to see that Fu Xian was not injured. This kid still has a conscience. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Fu Xian nodded. Actually speaking, Dao Tianjun can understand that the grandfather who suddenly recognized is a good person. Can be seen from all the previous things, and he was obviously fighting for something for himself in the fairy palace before. This is not a fool who can't see this. Is the most important thing. After that, he left the fairy palace, and then that brief confrontation broke out, which didn't allow Dao Tianjun to think too much. Fu Xian probably started fighting for himself, and leaving the Bronze Immortal Palace by himself is probably because Fu Xian didn't want to hurt himself. Although Dao Tianjun loves to make jokes sometimes, he is not a wolf-hearted person. People who treat themselves well, he naturally remembers. My dear grandson, you didn't actually need to keep it in the hall before. You don't need to keep some words to them. Fu Xian spoke, with a wise light in his eyes. How can he not see that Dao Tianjun has reservations? The eyelashes of the people in the ancient temple are all empty, shrewd, and ruthless. It is impossible not to see that Dao Tianjun has reservations, just what Dao Tianjun and Fu Xian said before, and told the people in the ancient temple to have some reservations. Not retained. Dao Tianjun was startled. Fu Xian nodded, yes, you don't need to be on guard. You are the person chosen by the Dragon King, and no one will harm you. If you have something to do in the future, if I am away, you want to find someone to answer, even if you find the old man, it will be fine. Listening to this sentence, Dao Tianjun was even more stunned. The old man Shui who was at war with the strange grandfather? Can he trust? Fu Xian looked at his expression, his eyes flashed with inexplicable brilliance, and he spoke, with an inexplicable sigh. The unity of the people in the wasteland is far from what you can imagine. Chapter 24, Shi Niang, Shi Yun of Stone Clan, Practitioner of Longevity Body. Unity. Dao Tianjun didn't understand, even if the person who touched him could tell the secret to the other party without any worries? Is there such a weird unity? Then why would you make a move with the wonderful grandfather? How can you unite? Dao Tianjun asked his own question. Listening to Dao Tianjun's name, Fu Xian was not entangled, he had obviously accepted, and answered Dao Tianjun's doubts softly. They were going to hand you over to someone, so I didn't want to fight, and in the end I won. You stay by my side, how can my grandson be unhappy? Happy? Dao Tianjun nodded. This sentence is not false. Fu Xian, after all, was to prevent himself from being handed over to someone who is likely to be a stranger, and thus fought. This is obviously for his own good, and it is good to be able to think for himself. But soon Dao Tianjun's conversation turned, he thought of something, and said weakly, "Can Grandpa Wonderful tell me who that person is?" He said, looking at Fu Xian with weird eyes, as if he had guessed something. "I don't know anyone." Fu Xian glanced at Dao Tianjun, "But one thing can be understood, that person is definitely better than me." "Better than Grandpa Kipa? How about compared with the Emperor of Fire?" Dao Tianjun asked. "It's also stronger than the Fire Emperor, and not even a little bit stronger." "What a good grandson, I am not surprised or surprised." Fu Xian replied straightforwardly, smiling. "He is as inconspicuous as ever." Suddenly, Fu Xian looked at Dao Tianjun unexpectedly. He was walking in the opposite direction of Fu Xian's. "What are you doing?" Dao Tianjun did not look back. I could only hear Dao Tianjun's voice. "I want to go back and let them take back the agreement with you. 3 at number UN %, and UN %. Fu Xian kicked it directly. However, Dao Tianjun seemed to have eyes behind his back, and Xiaoman twisted his waist and avoided easily. "I knew you would have this hand." Dao Tianjun turned his head and raised his eyebrows. "Don't be poor, come to a place with me." How could Fu Xian not know that Dao Tianjun was also teasing himself, waved his hand and said. "Hear the words. Dao Tianjun smiled and walked over. He is not someone who has to lean on when he meets the strong. This wonderful grandpa is as strong as he is, and he is good to himself. The most important thing is that he can't penetrate his body. If he changes to a stronger one, Dao Shenjun cannot guarantee that he will not be seen through. So it's good now. The figure of the two grandparents hides into the forest. Vaguely, the voices of the two can be heard echoing in this area. By the way, today you are the little deserter of the human race. You respect your status. Don't shame me when you go out. Throw a banana peel. I said that Tianjun is handsome and tall, and the most important thing is that he is big. Who dares not to accept? Hey, what is the little landlord? The little landlord is an identity in the wasteland. The leader of the younger generation in the wasteland will inevitably become a giant in the future. There is a peaceful fertile soil under the mountain peak. There are small bridges and flowing water, Yangliuyi, and the ancient pavilion courtyard. There are 4 seasons plants in the courtyard, blooming at the same time, beautiful, peaceful and peaceful. There is no dispute or noisy here, and it is so quiet that it is so long that no one lives, not a wasteland. Reiki Hui. Dao Tianjun stared at the small flowing water, his eyes rounded. That billowing aura, this small river is transformed by aura, it is extremely luxurious, and the reason why the plants of the 4 seasons bloom together is because there are miraculous medicines here, and a few miraculous medicines that can run. Looking at those magical medicines, Dao Tianjun's eyes were red. I must get it, I must get it. He cried out in his heart. Don't pay attention to these magic drugs, or be careful that I turn my face and don't recognize people. Fu Xian's voice came directly, vaccinating Dao Tianjun. This is your home, Grandpa Wonderful. Dao Tianjun was very surprised when he heard what Fu Xian meant in his words. Immediately he smiled shyly, Grandpa Wonderful, I'm not your godson, isn't yours mine? Hearing the words, Fu Xian gave a white glance. Don't pretend, I don't know if you are so careful, I will give you the magic medicine, but you can't move here. Fu Xian stepped into the courtyard, where there is an ancient pavilion. Immortal herbs are fragrant and powerful, forming a colorful aurora faintly, dreamy and beautiful. Grandpa Wonder, do you want to introduce Grandma to me? Dao Tianjun set out, guessing what he was coming from. Fu Xian nodded, he did not speak. Footsteps are as light as a mortal strolling in this quiet place. For such a place, it is really difficult for people to feel irritable, and some are as calm as water. Came to the ancient pavilion. Fu Xian said, he glanced at Dao Tianjun behind him. This is called Chongsheng Pavilion. Squeak. The door opened, and I couldn't imagine what the interior of the ancient pavilion, which seemed primitive or even a little dilapidated, was like. Is too ethereal and illusory. Inside, the fairy qi is lingering, and the dust is dim. The ethereal gas seems to make people become immortal in an instant, like the legendary celestial gas. The pavilion is huge, like a new world, with white clouds everywhere. In the center, there is a jade bed rising and falling. There is a beautiful woman on the bed, she is so elegant and vulgar, as if she has a light spirit, and her face is very beautiful. If you want Dao Tianjun to describe it, www.readaloud.com. It is the book of songs, written by Wei Feng Suoren. Hands are like catkins, skin is like fat, collars are like grubs, teeth are like rhinos, and heads. Crescent eyebrows. Grandpa Wonderful, you took me to see my grandma, didn't you? I didn't tell you to take me to spy on your daughter-in-law. Dao Tianjun said. Fu Xian almost couldn't stand firm, what kind of bullshit? She is your grandma, my wife Shi Yun. Without waiting for Dao Tianjun to speak, Fu Xian slowly walked towards the stone bed, and at the same time his voice spread from the front and into his ears. Remember that she is your grandmother, one of the few remaining members of the Wasteland Stone clan, and she has one of the 12 immortal bodies, a cultivator of the longevity body. Listening to this sentence, Dao Tianjun's breathing stagnated. The words in Fu Xian's mouth are familiar to him, the things recorded in Diba's novels. Let alone other fairy bodies, he is no stranger to the longevity body. The eternal life forced the King Li Qi to unintentionally cultivate a large growth body. This kind of fairy body is one of the most difficult to cultivate among the 12 fairy bodies. I even really want to say that the longevity body is the most difficult to cultivate, because it requires time and perseverance that ordinary people can't endure at all. Even if the Eternal King hasn't been able to find a target to cultivate. Wait, Dao Tianjun's expression changed drastically. He got too much information from Fu Xian's words. Contains too much information. One of them is the cultivation method of the 12 immortal longevity bodies in the wasteland. If this is really the case, it would be horrible. If someone persists in the longevity body, then the background of the barren land, when I think of this, Tianjun's expression changes again and again, it is unimaginable. Chapter 25, Your surname is Shi. Shi Yun, I brought a little guy to see you. Fu Xian smiled, his voice soft. Just as his voice fell to the extreme, the ancient pavilion shook out, emptiness and dust, like a fairy falling into mortal dust, haunting the space. Who is he, strange and strange? Obviously, this was Shi Yun talking, and she felt it the moment Fu Xian pushed the door. Only Fu Xian was able to wake her up. Hearing this voice, Dao Tianjun's neck shrank. I'm going, this young grandma is a fake sleep, and she has heard everything she said before. At this moment, Shi Yun, who was lying on the stone bed, opened his eyes. They were a pair of eyes that dripped water. Ling Muizu was talking about her. She is really like an immortal, she has a graceful posture, and she is surrounded by wisps of fairy air. Shi Yun, do you still remember that you said you wanted an heir, but you know our speciality, and he is my grandson, and he is our child. Fu Xian smiled. At this moment, Fu Xian and Dao Tianjun's strange grandfather are very different. Listening to Fu Xian's words, Shi Yun walked out of the bed without touching the ground with his jade feet. Looked at the woman in front of him. Dao Tianjun actually had a strange feeling, it was a kind of blood thicker than water. He is. Shi Yun was surprised. Her beautiful and refined Rongde has a different color, watching Dao Tianjun's expression change again and again. You are right, he is one of the few stone people. Fu Xian said a word that made Dao Tianjun startled. Am I from the stone clan? Dao Tianjun was extremely surprised. It seems impossible. There is no family named Shi in the village. He remembers this clearly. He thought he was a rebirth stone village, but the fact is not. Looking at Dao Tianjun's expression, Fu Xian said with a smile, your surname is Shi, too. It shouldn't be difficult to guess with your kid's head. Fu Xian brows frivolously. Listening to this sentence, Dao Tianjun suddenly said, I really am not my father's biological. He had some doubts at first, but now it seems correct. His father is at least 70 years old, white-haired, and obviously a lot different from himself, but although he had doubts, he didn't go into it. It's not that there is no such thing as getting a son when old, and people in the village also say that his father is getting a son when he grows old. We have checked your identity. Fu Xian said aloud, there was a sigh on his face. The moment I saw you in the wasteland, I felt that the blood of the Stone Clan was flowing on your body. It is precisely because of this that I will accept you as a grandson. When I come back, the Emperor Huo will let him investigate. There is nothing to investigate. It won't come out. Listening to Fu Xian's words, Dao Tianjun also understood. I am one of the few remaining members of the Stone Clan. A doll left by a couple who died in the barren land and ancient mountains was met by his father. He pitied that the child was brought back without a father since he was a child. Moreover, I really want to say that the Dao Tianjun first series and Shi Yun first series are the closest. I have my baby too. Shi Yun smiled softly, stroking his head with a delicate hand. This scene made Dao Tianjun's heart very twisted. After all, he has been a human for 2 lives. It is strange to be treated like a grandson by such a young woman outside. But Dao Tianjun wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and smiled shyly, "Good day, Grandma Fairy." A grandma with a 12 immortal body, especially so gentle, he wouldn't be silly and shut out. Listening to this name, Shi Yun's face was even more smiling. This kid is very ghostly, don't be fooled by his appearance. Fu Xian looked at Dao Tianjun's expression and immediately dismantled the platform. Is that bad? If it's stupid, it's not my Shi clan baby. Shi Yun smiled. Tao Tianjun immediately agreed, that's it. See it. Fu Xian stared at him and looked at Dao Tianjun fiercely. How could he not know what this kid was thinking? He must be making some horrible ideas again. Fu Xian child Tong Yan Wuji. Shi Yun smiled, and she immediately kissed Fu Xian's face like a splash. Thank you for thinking about me. Shi Yun was very happy. He did not expect to see such a surprise after 100 years of sleep. Fu Xian was so kissed, he smiled on his face. As long as you are happy. Looked at this scene. Dao Tianjun's heart is capitalized. Is this sprinkling dog food? Is this sprinkling dog food? In an instant, Dao Tianjun, a single dog, received a critical blow, and he could not wait to wipe his neck immediately. Why do you look so beautiful, Grandma? How come my wonderful grandfather is so wonderfully old? Aren't you the same generation? Dao Tianjun decides to cruelly break up the elders who show affection. Heard this question. There was a smile on Shi Yun's face, and he obviously found it interesting for these 2 grandfathers to call them. A smile flashed in her beautiful eyes that were almost dripping with water. I bet that this is the case if I lose. Oh. Dao Tianjun came interested. However, Fu Xian obviously didn't give a chance. His face blushed all the time. It was the fault of affection. How could Dao Tianjun know that he had no place to put his old face? Shi Yun saw it and smiled quietly. She took Dao Tianjun's hand, like a fairy crossing the river, flying to the bedside. Xiajun, you learned your identity today, then Grandma will tell you the history of the Stone Clan. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun came to the spirit. He couldn't be more interested in the Shi clan. In the pavilion, the soft sound is like spring breeze. One of the oldest ethnic groups in the wasteland of the Stone Clan. In the most distant age of our clan, there was a supreme powerhouse. He walked out of the wilderness and shocked the ancient and the present. The ancient bronze palace also existed at that time, and the fairy palace was broken. It has a lot to do with our ancestors. Time goes by. For a whole month, Dao Tianjun stayed in this courtyard. He was listening to Shi Yun's speech without cultivating, and his life was very comfortable. He heard many things from Shi Yun's words, the history of the Shi clan, and even the longevity body. As long as Dao Tianjun is willing, Shi Yun is also willing to teach him the longevity body. The premise is that he can stand his mind. But, is this possible? Although Dao Tianjun was heart-stirring, he let himself sleep all year round, sleeping until he was old, and his cultivation was slow to death, so he didn't do anything to beat him to death. Speaking of Shi Yun's cultivation of longevity body is closely related to her physique. Longevity body. Among the 12 immortal bodies, the physique that needs perseverance and Taoism the most, many people fail. However, there are exceptions to Shi Yun's body. She cultivates the longevity body faster than others, but the speed is only part of it. After all, it is Shi Yun's temperament, she is suitable for the longevity body, and has a constant Taoism. Squeak! Dao Tianjun slowly closed the door of the ancient pavilion. Shi Yun fell into a deep sleep again, and I don't know when the next meeting will be. You must remember that Shi Yun is kind to you, she is one of your few relatives. Fu Xian stands in front of the ancient pavilion. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com said aloud. Tao Tianjun nodded. I will always remember people who are good to me. I will visit my grandma more when I have time. Although only a month of conversation and a short time of contact, Dao Tianjun understood many things. Shi Yun was really good to him. She would get everything she asked for, and she would get it from the wasteland as her identity. Did not hesitate. Just as she admitted that Dao Tianjun was her own child, Dao Tianjun was her grandson. That kind of affection is pure, Dao Tianjun will not fail to see it. Hearing this sound, Fu Xian nodded. But speaking of it, I might be dead in the future, and grandma may still be alive, will it be very sad then? Dao Tianjun said softly. Fu Xian's eyes narrowed, he glanced at Dao Tianjun, I will be with her, and so will your kid. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun nodded his head. The path of cultivation is lonely. One day, when you stand on the top of the cloud, there will be very few people who can accompany you, and most likely they will all turn into Lois. You are the only one who looks down on the earth. How lonely! And Shi Yun's road is even more lonely, and the long life is long. She may wake up in the vicissitudes of life, everything has changed. Unconsciously, Dao Tianjun glanced at Fu Xian. He sometimes feels uncomfortable for Fu Xian. The life path of this couple is so different, but they have come to one point. In the future, Fu Xian is likely to die silently, leaving a handful of Lois with stone clouds. Practice for longevity, and ask the eternal life, for what is the reason for the death of relatives and friends, even if you have achieved supreme success, who can accompany you to see the grand scene, what is the meaning of being alive? Dao Tianjun sighed. Chapter 26, The Invisible Light appeared. Listening to Dao Tianjun's words, Fu Xian's brows were frivolous, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Soon, he raised his palm to knock Dao Tianjun. Exclamation of a hammer, it will make your grandpa and I feel sentimental. Fu Xian learned what Dao Tianjun said in the past few days. Dao Tianjun had been prepared for a long time. Xiaoman twisted his waist and easily dodged, you know a basket, grandpa strange, I'm so cold from the heights. Before Dao Tianjun could finish speaking, Fu Xian wanted to kick over again. But Dao Tianjun was still hiding behind him. Quietly, the sentimental atmosphere turned into nothingness. You will start practicing after today, remember not to shame me. Fu Xian spoke. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun gave a blank look. Then Dao Tianjun walked towards the other side of the courtyard, which was another attic in his residence. He glanced at the ancient pavilion while walking. Although Fu Xian deliberately dilutes the sadness, can he really forget it? Looked at this ancient pavilion. Dao Tianjun has a strange light in his eyes, the Chongsheng Pavilion, a treasure in the wasteland. It is said that an immortal once lived in this pavilion, and the Taoist name was Empty. She is extremely powerful, and is a large growth organism that is vaguely recorded in the fragmented history. Thinking in my mind, Dao Tianjun reads the word Su Chong Xianren. Is it the same person who was inadvertently taught by the Eternal Force King? Tao Tianjun didn't think much. He shook his head, got rid of distracting thoughts, and walked into another attic. Today he is about to start practicing. You go to practice, I will check the results in a month. Fu Xian said. Don't worry, Grandpa Wonderful, I promise I will surprise you in a month. Dao Tianjun's eyes twinkled with different colors, and he said calmly. However, after finishing this sentence, he did not hear Fu Xian speaking. Looking around, Fu Xian disappeared a long time ago. Looking at the appearance of the shopkeeper, Dao Tianjun gave a blank look, that's fine. As he spoke, a smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and his figure flashed into the attic. In the attic, Dao Tianjun sat cross-legged on the futon, and he took a deep breath. Immediately, his eyes flashed with excitement, and with a wave of his hand, there were mysterious medicine kings in front of him. These medicine kings were obtained by Dao Tianjun from Fu Xian and Shi Yun. If you are seen by others, you will be jealous. So many medicine kings are enough to create a group of strong people. Start! Dao Tianjun's face was full of excitement. He grabbed a medicine king and delivered it to his mouth. Soon the king of medicine was swallowed by him. He closed his eyes and his heart calmed down. The gods are open, the blood is gushing out, the surface of the body is glowing, the treasure body is shining, and the aura pouring into the attic, forming a whirlpool, twisting the world. The medicine king's medicinal effect broke out, directly rushing into the body and flesh and blood. Dao Tianjun's face flushed. He swallowed a medicine king directly. It can be said to be extremely bold. It's not a foolishness to do so. He had his own decision in his heart. All the originality was attributed to his Taoism. His Taoism was different. He could directly light up a divine treasure with the medicinal effect of swallowing the sacred objects of heaven and earth. This is a feeling he feels in the dark. I'm not sure, but I really feel that this idea is correct. You can see the leopard by swallowing that strange stone magic medicine. Rumbling. The aura in the attic rioted, but the courtyard was still calm. Time does not know how long has passed. Dao Tianjun's pupils opened, his sharp glow flashed, and there was joy on his face. That's right. There are 49 gods in the body, the most obvious point in the abdomen. It absorbs spiritual energy autonomously, is terrifying, and exudes shining celestial splendor. The body feeds back to the gods, and the gods are also feeding back the body's skeletons and internal organs. This moment, except for the hiding in the abdomen, it is obvious that another hiding is not as dim as before. There is nothing wrong with his idea. By devouring heaven and earth sacred objects, he can really embark on a shortcut that is easier than others. The most important thing is that he does not have a situation where his foundation will be unstable. What are the consequences of forced promotion by others who swallow magical medicine? The foundation is unstable, but he will not. To make a simple analogy, the foundation is the foundation of a building. The quality of the foundation indicates how high the building is, but his way is different. He does it all at the same time. Other people's cultivation is power, but his way of divine hiding is to cultivate his body while continuously casting his foundation. The physical body absorbs spiritual energy and mana to the divine hiding, and the divine hiding will also subtly cast his body. Is simply a violation of the normal practice of cultivation. The human body has infinite mysteries, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the foundation of human beings. He is laying the foundation when he cultivates 49 foundations. It's much more than ordinary people. The most important thing is that as the gods increase, the speed at which he absorbs spiritual power will continue to increase. Is almost cultivating lying down, which is equivalent to many times the strength of others. Before, he had no way to practice it. After all, magical medicines are hard to find. Even the second-level medicine kings are rare. They are treasures that must be dealt with in the Holy Land in the novels of Jishan. You must know that the medicine king has individually called the holy medicine. Now has Fu Xian's support. He got a few medicine kings, and finally gave his idea a practical purpose. Poverty limits my strength. Dao Tianjun shouted in his heart. Soon, Dao Tianjun turned his gaze to another medicine king again, and he was going to open another store within this month. Cultivation is a boring thing. Dao Tianjun was never tired of it. When he was tired of practicing, he wiped his neck with a knife, then resurrected vigorously, and entered the practice again. 1 month's time, fleeting. On this day, there is a sound in the attic like a beating a drum. If someone listens carefully, you will find it. What kind of drumming sound is this? This is simply the beating sound of the heart. Dao Tianjun's eyes suddenly opened. A blazing light erupted in his eyes, and his body shone with fluorescence. At this moment, He stood up and rushed out of the attic. The speed was too fast, like a ghost. Only a moment's time. He has already appeared a few miles away, swiftly rushing, and there is a huge amount of blood on his body, like a surging ocean. Roar! Dao Tianjun raises the sky and howls. The shining hidden in his body opened at this moment. The rumbling sound was emitted in the body, like a galloping army, and like a roar of a fairy demon, his whole body exuded a blazing light, like a human king coming to the world, shining on the earth. At this moment, he is really like a god, standing proudly in the world. Standing on the top of the mountain, the wind is hunting and blowing, he is motionless, his body is boiling. 49 gods and the second gods were opened by him. Boom! Thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, purple lightning like a dragon. This is a catastrophe. The tribulation of the age of last Dharma is a powerful symbol, which can only be possessed by those who are not allowed to be in the world or are strong. It represents a powerful but also a kind of punishment. www.readaloud.com. Dao Tianjun looked up and saw that his eyes were like stars, cold and blazing, and the light of his body was constantly expanding and shining brightly. His Tao and his Dharma are different from others, and now it is not an exaggeration to have a catastrophe coming to the world. Roar! Dao Tianjun roared to the sky, and the two gods opened wide open. The vast and profound power boiled and gushed from the gods. At this moment, he had a huge light. Before the calamity was lowered, he had taken the lead and the gods rushed out of the supreme power. Rumbling! An appalling sight happened, and the sky was beaten through. A huge force is pulling the heavenly tribulation thunder, unexpectedly pulling the heavenly tribulation into the divine hidden. Boom! The sky robbery cloud rolled. Seems to be angry, the lightning crackles, the fairy radiance fills, forming an angry lion roar. But all this seems to be in vain. The supreme power of the two gods concealed that exploded, directly swallowing the heavens by force. In the blink of an eye, like a tornado in the sea, a picture of a dragon absorbing water appears. The robbery cloud in the sky is constantly being pulled into Dao Tianjun's body. After a while, the sky is clear again, and there is no cloud in the sky. The swaying branches and the rustling leaves show that everything before is not an illusion. Dao Tianjun's radiance gradually converged. He exhaled, surging with blood, and could easily blow off a 1,000-year-old tree. He succeeded and opened the second divine hiding place. His physical strength is unparalleled. Suddenly, Dao Tianjun saw a ray of light swimming in the surface of his muscles, as if his physical body was the sea, and the light was a dragon, swimming his whole body. This light, he is too familiar with it. It was the Jian Qian that appeared, sinking into the invisible light of his body. Chapter 27, Have been deceived, even the Emperor of the Fire is kept in the dark. Dao Tianjun looked surprised. He walked on the surface of his body, and finally sank into his head and disappeared. The soul trembled suddenly, and there was an extraordinary force impacting. Dao Tianjun's eyes became brighter. An incomplete magical power appeared in my mind, and that ray of light turned out to be a mysterious magical power. 9-5 Supreme Dharma. The Emperor, the honor of the 9-5, the fate carries the number of the 9-5, the utterance is the law, the utterance is the law. Opening introduction surprised Dao Tianjun, with a domineering and extraordinary tone. Isn't this really power word art? Dao Tianjun looked at the fragmented magical powers, his expression was wonderful. He has read countless novels in his previous life and is naturally familiar with many spells. This 955 sovereign law is too similar to the true word art in his own knowledge. The true words are the same, the words are the same, and the words are what they say. At this moment, Dao Tianjun understood why he said that at the beginning. In the years of long live, the Emperor is in power, every word is a mantra, saying that one is one, you have no joking. The 955 sovereign law has the same effect as its meaning. What the is that sword-tip giant rock, Lord Dragon King's fairy weapon. Dao Tianjun was surprised. But soon he didn't plan to pester these things. The ray of light appeared on the body surface again, and while swimming, the dragon walked into the sea, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where did you go? Dao Tianjun looked at the light toward his abdomen, but after a closer look, he couldn't find anything. Mom, this light is playing hide and seek again. He was speechless. After searching for a long time, Dao Tianjun still got nothing as before, and he gave up. At the same time, he also understood that this light seemed harmless to him, and he even gave him a fragment of magical powers. Speaking of, which grade is this thing? Dao Tianjun guessed. However, he has no reference, and it is said that his cultivation time is too short, his cognition is also extremely shallow, and there are very few things he can know. First try this magical power if it works. Dao Tianjun started to study. At the same time, on the other side, Fu Xian was in a quaint palace. This is a palace with ancient books. He stayed here for a month, constantly sorting out some ancient books. It's almost the same time, it's time to go back and have a look at 1 month. Fu Xian waved his hand to collect the last ancient history book, muttering to himself. The next moment, he left the palace without turning his head. Isn't it said that the books in Shidian can't be taken away? Is it really okay to take those books to him? That's not a secret book of magical powers, but some messy ancient history and some records of races and sacred objects. It will be fine for him to take away. Even if the books are precious, but people who choose the Dragon King, everything is not an exaggeration. 2 old voices sounded after Fu Xian left. Fu Xian stepped away towards the distance. As he approached the small courtyard of his residence, his body suddenly stopped in the air, and his old eyes shone brightly. Hey! This is the breath of heaven. He immediately felt the strange existence of this world. Even if the robbery disappeared, but at his level, any subtle changes between heaven and earth can be sensed. My good grandson is crossing the catastrophe. Fu Xian's pupils stared. In an instant, he felt a familiar breath on a mountain in the distance. Fu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the good grandson he had just collected would be smashed directly by the robbery and there would be no dust left, then he would cry. The body shape is rippling like a water wave, and gradually fades away. My dear grandson, you. Fu Xian appeared on the top of the mountain with a big smile on his face. However, he didn't say a few words, and Fu Xian was stunned. What kind of physical body is this special? Fu Xian said in shock. He was anxious to Dao Tianjun crossing the tribulation before, and did not seriously perceive it. Now that he approaches Dao Tianjun, he can clearly feel that Dao Tianjun's physical body is thicker than a month ago, and he can vaguely hear the blood in his flesh and blood. The speed of the flow is like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. This is only a month. How about it, did Grandpa Kiwa surprise you? Dao Tianjun smiled. For Fu Xian's change in expression, he naturally knew what he was surprised at. No, you are not purely physical strengthening, no. No. Fu Xian's face was a little lost, and he lowered his head as if he was thinking. Suddenly, he lifted his head. Eyes are like torches, piercing and looking straight, the eyes are full of soulful brilliance, and the colors are flowing. Ha 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 ha. After a while, Fu Xian's expression was like Trump changing his face and laughing. He danced, excited. We were all deceived, ha 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 ha, the Emperor of the Fire was kept in the dark. Well, my grandson is really different, the only one on earth and heaven. Looked at Fu Xian with a frustrated look. At this moment, Tianjun was stunned. This wonderful grandpa was crazy. Snap! Dao Tianjun felt Fu Xian's hands on his shoulders, and he stared at him with hot eyes, panting heavily. This kind of sight is so alike. It looks like Fu Xian wants to himself. Dao Tianjun was worried, worried that Fu Xian's next sentence would be, "Scream out loud, no one will come to rescue you even if your throat breaks." Fu Xian spoke, but he didn't say what Dao Tianjun thought in his heart. "Tianjun, did you know that you are walking another way, a way that we are not walking?" Fu Xian said in a low voice. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun's expression appeared different. Fu Xian recognized that he had cultivated a different way from the world, and followed a different way. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. However, Dao Tianjun was not surprised or panicked. He nodded calmly. He knew that he couldn't keep it from all this, because as his cultivation level improved, Fu Xian didn't find it strange. After all, he didn't have the things that cultivators such as the Sea of Suffering and the Bridge should have. 1 month has passed, and his physical body has become stronger, but there is no limit to the birth of a Sea of Suffering. As long as Fu Xian is not really stupid, he will definitely think of other aspects. In fact, Dao Tianjun had already thought about this. After confirming Fu Xian's personality, he chose to stay. Otherwise, he could leave. He believed that as long as the second ability was triggered, he could escape this fragmentation. Wasteland, hide it. Soon, Dao Tianjun was ready to speak. Needless to say, Fu Xian shook his head. He naturally understood what Dao Tianjun was going to say. He admired, "Your concealment is very good, and you will do it if I am." Fu Xian has a look of excitement on his face. But if the Fire Emperor and others know about this, ha 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 ha. He almost choked himself with excitement. It was so cool. At this moment, he couldn't wait to find the giants in the wasteland to announce this. At that time, the expressions of those people were absolutely interesting. He must record it with the stone. But soon, Fu Xian shook his head. Cannot go. If you go, those people will definitely have to change their minds again. Fu Xian slowly shook his head, but, I'm too want to tell them what to do, you need to think of a way. Fu Xian kept muttering. Dao Tianjun looked at him speechlessly. What kind of bad idea this wonderful grandpa was making. After a while, Fu Xian seems to be over-muttering, thinking of what he said. Chapter 28, Dao Tianjun. After trying to understand, Fu Xian once again recovered his indifference. Looked at Dao Tianjun's body, whispered. Your qi and blood before was equivalent to a cultivator who had just entered the quadruple realm. Now your qi and blood are comparable to a quadruple cultivator who has 2 limbs, but your physical body is stronger than the ordinary quadruple realm. It seems that next. Fu Xian said, frowning at last. The fiery eyes that made Dao Tianjun abhorrent came again. Fu Xian kept staring at Dao Tianjun, just staring with that kind of gaze, but he just didn't speak. In the end, Dao Tianjun was frowned upon by him. Grandpa wonderful, just say what you have to say, don't panic when you look at me like this. Dao Tianjun couldn't recognize the opening. Did you kid eat the medicine king I gave you to speed up the breakthrough? Fu Xian looked at Dao Tianjun viciously, with the tone of hatred for iron and steel. Before he was still excited that Dao Tianjun's path would be completely different to the world, but now he really wants to choke Dao Tianjun to death. 1 month to improve the realm of a small stage. This is so special that even the parents and children of the emperor can't do it. The only explanation is 1 point. Take medicine Wang Ling Dan, and Yi Miao encourages it. Fu Xian's expression can't be calm anymore. In a short period of time, his expression is extremely rich. Usually you see you are strange, with so many ghost ideas, and smarter than anyone else. How can you make mistakes in your cultivation? Don't you know the pros and cons of growing up with foreign objects? Fu Xian scolded. Don't tell me, old man, look at my physical foundation talking. Dao Tianjun interrupted Fu Xian. Hear the words. Fu Xian was very surprised, and his body was shaken. Did I miss something? Fu Xian checked, his expression was shocked. The foundation is solid, and it's more terrifying than before. My dear grandson, you didn't take medicine to practice for a month to break through. Even Fu Xian himself was surprised. No, I take medicine. Tao Tianjun slapped his face quickly. Hearing this sentence, Fu Xian almost lost his breath. Have you eaten? Eat it all. Dao Tianjun spoke again very cooperatively. Fu Xian wanted to scold people. You. He pointed to Dao Tianjun, and Fu Xianping finally recovered his breath. He was afraid that he would become the first strong man of this level to be to death. Was able to calm down because Dao Tianjun's foundation was thicker than he was before. This is what comforts him the most. Could it be your Taoism? Fu Xian muttered softly, with many thoughts. Don't say that he was right. Dao Tianjun was about to say, old man, you finally got the hang of it. But the next sentence in Fu Xian's mouth made Dao Tianjun not want to speak, even a little autistic. No, even another Taoist law cannot break the law of the cultivation world. This is common sense and a rule. How can one drink and peck the law, and how can it be easily broken? Fu Xian shook his head. Dao Tianjun didn't know how to explain Fu Xian's thoughts. It seems that we must enlighten this old man in my family well in the future. Dao Tianjun still thought about Fu Suan re-offering a king of medicine. If Fu Xian knew Dao Tianjun's thoughts, he would definitely beat him up immediately. You are a Chinese cabbage king, so you can just plant a lot of things, no money, no time. Dao Tianjun didn't want to be involved in this issue now. It's useless if Fu Xian said too much and didn't believe it. Old man, I'm showing you a good thing. Oh. Fu Xian became interested. Dao Tianjun shifted Fu Xian's mind, with a smile on his face. He is like a big stick, his arms are open, his head is raised 45 degrees, and the blood all over his body is gushing. There is a faint gleam in his body, his clothes swaying, the wind is blowing, and the world seems to be cooperating. Don't say that there is such a kind of magical aura. The great virtue, the great mighty and the immeasurable heavenly Emperor Dao Tianjun said, I want the sea of suffering, the Taoist palace, the four poles. The vast and magnificent sound came out from the mouth, and the sound vibrated. Fuck. Fu Xian's eyes widened, and a new word Tao Tianjun taught him came out. This moment, Dao Tianjun's body gleamed, and in Fu Xian's perception, he saw the sea of bitterness forming in his abdomen, the opening of the Dao Palace, and the manifestation of the four poles. Fu Xian was really dumbfounded. What is the situation? Is he dim-eyed or is he too tired to sleep well because he last went to bed 100 years ago? This is magical power. Fu Xian was not stupid, thinking of something. His eyes were burning. He watched Dao Tianjun and did not speak any more. He knew Dao Tianjun would tell him the reason. Don't tell me where I got this thing, old man, can you see what level of supernatural power it is? Dao Tianjun said. 9-5 Supreme Dharma, Dao Tianjun really wants to know what rank it is. Hear the words. Fu Xian thought without hesitation, Emperor Shu. Emperor Shu. This time he changed to Dao Tianjun by accident. He said again, the supernatural power I show now is an emperor skill. Nonsense, if you still don't believe your grandfather, I'm not really old-fashioned. I can tell whether this magical power is an emperor or a saint. Fu Xian squinted his eyes and looked towards Daoshan. Jun, there is nothing wrong with that kind of vibe. I have seen many kinds of emperor arts, and you are also one kind. While was speaking, Fu Xian added this sentence. Heard Fu Xian's words. Dao Tianjun's expression was stagnant, like a clay sculpture of wood. The magical powers he used belonged to the emperor, but he was not a complete magic, it was a fragment, a corner of the complete magic. What concept is this? There is only a corner of the rank of Emperor Shu, if it is completed. I thought of this situation. Dao Tianjun was holding his breath, he couldn't describe the mood in his heart. Too strong. Can you tell me where you are from now? Fu Xian couldn't help but curiously asked when he watched Dao Tianjun not speaking. Dao Tianjun recovered, he only said one word. Light. Hearing this word, Fu Xian made a mistake. No wonder you suddenly get such an amazing emperor technique. Only the Dragon King can give you such an emperor technique. Fu Xian has lived for so many years, and immediately knew what Dao Tianjun meant by light. www.readwn.com That a ray of light disappeared on Dao Tianjun's body. You don't need to tell other people about this matter. If other people in the barren land ask about it, you just say that no one will invade your imperial arts. Fu Xian stroked his beard. He seemed to have thought of something, and he said again, if you make breakthroughs with your current cultivation level, it will not be good for you as you continue to cultivate. You need a solid foundation and current cultivation level. When you prepare for the past few days, I will take you to a place. Going out? I still want to practice more. Dao Tianjun remembered the Medicine Kings. Fu Xian raised his eyebrows. If a cultivator blindly cultivates is useless to people, the most important thing is that if you stay in the center of this area, I can't keep you. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun frowned. Gazing at Dao Tianjun's expression, Fu Xian's mouth was curved with a smile. You have become a little deserter, and none of the young creatures in the barren land are satisfied. Although you have shown fierceness, this is far from enough. It's too low. As he said, he seemed to think of the future picture, the cultivation base of the four extremes. There are a lot of people who can beat you to death, and you juniors fight, I won't interfere. The little landlord is so popular. Dao Tianjun was dumb. When you get more knowledge, you will naturally understand that in the future, the status of the little landlord is equivalent to that of the emperor of the outside world, and he is being cultivated according to the standards of the parent and child of the great emperor. Fu Xian said such a paragraph without explaining too much. Hearing this sentence, Dao Tianjun was shocked. The emperor. Dao Tianjun's eyes flickered. Grandpa wonderful, where do you plan to take me to experience? Its sound fell. Fu Xian's words sounded. Baidu. Chapter 29, Go to Baidu, Tianjiao such as Yetiendi, Jihaoyu, etc. I'm here. Time passed, and the years flowed like water between fingers. A few days later, Dao Tianjun and Fu Xian came to a mysterious place, which was the edge of the wasteland. Looking at the scene at the edge, Dao Tianjun couldn't help being a little dazed. There is a silver light in front of my eyes. Said it was the starry sky, and it looked like the vast galaxy waterfall. The spirit of the gods flowed, and inexplicable power was ups and downs in it. Gazing at the edge of the wasteland gave Dao Tianjun a feeling of going back to the origin and returning to nothingness. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound that rang through, like thunder like a drum, trembling in all directions. Dao Tianjun's eyes flickered, like lightning disappearing. I felt that even though my body was tyrannical and deepened again, I am afraid that if I jump in, my body will collapse immediately. It's the same as the three overlords, their flesh flying in ashes. My wasteland is a restricted area of the Baidu, floating in another piece of time and space, and you can enter the Baidu from here. Fu Xian's voice is swaying. He waved his hands in the void, as if the void became a piano. He played the fairy music of the world. In an instant, the entire edge of the void was quiet, and the Yinhe fairy waterfall left a hole. Go! Fu Xian grabbed Dao Tianjun and flew directly into it. Dao Tianjun looked at the entrance, excited in his heart. Baidu, is it the Baidu in his heart? Yetiendi, Jihaoyu and other Tianjiao, I am here. At the same time, Fu Xian glanced in the direction of the center of the wasteland, his whitish beard slightly cocked. It should be almost done. The moment Fu Xian and Dao Tianjun entered, this edge of void erupted again in the silence, and the endless fairy power permeated, like a tsunami, a mountain river bursting its bank, violent and tyrannical. Wasteland Center. At the same time, a terrifying force broke out in the Bronze Immortal Palace. All creatures are raising their heads. Above the sky, there is a long-lasting atmosphere of giants. Every one of the giants in the wasteland is agitated. Obviously, they have encountered something that excites them. In the center of the ancient bronze temple, there is a piece of paper beside it and a crystal sacred stone. Both things were left by Fu Xian. Today, he summoned all the giants in the wasteland. However, they only saw these two things when they arrived. When they saw this paper, everyone was full of breath. Tianjin Xiaohuangzhu has a different way of cultivation. The news on paper is amazing. Records the path that Dao Tianjin walked. It is a kind of Dao law that has never been seen before, and it is definitely not the current law. Could it be the ancient method recorded in the fragmented history that is still in the dark prehistory? Fu Xian is too messy. If it is really like what Fu Xian said, you should not let Fu Xian teach. Don't think about this, Cluck, you can't see it yet. Fu Xian chops first and then plays it. With his temperament, he only tells us that we look at our expressions. I am afraid that this sacred stone will pass all our expressions to him. Yes, even if we are dispatched personally now, I'm afraid we won't be able to bring Tianjin back. Let's follow him. It is not a bad thing to be taught by him, but you need to send someone to Baidu to pay attention to Tianjin's growth. There is a sound echo in the hall, and the mana is like a tsunami. Nanling. Baidu is a vast world, where the mountains stretch, the ancient pines and cypresses, thousands of years of trees stand tall. The mountain range is full of energy. The seemingly quiet area is full of many dangers. In the world of the Nanling Baidu demon race, it is not only the demon race that also survives with the ancient barbarians. The creatures living in this area are warlike. This is the region that created such a custom. Legend has it that there is a terrifying and mysterious region in the depths of this world. Patter. The crisp sound of footsteps sounded. There are two great figures appearing, both of them are very young. Is wearing a light yellow long skirt, is beautiful and cute, with a delicate smile, lively and refined. The other person is more amazing than the girl in the light yellow dress. She is invisible, covered in a light tulle. Even so, she can know from her graceful figure and the breath of white lotus like snow peaks that she feels very vulgar, like a fairy moon falling from the sky. She walks as if the moon is covered by light clouds, fluttering. If the wind returns to the snow. Sister, do you think we will be lucky to get a holy medicine? The girl in the pale yellow skirt smiled. Compared with the girl in the light yellow dress, the girl in the white spinning fairy dress of her age looks too mature. Shuang'er, you can think about it. There is a beautiful sound like a natural sound in the tulle, which makes people feel like listening to the legendary fairy music, which is more comfortable and very clear and beautiful. When spoke, Yuarm raised her long sleeves and slipped down, revealing her jade-like slender arm. She lifted her bare hand and tapped the girl called Shuang'er on the forehead. Both small hands rubbed his forehead, with a painful expression. But looking at the sly brilliance of her beautiful eyes, you know that this girl is lively, her tongue is light, and she is cute and playful. Hey, it smells so bad. The two of them covered their noses. Same time. The face under the white skirt girl's tulle also changed slightly, and the pungent smell made her frown. Smell of blood. The sound came from under the tulle again. Shuang'er heard that, her face paled. Such a strong smell of blood, what would it be? She raised her eyes and looked towards the gloomy mountain forest ahead, with heavy footsteps. There are voices echoing in the distance. Why, Grandpa Wonderful, you are lost again, leaving me alone, you really have a different conscience and you are happy. There is the sound of heavy objects dragging in the forest in front of him, and the smell of blood becomes stronger. In an instant, the twins screamed. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Among his beautiful eyes, a man with a tattered body and blood all over his body, carrying a monster like a hill on his left shoulder. He is coming step by step from the forest in the distance. The legendary body still contains the demon tiger with the blood of the calamity beast Zhu Wei. The girl in the white skirt spoke, and the eyes under the tulle flashed with a touch of splendor. Is not the kind of love between men and women, but surprised. The demon tiger apparently died not long after. She judged what kind of cultivation-based demon fox was. It was the Nanling beast that the dragon transformation realm did not want to provoke too much. Tao Tianjun can be said to be speechless to the extreme. Only because Fu Xian's wonderful grandfather left him again, this time he didn't leave silently, but said the reason. He was going to meet some old friends to see if he was dead. After, he threw a pile of ancient books to Dao Tianjun and disappeared. He waved his hand without taking away a cloud, making Dao Tianjun want to kick his old face. Just leave. Why do you leave behind all the magical medicines and miraculous medicines? In Fu Xian's words, taking the miracle medicine will help you grow stronger and will make you dependent. What you want is to practice alone. For Dao Tianjun, he only wanted to raise his to express his dissatisfaction. After a few days, Fu Xian still didn't believe that Dao Tianjun's method would break the law. After Fu Xian disappeared, Dao Tianjun walked alone in this area of Nanling. After walking for almost a month, he finally walked out of Nanling. He killed many monsters in the middle. This demon tiger was the one he had encountered before, a demon tiger who was about to be promoted to the realm of Hualong. There was a big battle. After several deaths, Dao Tianjun killed the demon tiger. Listening to the lingering screams in his ears, Dao Tianjun followed the sound source. Looked up. Chapter 30, Wasteland, Baidu Restricted Area. Dao Tianjun glanced at it. Two charming and graceful girls with their own characteristics, with long skirts fluttering, look like fairies going down 9 days. I finally saw someone. Dao Tianjun looked excited. This is the human race that covers the world, and he finally saw how unexcited he was. Dao Tianjun came running rampant carrying the demon tiger. The demon tiger has a huge head and a beast body like a hill, rumbling while dragging, and the air is even more dizzying. Shuang'er was really scared. Although she was born in a powerful sacred place and her cultivation level is not a weak one among her peers, she rarely goes out. Seeing this scene, her small face is as white as snow. Subconsciously, she hid behind her senior sister. He is very strong. At this moment, Shuang'er heard the whisper of the senior sister beside him. Her agile eyes are so wide. This is the first time I heard the senior sister speak like this. Is he a member of the Nanling Barbarian? I heard that the people of this clan are extremely warlike and brutal. Shuang'er shrank his neck subconsciously as he spoke, apparently hearing something bad. Good too. It's been a long time since I saw a living person. Dao Tianjun grinned. Looking at Dao Tianjun's smile, the two were even more frightened. His body was sloppy, and the most important thing was that he was covered in blood and his upper body was shirtless. The whole thing was the sense of sight of an ancient barbarian race. Stared at the expressions of Shuang'er. In the distance, Dao Tianjun realized that he had a peculiar appearance, and with a bang, he dropped the demon tiger, tore off a relatively clean cloth, and wiped his face. It's not the clothes he doesn't want to clean, but he just prepared a few clothes. The clothes that can be used in Nanling for a month are long gone. Introduce myself, my name is Dao Tianjun. Dao Tianjun smiled. He tried to keep his looks not so fierce, otherwise he might not know how to get out of this ghost world. While talking, he wiped the blood off his body. Shuang'er breathed a sigh of relief. She was not a fool to see Tianjun's kindness. Suddenly, water waves appeared in the space between the two. A figure of an old woman appeared quietly, as if coming from another time and space, with her white hair curled up, her cyan ancient clothes corset, and the dust appeared ethereal. She just appeared, blocking Dao Tianjun and the two women, with her back facing the two women. It seems that this is the relative of the two women. Shuang'er was incomparably unexpected, and his small face was wrong. On the other side, the beautiful eyes of the girl in the white skirt flickered under the tulle. This old woman is the protector of the white skirt girl, the elders of the power they are in, whose cultivation bases reach the sky. How can a guardian appear? In an instant, the girl in the white skirt figured it out. She raised her gaze to Dao Tianjun, who was not far away. Only this mysterious young man would let the elder Taishang suddenly appear from the dark. What made her puzzled was that even the holy children and the saints of the Holy Land, even the Holy Master, were not qualified to let the elders appear. This man, why is it possible? Old woman, the holy place of Yaokai, Biking. Just as the white skirt girl was thinking, the fairy-like old woman spoke. The eyes of the old woman were not unexpectedly calm, some were surprised, shocked, doubtful, etc. Your Excellency is from the wasteland. While was talking, the old woman stared at Dao Tianjun's body with shining eyes. About this, Dao Tianjun would not think that this old woman is some kind of pervert, with a hobby of old cows eating tender grass. As early as the moment when the old woman appeared, Dao Tianjun's soul suddenly tightened, the blood of his body was rolling, and there seemed to be the sound of the heavens trembling in his body, and he was ready to respond. And after hearing the old woman's words and expressions, his mind woke up. Is the Dragon King totem on his chest? After clarifying his thoughts, Dao Tianjun smiled indifferently. Do you know the wasteland? The old woman's pupils flashed by. As expected. She was shocked by the stormy sea in her heart at this moment. The wasteland was born. What are you going to do? Is it because of the special time that they have to come out to compete? If it's really like this. In an instant, countless thoughts surfaced in the old woman's mind. The other side. The white skirt girl and Zhuang'er both face changes. They are also tumbling in the stormy waves and in the wasteland. These three words seem to have extraordinary magical powers, and they are constantly beating on their minds. The wasteland was born. The girl in the white skirt was shocked. Dao Tianjun looked at his confession. The old woman's face changed and understood that the place he was in seemed to be very special, which made the powerful old man in front of him change color. Baidu's most mysterious restricted area is also the only restricted area in Nanling. How many people in the world don't know? The old woman spoke. Said a piece of information that Dao Tianjun didn't know. What the hell? The wasteland I am in is the restricted area of Baidu? Same as the 7 restricted areas in the East Wilderness? Dao Tianjun was puzzled, but he didn't have much expression. Yes, but I didn't expect the Yaokai Holy Land in the Eastern Desolation to appear here. It's surprising. Dao Tianjun said calmly, with an undiminished smile, as if he was dictating a simple force. Looked at Dao Tianjun's expression. There is a kind of inconsistent change in Zhuang'er. She comes from the sacred land of Yaokai. When was she whispered like this? You must know that the Yaokai Holy Land is a holy land that controls the Emperor Dao soldiers. Even if it is mentioned in some holy places, it must be taken seriously. This is just Zhuang'er's idea. The white skirt girl and the old woman are more sure of Dao Tianjun's identity. You reading www.yukanshu.cm. As the supreme elder of Yaokai, her abilities are naturally understandable. No one in the barren land dares to pretend to be, because that kind of method is to be slaughtered by the 9 races and the methods are extremely brutal, but this is the hegemony of the barren land. The most important thing is that the Dragon King totem is not a model that everyone can easily. After confirming the divine sound of the blood rolling out of Dao Tianjun's physical body, and the faintness, the old woman was able to confirm the 7 or 8 points. At this moment, Dao Tianjun's heart is full of joy. On pretense, he is serious. Soon, Dao Tianjun talked with them. He wanted to know some news. While talking, Dao Tianjun also knew the identity of the girl in the white skirt. The saint of Yaokai Holy Land. Dao Tianjun heard the words and glanced at the saint of Yaokai. He knew that the saint of Yaokai was a beauty from the eastern wilderness, and even a famous woman from the Big Dipper. The beauty was bubbling. Speaking of it, Dao Tianjun is almost speechless. He came into this world and said that there are beautiful women in the fantasy world, but after coming for more than 2 years, if there were no Fuxian and Qiyu, the most beautiful one he had ever seen was the little flower in the village. However, Dao Tianjun was disappointed, and the veil of the saint of Yaokai veiled the perception. Deng Disizi. Shuang'er whispered in his heart, he was still dissatisfied with the tone of Dao Tianjun before. But she is not stupid, she understands that the horror of the restricted area has no appearance. Soon, intentionally or unintentionally, the old woman talked with Dao Tianjun. She also wanted to know more news, because she knew that if the outside world knew that the barren land was born, it might usher in a turmoil. The most recent news about the wasteland. It was 1,000 years ago when an earth-shattering event happened. Chapter 31, Women's Gangster? Time passed quickly. The old woman and Dao Tianjun both got the information they wanted to know. Senior sister, do you feel that the elder Taishang talked to him like an old fox and a little fox? Shuang'er Chuanyan talked to the saint of Yaokai. Hearing this sound transmission, the saint of Yaokai pursed her lips. Shuang'er's head was tapped with a delicate hand. She glanced at Dao Tianjun. From beginning to end, Dao Tianjun behaved too calmly, so calm that ripples appeared in the eyes of the saintess of Yaokai. Is not the kind of love between men and women, but surprise and shock. If it hadn't been for her to learn that Dao Tianjun was 2 years younger than her, and the young blood, she would even think that Dao Tianjun was an old monster in a young man's skin. Otherwise, how could she be so scheming? Maybe this is the proud son cultivated in the wasteland. Yaokai Holy Land thinks like this. It's not only the saint of Yaokai, but the elders are all the same in shock. How did you teach the disciples in this barren land? It was so extraordinary that such a man was taught. If it hadn't been known that Dao Tianjun was born in a wasteland, she would have wanted Yaokai to make an exception to accept him. At the same time, Dao Tianjun asked them to take him out of Nanling. This request is too high. The elder is naturally happy to be able to contact her with the wasteland. By the way, do you have any clothes you can lend me to wear? My wonderful grandfather will leave me alone after leaving me here. Dao Tianjun looked at his clothes and said in embarrassment. There was laughter from the two, and the sage of Yaokai and Shuang'er laughed out loud. A man is asking for clothes from a woman, and they will laugh when they are dressed up in the cold. Cough cough, I have no choice. Dao Tianjun coughed. He didn't want to be a big lady in women's clothing, but he thought that some clothes seemed to be unisex. Only then did he say that if they took out women's clothing, Dao Tianjun would still justly refuse. I do not have. The elder Viking shook his head, unable to smile. In fact, she didn't get much information, but one thing she can know is that the wonderful grandfather in Dao Tianjun's mouth seems to be heinous. After the words, the elder Taishang looked at Shuang'er and the sage of Yaokai. Shuang'er shook his head like a rattle. I don't have too much elder, but I have some female skirts. While was talking, Shuang'er smiled narrowly and glanced at Dao Tianjun. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun was speechless. At this time, Dao Tianjun heard a sound of heaven, not because the sound was good, but the content of the words made Dao Tianjun warm like charcoal in the snow. Friend Tianjun, I have a black robe here. The saint of Yaokai spoke, and at the same time a large black robe with a hood appeared in Xian's hand. You don't need to call me a fellow Daoist, just call me Tianjun. Dao Tianjun chuckled lightly, and immediately took the black robe. This black robe is obviously worn by the saint of Yaokai, with a faint fragrance on the clothes, not strong, like a clear snow lotus. Soon, Dao Tianjun turned around and prepared to leave. He still had some things to fetch. This demon tiger will be taken as my gift to you, you are welcome." After speaking, in the mountains and forests, Dao Tianjun's figure disappeared in several leaps. Looked at this scene, Taishang elders were dumbfounded. This wonderful gift, she has lived for so many years, and it is the first time she has received such a gift. It's not just a disciple but also a rude person. Shuang'er couldn't help but complain. The saint of Yaokai also chuckled, but she thought it was a bit funny. Because this is the first such special gift in her life, I am afraid it will be the last one. After all, her identity is there and she really gave her a gift, both exquisite and beautiful, and never such a crude gift. Actually, Dao Tianjun cannot be blamed. Living in the wasteland, especially in the most ordinary villages, flesh and blood is the best gift. After living in the village for 2 years, he gradually got used to this temperamental custom. Should we follow the past to see? The sage Yaokai said, asking the Supreme Elder. Hear the words. Biking, the elder of the Supreme Being, shook his head with a deliberate expression. No, we just wait here. Biking had some worries. Although she wanted to follow her, she was not sure if anyone was secretly, especially the strange grandfather in Dao Tianjun's mouth, which made her worry and finally decided not to go. This was also a show of sincerity. Is the barren land really so powerful? The other restricted areas are extremely dangerous and countless people die all year round, but why haven't I heard about the barren land? Shuang'er is a little puzzled. Hear the words. The saint of Yaokai spoke, her eyes twinkling under the tool. The remnant wasteland, the most mysterious forbidden area of the Baidu, and even the most mysterious area under the entire universe of stars. It does not exist in the Baidu, and it is said that it is the oldest area in another piece of space. Its sound is ethereal, like a bird crowing, the piano plays, and the heavens are soothing. In her dictation, there seems to be a magnificent and vast ancient history spread out. The reason why it was included in the Forbidden Zone is because it is too mysterious. Only creatures who surpass the ancient sages are qualified to find it. Even if someone strays into the wasteland, they will die in extreme time, without exception. Hearing the words of the saint of Yaokai, both children were stunned. The elder Taishang nodded, she sighed lightly, and took the words of the saint of Yaokai. The voice was gentle and quiet. Someone once regarded the wasteland as a mysterious race. This is not an exaggeration. They are strong and united, and their existence cannot be counted. There are traces of them in the most difficult ancient times, and even earlier myths. The wasteland should not be underestimated, even if it is the people in the 7 restricted areas of the eastern wilderness. No one dares to underestimate it, because it is a mysterious place that has walked out of the ancient emperor and the great emperor, not like other restricted areas. When I said here, the elder Taishang was not speaking, and there were some things that could not be continued. These words have made Shuang'er dumbfounded, like a clay sculpture. The saint of Yaokai also couldn't calm her heart. Wasteland. A piece of the most mysterious forbidden land. The legend is that it retains the landforms of the darkest age. Nanling. High mountains and high mountains, Dao Tianjun moved quickly. He is fast and terrifying, acting like an ancient humanoid beast, swiftly moving, and has a scene of shrinking ground. Soon. Dao Tianjun stayed at the foot of a majestic peak. www.readaloud.com. I was thinking about waiting for a day, but now it seems that I have taken off earlier. Dao Tianjun whispered, slowing down and preparing to walk not far away. There is a rare elixir here, which will fully mature in a day. Originally he planned to be fully mature and picking, but now it is obviously impossible. He intends to take it away directly. Founder, he is not bad for the efficacy of the medicine. How to say he is also the master of swallowing dates and eating many medicine kings. Suddenly, Dao Tianjun paused, and he saw several figures. 4 men and 3 women, they are all wearing the same Taoist clothing, black and white, like Tai Chi Yin and Yang. Do you guys hear anything? One of the men spoke, looking in the direction of Dao Tianjun, puzzled. Hearing this, the others shook their heads. A monster ran over before, you may have heard it wrong, said one of the young women. Hear the words. The others agreed and nodded. But it's better to be careful in all things. There is a rare elixir here, but there is no monster guarding it. It is possible that the monster went out for food and was taken lightly. A handsome young man said. He has a cold face, clear water chestnuts, and a long sword on his back. It seems that he has such a kind of sword fairy temperament. Senior brother Lin said that. The six echoed. Dao Tianjun in the distance narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flashed through the light. His rare elixir was discovered. Dao Tianjun heard some news from their follow-up conversation, which made his eyes flicker fiercely. Yin and Yang teach. These people come from the top Yin and Yang sects among the Beijiao of Zhongzhou scholars, the Yin and Yang sects who took the nuns abducted and treated fiercely. Chapter 32, Is this still a human? Yin and Yang teach. Baidu Zhongzhou, one of the most famous sects among all the scholars. Distributed in the 5 domains of the world, the sect is well known, there are many followers, and the power is extremely large. However, these are not important. Dao Tianjun had information about Yin-Yang sect in his mind. The only thing he knew was that it was not a good thing. When chased the sky day and night, he almost sent a blade to Chen Dongda when he saw the treatment of the nun after being taken away. This Yin and Yang religion is heinous. Now I still want to grab my own things and look for death. The leaves sway, the plants sway. Hey! The smell of blood. Brother Lin looked into the distance. Other people also paid attention to Brother Lin's actions, and looked over. Hello everyone. Dao Tianjun came from a distance. He was quite far away from here before. The smell of blood was concealed by the smell of mountains and forests, but they were immediately discovered when he was close. The puzzled man uttered aloud. Who are you? Who am I? You are in my house now, dove occupy the magpie's nest, do you ask who I am? Dao Tianjun smiled more brilliantly. However, everyone can see that the coldness in Dao Tianjun's eyes is unconcealed. We are from the Yin-Yang sect of Zhongzhou, I see you, fellow Taoist, whether you can cut love or not, we are willing to make up for it. Brother Lin's spiritual consciousness surged and he quickly observed the surroundings. Its sound is plain, neither overbearing nor overbearing. How could Dao Tianjun not understand the true meaning of his words? Using Yin and Yang to suppress himself, the so-called compensation and words are all threatening. Boom! Dao Tianjun didn't intend to explain too much, and didn't intend to talk nonsense. S figure moved, and he killed them directly. He is looking for death, we will kill him. The Yin-Yang sect's person said, his tone was cold and murderous. Except for Brother Lin, the other 6 people moved, and a long sword appeared in each hand, and the sword glowed like a wave, drowning towards Dao Tianjun. Buzz! Dao Tianjun's originally convergent aura broke out completely at this moment. The quick stature is terrifying, his blood is gushing, he brings up a huge wave that shakes the sky, and his eyes are frighteningly cold. Sword light swept across, but Dao Tianjun used the most rude and simple method to break it, his body rushed forward and his palm stretched out. There was a young man's long sword slashed with force and broke on the spot. He wanted to yell and struggle, because he was pinched by his neck, but the palm on his neck exerted force. Its life stopped at this moment. Dao Tianjun directly strangled the nearest Yin-Yang man with one hand. Damn it! Brother Lin scolded. His pupils burst out with astonishing light, and he was extremely angry. He didn't guess wrong. This seemingly reckless man was extremely powerful, but he also found that his estimate was low. This man is much stronger than he predicted. Originally, his plan was to judge Dao Tianjun's Jinliang through his junior siblings. But the abacus was very good. After all, he miscalculated. Dao Tianjun was so strong that he exceeded his estimate and directly killed one of his juniors. Brother Lin drew out the long sword, form a small killing formation. Liuhe small killing formation. The famous Liuhe killing formation of Yin-Yang sect has evolved, just because their cultivation base is not enough, so they can't fully display the real Liuhe killing formation. The others recovered from their absence and quickly moved closer. Dao Tianjun might let them end up? With a simple method, he would definitely not let them end up and kill people in a silly way. Boom! A man sacrificed a magic talisman and turned into a thundering ocean. The purple thunder covered the sky, like a huge wave, shattering the surrounding earth, and the huge rock was instantly broken into dust. Dao Tianjun used a flurry. He smiled, he is not afraid of thunder. Qi and blood exploded on the surface of the flesh, and the fluorescence flowed. He directly rushed into the thundering ocean, passing through like a okay person. Rumbling. This piece of thunder sea is collapsing. Dao Tianjun's blood is like the yellow river bursting its bank, violently dominating. How can this be? The disciple who transformed this piece of thunder sea looked dumbfounded. This is his treasure. It took a long time to get the charm. It can kill a four-polar state. Thunder is the nemesis of the monk. However, the sight of Dao Tianjun being beaten into the ashes did not appear. Dao Tianjun approached when he was horrified, and he slapped him over. The disciple felt that his head was trampled on by countless ancient elephants, and his body flew upside down. Flew a long distance, smashed into many trees and boulders, and fell to the ground softly, not knowing his life or death. No matter how you look at it, you must die. Zhang Teng was killed. The rest of the people are horrified, and their incredible expressions appear on the table. Except for Brother Lin, everyone else panicked. He is in the four extremes, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. A woman cried. This is a person of the same level as Senior Brother Lin, or even stronger, because Senior Brother Lin can't kill them like this. You should come from a famous family, fellow Taoist, you really want to teach me yin and yang. Brother Lin frowned and wanted to say something. The sound was not finished, but Dao Tianjun told him his truest thoughts by action. Boom! Brother Lin's eyes flickered with cold light, and he opened a sword. Xian slash. The same yin and yang teaching. Jianmang seemed to be able to cut mountains and crack the ground, and its powerful aura inspired the other yin-yang disciples. Yu reading www.yunsha.com. Dao Tianjun stepped forward, his body was shiny and flowing, and his astonishing momentum exploded. Out! He opened his mouth and drank. The monstrous vision made everyone stunned. They saw the 9 three-legged tripods, like mountains, and the world was dimmed directly. God! How come there are 9 great tripods? Magic weapon! Let's run away from here. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect are all trembling. With just one word, the 9 great tripods were brought to suppress this world. Say good things. Boom! The powerful Xian Tianzhan shattered like a mirror, and screamed. Endless murderous intent is permeating, completely covering this area, extremely terrifying. Smoke and dust are fluttering, and the mist is hazy. A figure covered in blood rushed out of it. Is Brother Lin, his face vanishes coldly, and some are panicked and don't choose the way. I didn't even die. Dao Tianjun was in an accident, but he focused on taking care of Brother Lin, a strong man at his level. Senior Brother Lin listened to the sound coming from his ears very close to him, his expression tense. He did not die thanks to a magic weapon on his body, but this magic weapon was only a one-off, and now it is gone. Go away! He lifted the sword and swept away at the head of Dao Tianjun who was close to him behind him. Click! Brother Lin's eyes trembled, and pieces of crystal clear sword body appeared before his eyes. You! Brother Lin was inexplicably horrified. Dao Tianjun actually bit his long sword with his teeth and directly smashed his weapon. Is this still a human? Chapter 33, What the is this neurosis? Brother Lin has a look of fear on his face. He looked at the grin in front of him, and looked at his own Dao Tianjun. His bright teeth gave him a feeling of facing the primordial ogre. This is a demon, not a human at all. My four-polar magic weapon was directly crushed with his teeth. Can humans do it? Don't kill me, I am willing to bow my head and claim the court. Brother Lin has a strong desire to survive, so he doesn't care about any face at all, so he begged for mercy. My teacher's vice-teacher Xiantong is nearby. My father is the right-hand man of the Yin-Yang sect. You will find out soon after you kill him and will come. A passage came out of him like a machine gun. He thought of something and said quickly. Hey? The vice-leader of Yin-Yang sect. Dao Tianjun said, and he stopped his movements. Yet. Brother Lin was panting, he nodded desperately. Something's wrong. Senior Brother Lin looked at the excitement that flashed in Dao Tianjun's eyes. It was not at all the expression that he should have when he stopped because he was afraid. Your deputy leader is very rich, right? The abrupt Dao Tianjun said such a sentence. Senior Brother Lin was startled, he was a little overwhelmed. What did this sentence mean? Is it very rich? Dao Tianjun said again. Listening to the coldness in Dao Tianjun's words, Brother Lin nodded desperately. We have money, and Vice Master Zhang Tong brought a lot of elixir to the Nanling Elixir Conference. He was full of money. He can no longer care about the heart of the sect, so he can say anything. There are many elixir. Dao Tianjun's eyes became brighter, he grinned and smiled happily, slowly approaching Brother Lin. Looking at Dao Tianjun's smile, Brother Lin was terrified and kept backing away, like a little lamb meeting a big bad wolf. Friends of Daoist, it's not right, Brother Dao, if you have anything to do, just tell me, I can do it. Now, immediately, you go to your deputy leader and let him come here. Pointed his finger at the ground, Dao Tianjun said. What? What? There was also an exclamation on the other side. Brother Lin and a disciple of Yin-Yang sect who had only half his life left were all dull as a tree. What's the situation? They have auditory hallucinations? Dao Tianjun kicked the stupid Brother Lin. Stop the ink, give it to me quickly. Brother Lin was still in a daze, with a dazed expression on his face. Where is the barren mountain lunatic from? However, he didn't want that much either. He changed his hands and walked away, a strong murderous intent appeared under his drooping eyelids. Dao Tianjun looked at his back, shook his head and muttered. I blame the old man for not believing me, otherwise, why should I be so troublesome? Forget it, self-reliance is also good. Said, he walked towards the other survivor with a bright smile. You, don't come. The Yin-Yang sect disciple said in horror. This is really a routine. Dao Tianjun looked speechless when listening to this disciple's words. Are the villains so dead? Looking at Dao Tianjun, who was constantly approaching him in his eyes, Yin-Yang taught his disciples to cry without tears. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Dao Tianjun knelt down and looked at this immobile disciple. He stretched out his hand and patted his face and said, I need someone to call 666 for me. Hear the words. Yin-Yang teaches disciples even more frightened, because he doesn't understand at all. What the is this neurosis? In his heart, the Yin-Yang teaching disciple was about to cry, and the group of them had a neurosis to pick. Immediately, Dao Tianjun didn't care about the Yin-Yang teaching disciple, took out a small pill and played with it, and waited quietly. Less than half an hour. Dao Tianjun looked up at Tianyu far away, with a smile on his face. Oh yet! I finally brought you to hope. Said, Dao Tianjun threw the pill he was playing with into his mouth. In an instant, he disappeared in place. The end of heaven and earth. There is a terrifying figure galloping, surrounded by black and white brilliance, with extraordinary and powerful aura. In a robe, hunting sounded, and the air of yin and yang turned. He took more than a step, shrank to an inch, his momentum was astonishing, and his eyes were like a torch. It's there. Next to him, senior brother Lin pointed to the front and said. Hearing the sound, Jiang Tong nodded. There was a sharp brilliance in his eyes, and he spoke softly, and the mighty voice rang. I don't know. Boom. At this moment, Jiang Tong's whole body is standing upside down. The absolute breath of death enveloped the whole body. After a short while, an inexplicable wave, with a bright crystal light, accompanied by a dark shadow. Like the sound of a paper being pierced, Jiang Tong's head exploded directly. At the same time, his physical body also turned into a blood mist in the air, bursting open in an instant, and crystal clear blood splashed all over. The deputy leader of Yin-Yang sect, Jiang Tong, who has a great reputation in Zhongzhou, was killed in seconds. Until he died, Jiang Tong didn't know how he died. Jiang Tong, he is extremely cautious in his life. After learning about Brother Lin, he didn't act recklessly. He didn't believe that someone was as idiot as Brother Lin said, and he was excited when he heard it. After hearing about Dao Tianjun, he carefully considered it before coming www.readaloud.com. No matter how the Yin-Yang disciple was killed, especially when his right and left heirs were bullied, he always wanted to come, but he kept observing the surroundings for fear of ambushes. But no matter how careful he wasn't even aggressive and murderous when he came. Without sacrificing etiquette, he asked which Taoist fellow had trouble with their yin and yang teachings. From beginning to end, he was cautious and careful. Everything seems to be in vain. The comer is too strong, and even he doesn't know how he died. The Yin-Yang sect should not provoke such a terrifying enemy. Senior brother Lin, who was beside him, was stunned. There is warm blood on his face, slowly flowing down. This is not a dream. Vice Master Jiang Tong was directly killed by a headshot. He looked forward with difficulty. He was trembling all over, frail, and his lips were white. Yes, it's you. Senior brother Lin saw Dao Tianjun, and he didn't believe that this man who was a few years younger than him would be so scary. A blood-colored flower appeared again in the sky. Is he really a human? Brother Lin's last thought before his death, everything disappeared with the wind afterwards. Dao Tianjun smiled, and he kept weighing 2 rings in his hands. These were the spatial rings of Jiang Tong and senior brother Lin. Invincible power, this feeling fights the old man, I can beat him violently. Dao Tianjun looked at his palm and whispered softly. The pills he took a while to get out, which made his quadruple body sick. The next moment, Dao Tianjun appeared in front of the surviving Yin-Yang disciple, with a big smile on his face, and slowly raised his fist. Chapter 34, I have never seen such a brazen person. This moment, the disciple's face was dull, he saw all this. Vice Master Jiang Tong was killed like this. Suddenly, he felt the scenery in front of him suddenly darkened, and Dao Tianjun appeared in front of him, smiling brilliantly, making him feel creepy. It was not that Dao Tianjun wanted to scare him, but that Dao Tianjun was really happy. The things in this ring were much better than he thought. Is enough to push a hidden door open a gap, which is to light up a hint of light. Don't kill me, I call 666, 666. The disciple cried, suddenly thinking of something in his mind, calling 666 frantically. Well, very good. Dao Tianjun nodded frequently. But soon a blood flower bloomed. He left this disciple just for fun. Dao Tianjun looked at the headless corpse in front of him, sighed and said, since I have been in this world, I always feel that my heart has become cold. Soon, he looked in the direction of the east, lifted his palm, and hit his forehead. The tall one fell straight down. A short time passed. Dao Tianjun stood up, energetic and vigorous. With death, the invincible power disappeared. Dao Tianjun felt his own situation. Later. He is like a hard-working employee, walking around in this mountain and forest, and he is picking up storage rings on those yin-yang disciples. According to Dao Tianjun, no matter how small a fish is, it is meat. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice came from Dongfang. Picking up the last ring, Dao Tianjun patted the dust on his hands, and said without looking back, pick up the ring. This voice is not someone else, it is the saint of Yaokai. I told you that I was lucky today. Just now I saw a group of people beating. Look at this mob wasteland. It's not good. I kindly picked up their relics. Dao Tianjun walked towards them. Said. Believe that you have a ghost. The elder Tais Hang, the sage of Yaokai, and Chuang all have such thoughts in their hearts. They would never believe that the people on this earth they knew were disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Are all the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect dying? Little friend Tianjun can feel a powerful aura. The elder Tais Hang didn't intend to expose it, and asked. This is what she cares about most in her heart. It was because there was a powerful force approaching in perception, and the source was in the same direction as Dao Tianjun went. She came to take a look. After all, she didn't care that Dao Tianjun lied, because Dao Tianjun deliberately played sloppy eyes, she naturally wouldn't go. What to reveal? Is there a strong breath? Yes, I came later too. If the perception is correct, I will be there. Dao Tianjun pointed to a distant area. Hearing this sentence, Shuang'er almost vomited out. She was pale, covering her mouth without saying a word. In the area pointed to by, there was a splendid blood hung on the leaves on the tops of the ancient trees. The pupils of the elder Tais Hang constricted. She judged her general cultivation level through the crystal clear blood. The Supreme Elder. Yaokai Saintess's voice transmission. Hearing the sound, the elder Viking shook his head insignificantly, and signaled the sage of Yaokai not to speak. The lowest level of blood in Sendai. At the same time, he passed a word to the saint of Yaokai. The holy goddess of Yaokai was shocked. At the same time, Dao Tianjun walked over. You are welcome to come and see, you are welcome. In words, Dao Tianjun took out some valuable things from those rings, and handed them to Shuang'er, Tais Hang Elder, and Sage of Yaokai. Don't be polite with me, I am a very democratic person, and I have a share of those who see it. Dao Tianjun is a way of life. The three saints of Yaokai were stunned, none of them reacted to this Tianjun's approach. The elder Viking doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. Why don't you want it? Hey, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Dao Tianjun said, taking back those things from their hands. Yes, you have so much money in Yaokai Holy Land. I don't care about this. It's the same. Dao Tianjun was about to vomit bitterness, and Fu Xian was to spur him. About this. The three saints of Yaokai are really indifferent, after all, they really look down on those things. Shuang'er was indignant. She discovered that this time she went out to meet the saint of Yaokai, which really refreshed her three views. How could there be such a brazen person in the world? With a mouth full of glutinous rice-like silver teeth, the twins wanted to bite Dao Tianjun to death. Sister Shuang'er, are you planning to bite me? It's okay, I'm very easygoing and easy to talk. If you want to bite, please bite and face here. Dao Tianjun looked at Shuang'er's expression and said with a smile. In words, he pointed to his mouth. Shuang'er almost fainted, his pretty face flushed, but his face was full of resentment. She is very dissatisfied. What a twin sister, she is 1 year older than Dao Tianjun. You, erotic. After holding back for a long time, Shuang'er said such a word. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun looked innocent. Why do you still say I am lustful? This is not a false statement. If Dao Tianjun is really lustful, well, according to his statement, if he is really lustful, it is not his mouth, but a certain majestic area. Friend Tianjun, don't tease you. The saint of Yaokai is funny. To be honest, it's the first time she has seen someone who can say that she is so serious. Calm also contains such rude molesting. It can be said that the three views of the saint of Yaokai and Zhuang'er will be refreshed. I also teased her when I saw her cute sister. Tao Tianjun smiled. These things are not too valuable, little friends don't need to share them with us. The elder Biking also spoke at this time, and she looked at the ring in Dao Tianjun's hand, speaking of which, the little friend could have picked it up there. Ring. Follow the direction pointed by the elder Biking. Dao Tianjun has frivolous brows. I'll go, and sure enough, all these people who practice to reach the sky are old foxes. The direction he knows is nothing else, it is the area where Zhangtong is located. Dao Tianjun rolled his eyes. Feelings, the kind-looking elder too, is also thinking about the ring. The old fox is different. It is really important to understand those. No, if you want to see the elder ties hang, I haven't been there yet. Dao Tianjun smiled. Hear the words. The elder Biking shook his head, how could she not hear what Dao Tianjun said? I am afraid that even if there is something over there, it will definitely be picked up by this little slipper, and let her pass, she has not been so free yet. I'm just talking about it. If you want to pick it up, please feel free to pick it up. That's it, then I'll take a look. Dao Tianjun smiled. Soon, he ran over in a hurry. The elder Taishang stared. Did I guess wrong? Immediately, she denied this idea. There is no storage ring in that area of God's consciousness. It should have been blasted into scum. Dao Tianjun came back in a while, smiling. Chapter 35, Legendary Boxer Pants. Dao Tianjun smiles very brightly. I forgot to wash while I was picking up things. The cave in front was my previous residence. There is a clear spring in it. I'll go wash it. After said, Dao Tianjun walked towards that side. He will not forget the elixir that is about to mature, and he will pick it up and wash away the blood from his body. After a while, the twins who waited for Dao Tianjun outside the cave screamed. She was flushed, her small hands pressed her face tightly, and she felt a little bunny frightened. The other side. The saint of Yaokai is not like Zhuang'er, but the wrong D under the veil is a little unnatural. Little friend, you. The elder Biking was speechless. At this moment, in the cave, Dao Tianjun's figure gradually came out, with well-proportioned muscles, bronzed skin, slender figure, stretched eyebrows, and eyes, free and easy. There is only a layer of cloth covering his lower body, and it is not long, anyway, it is definitely not something that the spiritual world should have. In the words of Dao Tianjun's previous life, these are called boxers. When he was in the wasteland, he made something out of it himself. Hey! What's the matter? Dao Tianjun looked at your fussy expressions. Soon, the black robe that he asked for from the saint of Yaokai appeared in his hand. The big robe was lightly raised, and Dao Tianjun directly put it on his body, covering his body directly in it. Looking at his clothes, Dao Tianjun was taken aback. The corners of his mouth raised an arc, and he was dressed too much like a person now. Dao Tianjun felt that if someone gave him a profound ruler, he could fight the qi and transform the wings on the spot. No, that's right, he could fight the qi and transform the horse, and fight the emperor immediately. Thank you also for the saint's clothes. Dao Tianjun wanted to walk to the saint of Yaokai to thank her. After a while, the saint of Yaokai subconsciously took a small step back. The saint of Yaokai was really a little scared, the scene will never be remembered forever. Ahem. Dao Tianjun felt a little embarrassed, touched the tip of his nose, am I so scary? I was impolite. The sage of Yaokai is indeed the proud girl of heaven cultivated in the sacred place of Yaokai. After a brief absence, he soon adjusted his state. Fine. Tao Tianjun said relaxedly. After, they set off without delay. All the way. Quiet and peaceful. The cheerful and lively twins became silent, like a frightened little rabbit. From time to time, they glanced at Dao Tianjun and quickly moved his head, his pretty face flushed. As for the saint of Yaokai, she didn't talk much. And the elder Viking did not speak, she just followed behind so quietly, as if thinking about something. Friend Tianjun, do you like to study elixir and fairy grass? Finally this silence was broken, and the saint girl of Yaokai made a melodious voice. Under the tulle, beautiful eyes stared at Dao Tianjun who was holding a simple herbal book in his hand. I want to refine some special pill, so I occasionally look at it. Dao Tianjun put down the book and said. This is not Dao Tianjun pretending to be forceful, but he saw that everyone was silent along the way, and he had nothing to do, so he happened to read the book Fu Xian gave him. Recently, he has been studying herbs and fairy things, in order to make pills that make him sick. Special pill? Tianjun Taoist fellow can easily reveal that although our Yaokai is not as solid as the wasteland, there are some refining pills that may help fellow Taoists. The saint of Yaokai whispers. Dao Tianjun smiled and said, it's just some small things for people. While he was talking, he smiled in his heart. You may not believe it, I'm tinkering with medicine that can make me sick. He did not say this sentence but continued to read. The disciples in the wasteland are well deserved. In their spare time, they specialize in herbal medicine and other knowledge, which is admirable. The elder Viking said with a smile. Oh who? Dao Tianjun raised his eyebrows, how could he not see it, this was just playing his own words. The elder Viking said that as long as I was born in the wasteland until I was 6 to 7 years old, I would start to receive 9 years of compulsory education. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. After 9 years, I will even have to take exams. It is related to people's future start. Point. Listening to these words, the elder Viking was stunned for a moment. How could she not hear that Dao Tianjun was running a train with his mouth full? Obvious lie. But how she felt when she listened to it still made sense, that knowledge is power that she couldn't refute. After Dao Tianjun said this sentence, he was not in the next step. But after the words of the saint of Yaokai, there is no longer silence along the way. The saint of Yaokai also asked some questions, and Dao Tianjun answered them one by one, and at the same time, Dao Tianjun also learned about the world from it. A world very similar to the world in my memory. At the same time, there are more familiar things in this world, but things in this world shouldn't exist. Baidu 5 domains are too huge. There are many holy places in the eastern wilderness, among which the most civilized are the 7 restricted areas. Nanling also has a forbidden area, that is, the remaining wasteland forbidden area where oneself is located. There is also one in Zhongzhou, the ancient land of corpses, a mysterious forbidden area that has left Dao Tianjun stunned for a long time. It is a forbidden area comparable to the forbidden area. The reason for this is that this ancient land is not like other forbidden areas and you will die. www.yuyuganshu.com, on the contrary, the dead will swarm. There is also one at the junction of West Desert and Biwan. 10 restricted areas are also all restricted areas in the star field of the Big Dipper. Baidu has also taken over many forces, some of which are far beyond ordinary sacred sites, including Yaokai Sacred Land, Changhe Sect, Tiande Yuan, and so on. Changhe Zong, Tiandeo Academy. Dao Tianjun was stunned. Changhe Zong, he is familiar with it, but how could he still not know the Taoist traditions of 3 emperors in the eternal world? As for the Tiandeo Academy, he is even more familiar with it. This Taoism is also the Taoism of the eternal force, the world of the emperor, and the world of the emperor with the longevity body. Interesting. Dao Tianjun stunned, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The other side. The elder Viking was behind. She suddenly raised her head to look at Dao Tianjun, and there was an inexplicable color in her eyes without a trace. Yaokai Holy Land is also the same, all with inexplicable colors. This world is far more exciting than I thought. There are more great emperors and ancient emperors. Dao Tianjun said in his heart. At this time. Here, Shuang'er said excitedly. On this road, she was only silent for half of the way, and soon she couldn't hold it back anymore, twittering along the way. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun raised his eyes. There is a giant city in front of, located on the ancient veins. Yuantian Ancient Veins. A famous place in Nanling, an elixir meeting is held every year, attracting many Baidu forces. Can be said to be a rare event. Where are you going next? Shuang'er suddenly said. Chapter 36, Looking for the Saint of Yaokai to ask for something personal. Hearing this, Dao Tianjun raised his brows. Don't you want me to go? Originally, these two hated herself to death, but on this part of the road, she did not lie in that she was true, and she still had a good talk with herself. Could it be that she was fascinated by her stalwartness? Dao Tianjun thought of evil in his heart. However, I don't plan to leave. Yaokai Holy Land should have properties here, do you mind if I live for nothing for a while? Dao Tianjun said straightforwardly without waiting for the two children to speak. Hear the words. Hearing these words, both of them wrinkled their Kyang noses lightly and hummed. Sure enough, shameless. The Saint of Yaokai once again she has a new understanding of Dao Tianjun directly. Naturally welcome it, said the elder Biking Tais Hang. As for Dao Tianjun to be able to contact them more, she was anxious to do so. How could she push Dao Tianjun out? Then I would like to thank the elder Biking. Dao Tianjun said. After thanking him, Dao Tianjun stopped the three girls who were going to the Yaokai Holy Land in the giant city. What else does Dao Tianjun do? Yaokai Saint female voice is puzzled. It's not just her, Shuang'er and Biking Taishang elders are like this, they are strange. Is it possible that this person who has a weird style and can't find a track has any other weird requirements? Everything is as they expected. Tao Tianjun said something that made them dumbfounded. Can I borrow your veil for a use? Her small eyes blinked, and Shui Lingling's eyes had expressions of indescribable surprise, loss of consciousness, and even speechlessness. What is the veil of the Saint of Yaokai? That's a personal thing, a woman's personal thing. In the teaching concept of Yaokai Holy Land, this is a very conservative thing. After all, it is something that is in close contact with the face. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a personal thing. But now a man lends her personal things to the Saint of Yaokai. How not to let them stunned? Even the elder Biking, the old antique who has lived for a long time, is lost. The sage of Yaokai stood in a daze, she didn't know how to speak. What's wrong? Where did I say something wrong? Dao Tianjun didn't know what he said, but he could see that he had said the wrong thing, otherwise the atmosphere wouldn't be so strange. Don't you know that the veil is equivalent to my girl's body? Yaokai Saint asked back, she calmed down by silently reciting the meditation formula. After all, she is a saint, and her temperament is far superior to her peers, and even stronger than some of the older generation. This will change the way. Tianjun is stunned. Is there any kind of saying in operation? Originally, he thought it was nothing. After all, the Saint of Yaokai even borrowed her black robe. It didn't mean that she didn't mind this kind of thing very much. Now it's okay to borrow a veil. In fact, Dao Tianjun didn't know that the black robe was just the clothes reserved by the Saintess of Yaokai. Hasn't been worn through, the reason for the fragrance is because it is contaminated with other clothes. I was abrupt. Dao Tianjun said. There was a kind of helplessness on his face, and immediately he glanced at the Saint of Yaokai and said again, do you have any spares for the Saint of Yaokai? The kind of veil you haven't worn before, as long as it can be the same as yours. Hear the words. The Saint of Yaokai who was originally calm also stayed again. She doesn't know how to say it anymore. Are you a wooden head? Shuang'er's eyes widened, with a look of contempt. Wipe. Dao Tianjun almost didn't jump up. Did he let a little girl despise him? I also have to use some things to say so. Dao Tianjun explained. Can you tell the little girl the reason? The saint of Yaokai asked rhetorically. Selling bamboo rats. Hey! Fellow Daoist, what did you say? Selling bamboo rats. The saint of Yaokai and the people including the elder Biking Taishang were all startled. They really don't understand Dao Tianjun's brain circuits. It's so weird. Did they borrow the veil just to sell the bamboo rat in his mouth? What a weird act is this? This moment. Shuang'er felt his mouth dry for a while. Dao Tianjun's explanation was so pale and weird that she couldn't think about what it was. Although the veil is a personal thing, it shouldn't be as private as the trousers and belly pocket. I will borrow it once and I will return it to you when the time comes. Soon, Dao Tianjun spoke again, his face full of seriousness. The air is so dry and the atmosphere is so embarrassing. The saint of Yaokai took a deep breath. If she hadn't had the veil as a fig leaf, she would probably be about the same as Shuang'er now. Shuang'er had already covered her little face at this moment, so ashamed that she didn't know how to say it. How can anyone say anything about trousers and apron in front of a holy place saint? Is still serious. If Dao Tianjun's face had no blasphemous color, no insignificance, and definitely not joking, now he is likely to be thrown here directly, and the three of Yaokai saints have left. I see. As Dao Tianjun said, the veil is indeed not considered private compared to those two things. Biking Taishang Elder. The sage of Yaokai called the Taishang Elder to stay. The two walked aside. Tao Tianjun was a little surprised. What are they doing? Facing Dao Tianjun's question, Shuang'er didn't reply. Little friend, this is the veil you want? One requirement is that people don't know that this is something from the sacred place of Yaokai. www.readaloud.com said the elder Biking. After finished speaking, she handed the veil to Dao Tianjun. Behind the elder Biking, the sage of Yaokai remained silent. How this must be no problem. Dao Tianjun naturally understood that if this is a private thing, if the outside world knows it, then the innocence of the saint of Yaokai can't be explained clearly. Only. Is this thing really so private? She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to give it to me, and asked others to pass it on to me. Dao Tianjun was a little puzzled. But forget it, he didn't bother to think so much. Then we will part ways here, and after I have completed the big business, I will go to the property of Yaokai Holy Land to find you. Finished. Dao Tianjun walked away. On the spot, the sage of Yaokai looked at Dao Tianjun's back. Elder Biking Taishang, shall we come and have a look? Go, and see. After Dao Tianjun was gone, Shuang'er was again lively and not embarrassed. She was extremely curious about what Dao Tianjun was going to do. Go. The elder Biking only had such a short sentence, and she was just as curious and full of mind. The other side. Dao Tianjun was wearing a black robe, brought up the black robe's hat, and covered his face with the veil, and the brim of the hat was lowered to cover his face. Giant City, near the elixir meeting, is getting more and more lively. The monks from the 5 domains are here, and from time to time you can see the magnificent Chailu and Hong Kong from Tianyu. Many people don't care about Dao Tianjun's dress. There are too many people like this, especially on such days. Dao Tianjun appeared in the city, really carrying a cage of dozens of bamboo rats in his hands. Chapter 37, The Evil Power Master, but I like it. Yuantian Ancient Veins is a famous place in Nanling. It is full of aura, crowded with people, and occupies a large area. While walking, you can see the monks of all races, and the strong creatures from the 5 realms. There are chariots and beasts galloping on the sky and on the roads, representing a powerful power. Dao Tianjun carried a cage of bamboo rats around and asked about the way several times before entering a clothing store. What can this distinguished guest do for you? A little monk in the secret realm of the Sea of Bitterness smiled. He didn't seem to see Dao Tianjun's strange dress and the bamboo rat in his hand, with a smile on his face. This made Dao Tianjun a few glances, which was much better than some waiters who were especially despised in his previous life. "I want clothes that fit me in your shop." A low and hoarse voice came from the black robe. The little monk couldn't help it anymore, his expression was wrong. The excitement is after the mistake. "Okay, I will pack the guests." The little monk shook his hands and ran to the counter in a panic. At this moment, the customers of the clothing store all looked up. "Who is this, so rich and powerful?" "Don't guess, there have been too many monks in the past few days, and some of them live in seclusion. It should not be difficult to judge by listening to the voice. Although the voice changes intentionally, it is not difficult to distinguish it as a young man. When people are guessing, talking in a low voice." The little monk was packed quickly, and came straight over with a lot of clothes. "A total of..." The little monk said the price. Dao Tianjun didn't say a word, threw the whole number, and left without looking back. "Master of all evil forces!" The little monk muttered while looking at the spirit stone in his hand, but he was so excited that he jumped up no matter how he looked at it. 7 turns, Dao Tianjun came to an alley. He glanced at Tianyu, and immediately changed his clothes. They were also black robes, but they were of different materials, and they were not worn inside. Instead, they put on a pair of trousers. As for the upper body, they were still naked. After doing it, Dao Tianjun adjusted the brim of his hat to make sure that he would not reveal the situation inside. He turned around and left with satisfaction. "Elder Biking, he found us. Very keen sense of God, probably dozens of times higher than that of the same level. His physical body is very special. I have been wondering all the time, but I am not sure that it may be a certain mysterious physique." "Dozens of times? No way, how did he practice?" I saw the corner of Tianyu before Dao Tianjun, and 3 voices sounded mysteriously. "Yuan Giant City." The hustle and bustle of the crowd are constantly walking around. Dao Tianjun has a keen sense of spirit and is sensitive to his 5 senses. A few whispering voices continued to be heard in his ears. "Have you heard that God Wang Jihaoyu is coming here?" "If I didn't know about Jihaoyu, the king of God, I thought you were talking about another person. It would be too early for you to call Tianjiao Jihaoyu the king of God. Jihaoyu God King body will become a God King sooner or later." There was also a voice from the other side. Someone raised his head and looked at the car passing by. A lot of people came this time. The Changhe sect also came, and one of the princes of the Zhongzhou Daxia dynasty also came. Those are all pride. The real big shots will also come this time. They seem to be looking for elixir for their disciples or heirs to refine the pill. Dao Tianjun's smile deepened under the brim of his hat. Jihaoyu is the prince of the Zhongzhou Daxia dynasty. Xia Yiming was dissatisfied with his footsteps, and walked towards one place purposefully. As time went by, the fragrance of medicine kept coming. The heads were crowded, and the monks exclaimed again and again. "God, Yao Wang, this is Yao Wang. A rare treasure, a dragon bone flower that can help people break through the realm of dragon transformation. This is the only meeting place before the elixir convention in the giant city. It is a bit like a place where small vendors gather, but the small vendors here are different from the small vendors in the meaning. Everyone has a special identity and a strong cultivation base. The kind of power that attracts but does not come out is daunting. There are some famous places among them." Dao Tianjun carried a cage of bamboo rats in his hand. He looked around and finally determined a place. He took out a piece of futon and sat down cross-legged. What are you looking at? Look over there, there are fun things." Some people among the pedestrians also discovered Dao Tianjun. It was because of his special dress that he was going to set up a stall, which naturally attracted the attention of those monks. "I'm not mistaken, what is he doing? The cultivator seemed to have been struck by lightning, his expression stunned. Dao Tianjun put the bamboo mouse in front of him, and then he inserted a wooden board on the ground. There are a few big characters written on the wooden board. It was an ancient prose, and no one at the scene understood what it meant, but the momentum was the same as those who set up stalls. The only difference was the magical medicine linko they placed in front of him, and he was a cage of chubby rats. Immediately, other people are all curious onlookers. For new things, other people are naturally swarming. Watching a theater is the most popular thing in any world. Does anyone know what it says? A monk said to the people around him, he said very loudly, obviously wanting others to hear him and help him answer. As the saying goes, there must be an expert in the crowd, and there must be an educated person in the shocked crowd. A 60-year-old cultivator came over, asking whether he had read it wrong and wanted to take a closer look. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. That's right. The old man, do you know what that is? When the old man understood, the other practitioners all looked over. A bamboo rat, no matter how big or small, is the king of medicine. As soon as the old monk's words came out, everyone's faces were strange and wonderful. Is he crazy? Just that kind of little fat mouse wants a little king of medicine, that kind of little thing can catch a lot in the bamboo forest outside the city. Is he cheating those monks who don't know him? I personally think that it should be because the practice has gone crazy. Let it go, let it go. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Some people left, but there were more people staying. They were really curious and wanted to see what it meant by this man whose cultivation level was as convergent as an ordinary person, but with his own ancient aura. Dao Tianjun looked at these situations one by one. He is sitting cross-legged, as if it has nothing to do with him. Will this fellow Taoist show me this, little, spirit beast? A middle-aged monk couldn't help it, and he leaned over to ask. Come on, but don't play it to me to death. There is a deep and hoarse voice in the black robe. Forward. The corners of the middle-aged monk's eyes twitched. He was holding on to try his luck, in case this was a special spirit beast. But after hearing what Dao Tianjun said, he knew it. This little fat mouse is definitely not the kind of leek-picking beast that he thought in his heart. But he still caught a bamboo mouse. The most detailed, the more he watched, the more his face changed. Could this really be some strange beast? The change of the middle-aged monk surprised the onlookers by surprise. At this moment, after the middle-aged monk put down the bamboo rat, his face turned sour and he was about to leave. Do you not tell me what you saw, fellow Taoist? Someone called the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk glanced at Dao Tianjun, his face was dark and said, if you want it, there are so many bamboo forests outside the city, fatter than that cage. Hearing this voice, many people chuckled lightly. It turned out that this middle-aged monk felt that he was too stupid, and his face changed improperly. Chapter 38, Pig, Get Out of Me. At this time, Dao Tianjun's booth has been surrounded by people, and many people are watching the good show. Brother, there are so many people there. Let's go and take a look. Not far away, there is a little nun who is practicing on behalf of the hare. Her eyes are turning steadily. She is somewhat similar to Shuang'er, and she is curious about everything. By her side, there is a man with extraordinary aura. Black hair and black eyes, dressed in battle clothes, brilliant and shining, the whole person is like an emperor, with 9 dragons around him, like an extraordinary vulgar child. Xia Yiming nodded, and patted Xia Yilan's head fondly. See it. Xia Yilan smiled happily, and she was curious to lean over to take a look. Seeing these two siblings, the cultivators around them changed their expressions, obediently letting go. Same time. After the middle-aged monk walked out of Dao Tianjun's booth, someone from the crowd came out. It was a few Holy Land monks. Their expressions were arrogant and indifferent. I wrote a few ancient characters that others can't understand, and sells mice instead of elixir. It's just sensationalism. One of them said. Standing at a stall, but not selling elixir, but using mice to exchange elixir, wouldn't you belittle the elixir sold by everyone on this street? The elixir that everyone demanded is just a mouse. Seeing that Dao Tianjun didn't respond, the man spoke again. Hear the words. Many people present were discolored. They still agreed with the first sentence that this person said before, all believing that Dao Tianjun was sensational, and the second sentence immediately made many old monks back down subconsciously. The old fried dough sticks naturally understand that this is a tiger's skin, and has such a meaning, it is very likely that something will happen next. This kind of thing is not uncommon. On the contrary, it often happens, because there are only a few stalls, and they will naturally be grabbed when they are full. As long as you do not affect others when you snatch, natural cultivators will always open one eye and close one eye. This is the case in the cultivation world. If a cultivator does not fight, it is a generation who fights for fate and longevity. Pig, get out of me! Dao Tianjun suddenly raised his head, it was a lazy aura change, as if Shen Yuan's dragon came out of the abyss. Everyone saw it. Under the black hat that obscured the face, there were two amazing eyes penetrating through. What? The complexions of the few Holy Land monks changed drastically. It's not just them, the others are terrified. The monk who belittled Dao Tianjun turned into a pig in everyone's eyes, and the huge pig's body rolled towards the distance. Along the way, many people are yelling. Damn, where's the pig? He became a pig. Everyone is like a ghost, and in just a few moments everyone has taken a few steps backwards. At the same moment, Xia Yiming took Xia Yilin to see this scene, and his pupils exploded. Emperor Shu. Beside him, Xia Yilin covered her small mouth, and the surprise in Shui Lingling's eyes showed her surprise and astonishment. At the same time, there are a few faint eyes on this street, looking through the void. Finally, a big man was alarmed. They looked over silently, standing in the distance, or standing in the attic looking out. What did you do to junior brother? The few Holy Land monks were shocked and angry, pointing at Dao Tianjun and yelling. The same is true for other people, and even more so, they raise their swords to kill and their swords are drawn. However, some people retreat. He is not trying to escape, but to find his younger brother. He is afraid that the younger brother will be trampled to death. Pig. Dao Tianjun raised his eyes and said again. Under everyone's surprised eyes, the monk turned into a pig. Dog, cat, mouse. Dao Tianjun glanced at the others, his low and hoarse voice seemed to be a kind of reminder. In an instant, those cultivators kept turning into animals in Dao Tianjun's mouth. You die for me! One of the young people broke out. He looked horrified, and raised his fist to kill him. Boom! Dao Tianjun stretched out his arm in his black robe and raised his index finger. The fist collided with the index finger, and the terrifying hurricane swept through, bursting with turbulent mana, and Dao Tianjun's black robe hunted and danced. After a while, Dao Tianjun's figure appeared naked. Is shirtless, bronzed skin, well-proportioned golden curves, and a dragon pattern on the left chest. The youth flew out. He vomited blood in his mouth, and his face was afraid of confidence. He broke through the quadrupole realm half a month ago, and he is so pale now that it is difficult for him to accept it. The monk of the quadrupole realm was blocked by a finger when he fisted, and he flew away. The monk in the crowd was in a daze. Compared with other people, all the eyes betting from the sky are vocal changes, with strong emotions ups and downs. As long as it is a hermit with a high level of cultivation, it is a discovery. He is so strong, but what kind of supernatural powers are? Xia Yilin asked her brother. This sentence fell, without Xia Yiming's answer. Among the crowd, Xia Yiming looked straight at Dao Tianjun, more precisely the position of the left chest covered by the black robe. Feel the gaze of the people around me. The man in the sacred place of the four extremes has an ugly face, and his expression is uncertain. Go away, I don't want to say it a second time, I will slaughter you by nonsense. The deep and hoarse voice came out again. Domineering and strong. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. He wants to slaughter the Dayan Holy Land's orthodoxy. www.readaloud.com. Isn't this really a lunatic? There was no lack of shocked expressions in the crowd. Everyone thinks this person is too outrageous, even if he is strong, it is not like that. There are also old monks who hold different views. I am afraid this person has an unusual background, as you can see from his methods. Even if it's unusual, no one would dare to say that the Dayan Holy Land was slaughtered, it was a holy land. Someone retorted. This person speaks so madly and domineeringly. The little nun Xia Yilan frowned and felt that Dao Tianjun was too strong. However, Xia Yiming, who was next to her, had a storm in her heart. Such a strong and such overbearing one is so alike. Don't talk nonsense. Xia Yiming transmitted to his sister, and after hesitating for a while, transmitted to his sister again. He has the ability to do it, or the existence behind him can do it. Hear the words. The little nun Xia Yilan was stunned. To slaughter Dayan Holy Land, can this weird black robe man do it? Even their Daxia dynasty would not dare to say that. Although they are capable of destroying the Dayan Holy Land, they are definitely not the simple and relaxed gesture of slaughtering the men's mouth. It will hurt the foundation. At the same time, the expression of the man in the quadruple realm of Dayan Holy Land changed. Without looking back, he left with the younger brothers who had become pigs, cats, and dogs. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Even if Dao Tianjun said something disrespectful to Dayan Holy Land, he endured it. This is because he deeply understands that he is definitely not the opponent of that person. It is only a shame to stay, and it is even possible that his life is lost. As for letting go of ruthlessness, he will not do it. Just because he is not an idiot. Chapter 39, Buy one bamboo rat from the little friend. Don't allow the little nun to think about it. Xia Yiming walked towards the booth. There are monks in the crowd that are startled, they are very surprised. They recognized Xia Yiming's identity. At the same moment, Dao Tianjun also looked over, he had already noticed this person. It's not that he knows Xia Yiming, but that this temperament is too extraordinary, like a flower in the night in the crowd, it is difficult for people to think that it is not enough. The prince of the Xia dynasty, Xia Yiming. Xia Yiming said. Hearing this, Dao Tianjun's expression under his black hat was stunned. This person turned out to be Xia Yiming. Yes, I should have guessed it a long time ago. The innocent little nun next to him, coupled with his dress, is not the big Xia prince in the sky, and Xia Yiming who will become the lord of the big Xia behind. Prince Daxia has long admired his name. Are you here to buy bamboo rats? Dao Tianjun said again. Hearing this sentence, Xia Yiming was taken aback. He didn't expect Dao Tianjun to say this at all. After all, it was a bit different from the previous domineering, but he didn't think too much about that sentence that he would not take it seriously. I don't know what I should call you. Xia Yiming whispered. Dao Tianjun heard that under the brim of his hat, he looked free and easy, raised his eyebrows, glanced at his clothes, and blurted out, the next name is Xiao, no, my last name is Su, and the single name is missing. Brother Su, don't mind if I call it that way. Xia Yiming didn't care, and smiled slightly. Tao Tianjun shook his head. Soon, Xia Yiming stared at the bamboo mouse. Brother Su, I would like to buy a bamboo mouse, which is considered a friend. Yes. Dao Tianjun's eyes flickered with excitement, and his voice was calm. Hear the words. Xia Yiming smiled, and he randomly picked a bamboo rat. Turning over his left hand, an elixir appeared in his hand, acting like a ginseng, but the whole body was crystal clear like jasper, fragrant, which made people feel refreshed. The king of a medicine. the crowd exclaimed. After, Xia Yiming handed Xiao Wang the medicine to Dao Tianjun and took away a bamboo rat. If Brother Su is free, you can come to Daxia Dynasty's property to find me. We are happy to receive Brother Su. After Xia Yiming turned around, he left without hesitation. Before and after, everyone was surprised all over their faces. They don't understand why it is true that a fat mouse that is not even a spirit beast can be exchanged for a medicine king who is second only to medicine king. What's wrong with this world? I also buy a bamboo rat. Just then, a voice sounded. That was a young man of the same age. He was dressed in a purple long gown, exquisitely out of the world. His eyes could only have the brilliance of a shown person. He stood there like a bright moon, illuminating the world. God King Body, Ji Haoyu. The little king of the Ji family. Everyone is stunned, their faces are extremely blank. Are 2 consecutive Tianjiao crazy? Ji family Ji Haoyu. Ji Haoyu hugged Dao Tianjun's name. He acted very decisively. He raised his hand and turned it over to take out the little king of medicine and put it in front of Dao Tianjun. Then he grabbed a bamboo rat, and left after leaving a sentence like Prince Daxia. The Ji family welcomes Brother Su as a guest. Ji Haoyu acted calmly, and disappeared after a brief appearance. Dao Tianjun looked at Ji Haoyu's back, his black hat brim across his eyes. Another person who makes people admire for a long time. He muttered in his heart. After this, there was turbulence in the void, a wave of water ripples. Countless monks who boiled over this street were all dumbfounded, with their mouths gaping. Eastern Wilderness Green Dragon King, buy a bamboo rat from Xiaohusu. Nangong is buying a bamboo rat from the little friend. The Temple of War bought a bamboo rat from the little friend. Chang Hezong bought a bamboo rat from his little friend. A series of powerful figures appeared strangely in front of Dao Tianjun, and everyone's figure made the surroundings even more silent. They appeared, and then left behind the same words as Ji Haoyu and Daxia Prince. Was in such a shocking scene. The 24 bamboo rats in the cage gradually bottomed out. What's going on? There was a young monk messing in the wind, and he would never forget today's scene. On the side, in the void, there was also a voice of exclamation. My God, is he really selling bamboo mice, or is it so expensive? Why? Shuang'er didn't dare to be confident. She could say that she hadn't closed her mouth when she watched it all the time. He is really selling bamboo rats. The saint of Yaokai's eyes flickered, and she whispered to herself. Is different from Shuang'er. Although she was surprised, she was not as surprised and ignorant as Shuang'er. She wondered why she was so. Shuang'er looked at the sage of Yaokai in surprise and looked at the elder Biking. Senior sister, what's the matter with the elder? Brother Tianjun's bamboo mouse is not valuable. What is really valuable is the identity behind him. The saint of Yaokai speaks. At the same time, the elder Biking also spoke out to clarify the confusion of the 2 children. She patted his head. Whether it is those old guys or the king of the Ji family, the Prince Daxia has only one thing to do, and that is to make friends with Daoshan. June. Aren't they deceived? Shuang'er tilted his head and wondered. The emperor skills he showed before, as well as the overbearing, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com and the most important tattoo on the left chest, all explain the identity, even if it is uncertain, but compared with the identity behind Dao Tianjun, it's worth trying for them. The elder Biking whispered, his eyes looked into the distance, the direction where those people disappeared. Although the little king of medicine is of great value, but compared with that identity, he can really associate with each other. Everything is worth it. This is a risk and future benefits. In comparison, it seems insignificant. What if you were cheated? Shuang'er whispered. After saying this, she laughed at herself. This question is too idiotic, why ask? He has calculated everything. The saint of Yaokai suddenly said. Ching Chang Rongdi under the tool, his beautiful eyes looked directly at the Dao Tianjun who was sitting there. Using mystery to deepen people's curiosity, in order to achieve the purpose they want, the people cultivated in the wasteland are really extraordinary. Biking Taishang elder whispered. She finally understood why Dao Tianjun had to take the veil. If he appeared openly, the effect would be different again. Dao Tianjun used another method. He appeared mysteriously and showed extraordinary power. With the identity behind him, he had the current situation. A person bought his bamboo rat. With his identity as a wasteland, he can get something even if it is not so complicated. Both of them spoke. The elder Viking shook his head. You still don't understand Chuang. What he does is equivalent to a deal. There is no favor, one willing to fight and the other willing to suffer. If you show up directly and others give gifts, what you lack is favor. Sure enough, it's a little fox. The twins could not help muttering as if they were waking up from a dream. Because he does this, others will flock to him. The saint of Yaokai said such a sentence. Chapter 40, Item 1 is going crazy. Time passed a little bit. At this moment, the lively streets are different from the past, quiet and terrible, and the needles can be heard. Patter. A pair of men and horses arrived. They were wearing the Taoist clothes of Dian Holy Land. There is a man among them. He has extraordinary temperament and full of heroic looks. The whole figure is like a sword, with sharp edges. The holy child of Dian Holy Land flies. Xiang Yifei looked calm, without any arrogance. He stepped over, and the monks gave way. They wanted to see what it was. Brother Su. Xiang Yifei had a smile on his face. Dao Tianjun looked up at Xiang Yifei. The memory of the holy son of Dian Holy Land came to mind. Xiang Yifei, the holy son of Dian Holy Land, has a strong cultivation base and is a sword repairer. His weapon is a powerful golden sword. I am not so familiar with you. Dao Tianjun didn't give Xiang Yifei any face. Listening to this sentence, the monks who were onlookers shrank their necks. This lord is still overbearing. Brother Su Ke, I apologize to you on behalf of my Dian Holy Land. Dian Chenzi saluted Dao Tianjun. Immediately, he looked behind him with a cold expression. Hurry up and apologize. Immediately under the eyes of Saint Dian, several monks walked out. It's those people. Didn't they become cats and dogs? Following the gaze of Shenzi Dian, people discovered who these monks were, who had offended Dao Tianjun before. Several disciples of Dian Holy Land were depressed. They were terrified. They changed back within a short time after being taken back by the Siji realm brother. At the same time, they also reported the incident. The Dian Holy Land is a holy land after all, and they learned about Dao Shenjun in just a moment. Very decisive, they let Dian Chenzi come. Please forgive me, before we. Dian Holy Land disciples all apologized. I hope Brother Su Ke will not remember the villain, and forgive my Dian Holy Land disciples for the moment when they stunned their heads. Dian Chenzi spoke again and said sincerely. Dao Tianjun raised his eyebrows, his gaze was like a torch, as if looking at Xiang Yifei through the brim of his hat. A hoarse voice came out. Yes, I admire you for your good looks, and I can forgive you. Its sound comes out. The son of Dian was beating his nerves, and the expression on his face solidified. Brother Su Ke said and laughed, but this incident is indeed my Dian Holy Land's fault, this is our apologize. Dian Chenzi did not change color, still smiling, and said, handing out an elixir. In an instant, the quiet streets boiled. At the same time, there is a strong fragrance, which spreads out and floats far, which makes many people feel excited. The king of medicine. My God, isn't this kind of thing supposed to be seen at the elixir conference? Dao Tianjun also did not expect that such a large amount of blood would have been laid down in Dian Holy Land. Very good. Dao Tianjun is not nonsense, reaching out to grab the medicine king is to throw it into the god's space. Seeing the lightning speed, the corner of Dian Chenzi's mouth twitched. He is distressed. A medicine king would be distressed even if it was a holy land. But it's all worth it. After hearing Dao Tianjun's tone change, he secretly said in his heart. Dian Chenzi laughed and said, Brother Su is broad-minded, and I hope not to compare with us in general. Say it. He stared at the last bamboo rat in the cage. We are also willing to buy a bamboo rat at Dian Holy Land. As he said, he took out a plant of medicine Xiao Wang and handed it to Dao Tianjun, and wanted to take away the bamboo rat. Wait! Dao Tianjun shot suddenly. Hey! Dian Chenzi was puzzled. I have to say that you are very lucky, everyone else is unlucky. Dao Tianjun smiled. However, hearing this laughter, Xiang Yifei was very distorted, and seemed to have a bad premonition. Without waiting for Saint Dian to speak, Dao Tianjun grabbed the bamboo rat. Squeak! Bamboo Mouse kept shouting. Do you know why I said that other people were unlucky? That's because they were too unlucky. The bamboo rats they took away were either heatstroke or too fat to eat, or too thin to eat, and they loved fighting. And this one is different. Tao Tianjun smiled. Listening to Dao Tianjun's words. The people around are all cursing in their hearts, how could there be such a brazen person in the world? At the same time, there were also twitching corners of the mouth. Feelings, you still sell inferior products. The monks were all speechless, admiring Dao Tianjun, really daring to say it, screaming that he sold it to the Holy Land, the Temple of War, and the famous places as defective products. Dao Tianjun pointed to the bamboo mouse, look at the curve of this one. How perfect, he is a beautiful man in the bamboo mouse world. He looks pretty and nothing to say, so you are lucky. Sometimes I think that a medicine is small and medium. The king is in a loss. Puff. In the sky, Shuang'er smiled extremely unkindly. She could see that this Tianjun was going to sit on the ground and raise the price. Dian Chenzi's face turned black. A little beast that is not even a spirit beast, and a little king of medicine has lost. He wanted to yell at him, and even drew Dao Tianjun's face a few times. He can't be so shameless. Brother Su is right. Shenzi Dian nodded, naturally, I won't let Brother Su suffer. As he said, he took out a plant of Xiao Wang, and put the two plants together in front of Dao Tianjun. Can teach too. Dao Tianjun smiled upon seeing this. He smiled in his heart, and directly grabbed the two medicine Xiao Wang, and soon handed the bamboo rat to Shenzi Dian generously. Looking at the squeaking Dian Chenzi in his hand, looking at the elixir in Dao Tianjun's hand. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Dian Chenzi took a deep breath. He didn't want to stay any longer, he was going crazy. Brother Su can come to Dian Holy Land as a guest when he is free. We welcome it. After that, the son of Dian left. Xiang Yifei cursed bad luck in his heart. If it wasn't for the old man in the door to feel embarrassed and not want to come, and he needed someone with an identity to treat Dao Tianjun, he would not come back. Come on. Dao Tianjun smiled, he put away the cage and clothes, and left with a big swing. A group of people on the same place were startled, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Until now, as long as those monks are not really stupid, they have unanimously seen that Dao Tianjun's identity is absolutely special, otherwise he would not let those strong celebrities and Tianjiao do this at all. It can be said that the face of Dian Holy Land has lost a share today. Should I follow his example, go outside and do this? A loose cultivator said heartily. However, at the next moment someone dissuaded it. Don't mess around. What's the matter? That casual repair question. He looked at his companion, the person in between was very dignified. I have seen it in an ancient book. If the guess is correct, that person's identity is monstrous, don't do this kind of thing. He said, bowed his head and left. Sangziu looked dazed. What does mean? But he didn't go further, because he had always trusted his companions, and also because he lived so long and received a lot of care from him. What happened today is destined to spread in Nanling. The God Emperor of Yin and Yang Lianji, Qiao Sui, the rule of cause and effect, and the advent of divine text. Thanks to several readers for their great rewards, so what? 3. Chapter 41, 1 Mendo I Taoism, The Unspoken Rules of Baidu. Yuantian Giant City. Saint Sun Dian looked gloomy. He strode into an ancient courtyard. Holy Sun! Someone came over. Did you find out? Dian Chenzi looked at the people coming, with a cold expression in his pupils. The man shook his head. Without any news from him, it is not certain that he is a man from the wasteland, nor is it true that he is not a man from the wasteland. Hear the words. Dian Chenzi's complexion became even colder, and he spoke aloud. Continue to investigate, until he is confirmed to be true or false. It can be said that this is not just what he did in Dian Holy Land. All those backgrounds are old and shocking. They are all investigating and want to confirm the identity of Dao Tianjun. Yes. The visitor replied softly, by the way, the Holy Son of the East Desolate Eucharist. Hearing the words, Xiang Yifei narrowed his eyes. Let's put this matter down for now, and find out the identity of that person for me. He was not talking anymore. The visitor responded again and left immediately. If it's fake. Dian Chenzi's eyes were as cold as sword light, and thinking back to the various things before, he became more and more unable to calm down. Creak creak. The ground is cracking, things in the ancient courtyard are broken. Dao Tianjun walked lazily. He was not surprised by the gazes around him, and even he knew that there must be major forces paying attention to his actions in the dark. He doesn't care about these, and he doesn't intend to hide it, because his goal has been achieved. After a period of time, my body and foundation can continue to improve after the gods have taken care of me. Dao Tianjun whispered. Soon, he found someone and asked for the next way. A huge mansion appeared in front of him. The Holy Land is really rich. Dao Tianjun looked at the resident of Yaokai Holy Land in front of him, and said silently. This is placed in the previous life, that is the manner. My lord, please come in. Just when Dao Tianjun was about to speak about his identity, the guard at the door had already saluted. Sure enough, they followed me all the way. Tao Tianjun is not surprised. After Dao Tianjun entered the residence of the Yaokai Holy Land, all the major sacred sites and Taoist traditions were shaking. The Yaokai Holy Land is hidden too deep. Prince Daxia looked at his subordinate's intelligence and whispered. Ji's house. Ji Haoyu sat in the courtyard. He seemed to be the bright moon that was about to appear, falling here, otherworldly. Is it related to Yaokai? He listened to the words of the dark guard beside him. Ji Haoyu's eyes flickered. She had a plan in her heart, and immediately waved her hand to let the dark guard leave. Suddenly, he stopped the guard. How is my naughty sister now? Ji Haoyu rubbed her temples. The dark guard said respectfully, Miss Ziyu ran out to play again recently, and was in the eastern desolation with the Eucharist. A while ago, there was a mysterious dog beside the Eucharist. Ji Haoyu nodded. His face is calm, no one knows what he is thinking. Changhe School, Temple of War and other Taoist traditions have such things happen, and they all have their sights on the Yaokai resident. At the same time, the forces that didn't come to the Yuantian mountain range also arrived one after another. The huge beasts roared across the sky, roared, and the wind, thunder, lightning, and dazzling, made many monks look up. This Panacea conference is bigger than before. There are also saints and saints coming. It is strange. Is there any magical medicine to be produced in this Panacea conference, so that these young arrogances will come a lot? They didn't understand at all what the real purpose of these sacred places and powerful orthodoxy came here. They all thought it was a Panacea assembly. The fact that was born in the wasteland, Dao Tianjun's true identity was only circulated among the top forces of Baidu. Even if they were experienced casual practitioners, they still kept silent about Dao Tianjun. Those people are old fried dough sticks, so they naturally understand what to say and what not to say. All of these makes the Yuantian giant city more lively, only the real strong know their purpose. The changes in the outside world, Dao Tianjun didn't think about it, and didn't want to. Walked into the mansion. There is nothing like a cave, small bridges and flowing water, pavilions, red bricks and blue tiles, quiet and peaceful. Yaokai Holy Land arranged a loft for Dao Tianjun to live in. If you have any instructions, adults can just mention it. The guard said to Dao Tianjun. Dao Tianjun waved his hand to indicate that it was all right. Seeing this, the guard left without saying much. Look around. Thought in his heart, Dao Tianjun walked out of the attic and walked towards a garden not far away. Brother Tianjun is still satisfied with the residence. The sage of Yaokai also happened to come from a distance, looking graceful and graceful. Tao Tianjun whispered, satisfied. Looked on, only the sage of Yaokai came here, Shuang'er and Biking Taishang elders were not there. The saint doesn't mind telling me some things about Baidu. Dao Tianjun said. From beginning to end, Dao Tianjun was still unfamiliar with Baidu, because this world was different from the sky in his own understanding. It is my honor to be able to solve the puzzles for Brother Tianjun, said the saint of Yaokai. In the garden, the two are talking about Shenghuan. However, it is more that the saint of Yaokai is telling that she is telling Dao Tianjun some basic things about Baidu. Cheng Hezong, one family and 3 emperors, Qingxian ancient country, 1 country, 2 emperors, Qizyushan, 1 family, 3 emperors, etc. These Taoist traditions who have had more than 1 emperor have only 1 Jidao emperor soldier. Dao Tianjun was surprised. Originally, he thought that these multi-emperor Daoist traditions should have left no more than 1 extreme Dao emperor soldier. After all, the Emperor Dao soldiers were left by the Emperor. Doesn't it mean that there is an Emperor Dao soldiers? 1 family of 3 emperors, 1 family of 2 emperors, and even the 4 emperors of the Taoism cannot escape 1 point, that is, 1 degree, 1 benefit, and if they exceed this degree, bad things will happen. The saint of Yaokai said, the voice is ethereal and natural. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun squinted his eyes. www.readaloud.com. The saint of Yaokai said very tactfully. But it is extremely cruel. This is a question of human nature, a kind of interest. The ancient emperor is extremely powerful. They are esteemed in the universe and no one dares to brush their beards, but they are not truly immortal and immortal. One day they will have their lives near. If the ancient emperor forcibly left Jidao emperor's soldiers, then the consequences would be obvious. The Taoism he is in will be extremely strong when he is here. Once he sits down, everything will return to the dust. A Jidao emperor's soldier is a degree, which is more than natural and unwilling. When the emperor sat down, it was the moment when the Dao Confucianism was facing catastrophe. All Dao ancestors who possess the Jidao emperor's soldiers will be in trouble. The scene is so mighty, it is very likely that multiple Jidao emperor's soldiers were launched, and the whole star the domain will be sunk. The Jade Lake Holy Land also holds the Western Emperor Pagoda. There is really that kind of situation. Will you join it too? Tao Tianjun whispered, his eyes flowed with strange light. The saint of Yaokai didn't expect Dao Tianjun to ask like this. She lifted her head slightly, and her eyes stayed under the tool. Holding an emperor's soldier is beneficial to the world and the Holy Land. Listening to this sentence, Dao Tianjun understood that even if it is the sacred place of Yaokai, which has always been neutral, the Taoism of Yaokai, which has always been evasive from the world, is inevitable. This seems to be an unspoken rule. 1 piece of Jidao imperial soldier won't say anything, but 2 pieces have to be careful. Only those with the ultimate imperial army can truly understand the horror of the imperial army. If two pieces are unified together, it will be terrible. It will be the overlord of the Baidu, even if you have a force of the ultimate imperial army. You must bow your head and proclaim your courtiers. The fact that Yaokai's holy land is not contended does not mean that they are willing to be enslaved. Chapter 42, The Supreme Existence of Wives and Daughters. The garden, Mizuki Tsinghua University, Rocky Mountains, scent of birds and flowers in full bloom. Colorful butterflies flutter, and the fragrance overflows. Dao Tianjun sat on the stone chair and looked at the saint of Yaokai sitting on the opposite side. It surprised me that the saint was so honest. Just as he said, this kind of thing that obviously makes people reduce their thoughts on the holy land of Yaokai, the saint of Yaokai is actually outspoken. Is there any concealment? The fact is like this, sometimes it's not what you want and you can't help it. The Yaokai saint said lightly. She looked at Dao Tianjun. Speaking frankly, Yaokai Holy Land needs allies, and you must be honest about your allies in Yaokai Holy Land. Listening to these words, Dao Tianjun did not speak but looked straight at the saint of Yaokai. The words of the saint of Yaokai have been so straightforward. He would be stupid if he couldn't tell. Yaokai Holy Land, this is to form an alliance with the wasteland. Is there anyone in this world who can fear the Yaokai Holy Land, which has always been neutral and avoiding the world? Dao Tianjun didn't answer directly, but asked instead. He was really surprised. Yaokai Holy Land, which has always been neutral, no one wants to provoke too much. Even if the Dao Emperor wants to move, it will take a long time to think about it, because it is not worth it. Yaokai Holy Land has a lot of powers. There will be great chaos in this life. The saintess of Yaokai lowered her eyes. What we want is to find hope for the future, so that when there is really great chaos, we will not be involuntarily. Chaos. Dao Tianjun narrowed his eyes. I don't know what the great chaos is. The Western Emperor once said that this life is a great world and a chaotic time. I didn't say specifically, but all the great emperor forces have said this, and every Taoist tradition is preparing for this life. Said the woman. His speech is calm, but if this sentence is known to the outside world, the world will be in chaos. Finished with her words. Both of them are silent, not much. This silence is only a short moment. Tao Tianjun shook his head slowly. Why is Tianjun brother shaking his head? Yaokai saintess said. His eyes were clear, Dao Tianjun's expression was calm, and he spoke lightly, Holy girl, you have a little mistake, it is very wrong. The saint of Yaokai is slightly startled. Seeing the doubts of the saintess of Yaokai, Dao Tianjun smiled. Biking Taishang elder can serve as the Taishang elder of your Jade Lake Holy Land. Naturally, the combat power is extraordinary and vulgar, even in the world. But do you know her status if she is in my barren land? Dao Tianjun did not let the saint of Yaokai speak, and the saint of Yaokai did not intend to ask. She knew that Dao Tianjun would continue to speak. I may have said a bit too much, but Elder Biking really didn't look at it enough. My old man can easily be killed, and he can even be pressed to death with a finger without any effort. The calm words swayed in the garden. If this passage is in the outside world, it will inevitably set off a wave of terror. Looking at the saint of Yaokai who had obviously changed slightly, Dao Tianjun said again, you are positioning yourself wrongly, allies? The wasteland does not need allies. Between words. Dao Tianjun's eyes twinkled. This sentence of mine is not meant to express anything, but because you are good to me with the saints of Yaokai, I have this advice. Listening to this voice, the saint of Yaokai is silent. It was obvious that Dao Tianjun could see the spirit of the saint of Yaokai surging in a short moment. Thank you brother Tianjun for the reminder. Finally the saintess of Yaokai spoke and saluted Dao Tianjun. See it. Dao Tianjun smiled. He is indeed giving advice, and I am afraid that this is also known to the Yaokai Holy Land, but it is one thing to know, and it is another to admit it. As a force with the ultimate imperial army, who would be willing to be inferior? Allies are built on a reciprocal situation after all. Really speaking, in Dao Tianjun's perception, the elder Viking was similar to the overlord of that deserted ancient mountain range. However, this level of Dao Tianjun is still initially known. This kind of is not enough to see in the center of the wasteland. As far as Dao Tianjun knows, the Fire Emperor can kill a piece by raising his hand. The future is unknowable, everything is unknown, and Yaokai Holy Land does not necessarily really need to find allies. Dao Tianjun shook his head and immediately waved his hand. Well, these topics are still too heavy, let's change the topic. I heard that there are peerless beauties in the sacred place of Yaokai, who are all the wisdom of heaven and earth. I don't know if I can witness the fairy face of the saint. Tao Tianjun smiled. Hear the words. The saint of Yaokai recovered from her absence, surprised under the tool. It's a bit big to change the question. Dao Tianjun had thought about this question. It was definitely not a question of impoliteness, because he remembered that in Jishin's novels, the saint of Yaokai also showed her true face. It is not that there are rules that cannot reveal her true face. Was also curious at the same time, which drove Dao Tianjun to ask this question. That is the love of the world. The saint of Yaokai also replied, there are many people in the world that are much more beautiful than me. Don't tell me, it's not good for the saint to be so humble. Dao Tianjun waved his hand immediately. How could he let this opportunity pass? My words shouldn't be abrupt. If there are, I hope the Saint Haihan has already said that, the saint of Yaokai will not be too hypocritical. After all, her true appearance is not a secret, and there are still many people in the major forces who have portraits of her. Raise the delicate hand lightly and connect the yarn behind the ear. In an instant, Dao Tianjun's expression was slightly stagnant. Beautiful and refined, like a fairy under the moon, not the beauty of the fireworks in the world. www.readaloud.com Skin Bully Cream Wins Snow. A pair of beautiful eyes are clear and bright, blue eyebrows, nose, cherry lips, smile. The behavior is like a natural fit, the eyebrows are swept away, and the beauty is so beautiful. This is a woman who can only have with a fairy. Tao Tianjun really came up with such a sentence in his mind. It was really beautiful. Hello, my name is Xian. Dao Tianjun blurted out. There is doubt between the eyebrows of the saintess of Yaokai. I don't know what Dao Tianjun's apathy means. Ahem, it's nothing, I suddenly remembered some past events. Dao Tianjun touched the tip of his nose, hiding his embarrassment. Dao Tianjun was already determined in his heart. Want to pursue the saint of Yaokai? Is the so-called fair lady, gentleman is so beautiful. As for what it is not good to have a Daoist couple, what to see a woman can't walk, and cultivation is important, Dao Tianjun recognized. Those words are not wrong. But who said that you can't share the two equally? Come to this huge world, you think the practice of longevity is too boring. Life is alive. If you don't want to be free and easy, what's the point of being alive, and being a member of the army of transversals? What he hopes is that someone can enjoy the magnificent scenery with him in the future. When I get together, I will bring you a whip to drop wax. Bah, it's right to enjoy the flowers and the moon. Dao Tianjun thought. With certainty in his heart, Dao Tianjun has decided to act. He doesn't want to be like the previous life. He was a single dog in his previous life, and he vaguely thought of a word he had said in a chat with a friend. My friend yelled at him like this. What do you know? XX is the supreme existence of wives and daughters. This chapter is joking and does not represent Bing Chen's opinion. Although Bing Chen is a single dog, Bing Chen really doesn't envy him. Chapter 43, Su Ke forced the emperor to tease his sister. What's wrong with you, Tianjun brother? Seeing Dao Tianjun lost consciousness and did not speak, the saintess of Yaokai didn't have any doubts. My heart feels something, my heart understands something. Dao Tianjun came back to his senses, looked at the puzzled look of Yaokai Saintess, coughed and smiled. Immediately, Dao Tianjun flipped through multiple novels in his mind, and finally locked Su Q's Dafa to force the emperor. Holy girl, have you ever seen a fairy? Dao Tianjun looked at the saint of Yaokai a few more times, and said with a smile on his face. I haven't seen it before, said the saint of Yaokai. There was a kind of confusion and reverence on her face, and finally turned into a sigh. Is there really a fairy in the world? How many ancestors, from ancient times to the present, the great emperor and the ancient emperor have come out one after another, but no one knows yet. Does it really exist? The emperor, seems to be the end of the road, and immortality should not exist. I'm not sure whether there are fairies, but I know one thing, there are fairies in this world. Dao Tianjun grinned, smiling as if he was a spring breeze. Where is the fairy? The saint of Yaokai came to be interested and said softly. Far away in the sky and close in front of you, in my eyes, the saint you are the fairy in my eyes. Tao Tianjun said seriously. This is not what he is saying false, the sage of Yaokai is really beautiful, it is that he has seen the most beautiful people of the same age, and the personality is still so gentle, this is simply the most perfect Taoist companion. Thank you Tianjun brother for the compliment. The saint of Yaokai spoke, her voice was cold and unwavering. Forward. Looking at the serious expression of the saintess of Yaokai, Dao Tianjun's eyes stared without blinking. The script is wrong. Aren't you supposed to blush and then be shy? I'm confessing this, can't you give me some reaction? Suddenly, Dao Tianjun felt that the air was so quiet, and there was so much embarrassment. Sure enough, some of Sun Huan's routines for picking up girls are nonsense. Is it wrong? How could Su Ke make a mistake when he forced the emperor? His sister-in-law Dafa could not be invalid. Yes, Dao Tianjun thought of one thing, that is, when he used to force the emperor to fail. This kind of tricks can only be applied to vulgar people, the saints of Yaokai are different from those glamorous outside. Dao Tianjun secretly said in his heart. Ahem, it's not too early, the saint can rest earlier. Although Dao Tianjun determined in his heart that the saint of Yaokai is different from the coquettish outside, the atmosphere was still embarrassing and the thief coughed dryly. Soon, he waved his hand to the saint of Yaokai and left the garden. The current scene is too embarrassing, it won't work if you don't leave. The most important thing is that Dao Tianjun definitely goes back to think about whether there is any other way of picking up girls in fantasy novels. Unexpectedly, Dao Tianjun has such a side. An old woman's voice suddenly sounded in the garden. The elder Viking stepped out of the void with a smile on her face. How could she not know what Dao Tianjun said before, but she did not expect that all strategies and plans are superior Daoshan. June seems to be awaiting research on EQ. Deserves to be an old fox. She immediately saw through Dao Tianjun's shortcomings in the relationship between men and women, or the relationship between men and women. After all, Dao Tianjun is absolutely top-notch in his temperament, but there is no perfect person. His EQ is really something like that, otherwise he wouldn't be a virgin in his previous life. Yaoer, you should understand what he said to you before. The elder Viking looked at Yaokai. The saint of Yaokai shook her head, I just want to practice. Hear the words. The elder Viking didn't say much, she didn't want to intervene on this point. Elder Viking, did you just hear what he said? At this moment, the saint of Yaokai spoke. Its sound fell. The elder Viking narrowed her eyes, she knew what the saint of Yaokai was referring to, the information revealed in Dao Tianjun's mouth, the power of the wasteland. The wasteland is unpredictable. The faint sound echoed in the garden. Over time, Yuan Tianshan Mountains, more and more people, those outstanding Tianjiao have arrived, as well as some amazing powerhouses that are hard to see in the world are all showing up in the giant city. A lot of young masters are here, the son of Wanchu, the son of Purple Mansion, and the son of God of War in the Temple of War have also arrived. I heard that Tiande Yuan, which has been hidden for many years in Zhongzhou, also has young talents. Originally it was just a panacea meeting, but now it looks like a gathering of arrogances. Who do you think is the strongest of the next generation today? This kind of thing is unclear. Have you heard of it? A major event happened in Zhongzhou. The Emperor Zhong, who was in the same age as Gai Jiu, was resurrected from the dead. He appeared in Zhongzhou and challenged all the descendants of Beijiao. 4 or 5, no one can take him. There are too many weird things this year. Some time ago, the eastern wilderness became famous for the Eucharist. I heard that a proud man of about 11 years old has recently appeared. He is so strong that he directly slapped a famous evangelist. We don't have strange people here in the ancient line of Nanling Yuantian, the man who sells bamboo rats. With the constant arrival of people from the giant city, the news of the 5 domains under the world continues to circulate, and there is never a shortage of topics. And in these few days, the resident of Yaokai Holy Land is the most lively. Many Taoist traditions come to the door, and they are almost flattening their threshold. Without exception, the purpose of these people is to go to Dao Tianjun, and has nothing to do with Yaokai Holy Land. Dao Tianjun knew about this. However, he doesn't care at all, or doesn't want to. He is immersed in his ancient pavilion every day. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is either practicing or studying pill. His cultivation level is about to improve, and he needs to develop a higher level sick pill just in case. As for the saintess of Pao Yaokai, although Dao Tianjun thought in his heart, he still knew the priority, what to do and what to do. After eating for another 3 days, I closed my door. Yaokai Holy Land, the ancient pavilion where Dao Tianjun is, has heard the news. I need an elixir formula, not a formula for cultivation or soul forging. I want a variety of weird elixir formulas. As long as I am satisfied, I can exchange the elixir formula for a small king of medicine. This news came out. Immediately let the Dao Tong staying in Yuantian giant city know. What is he going to do? Prince Daxia looked at the words coming from his men with surprise on his face. Dian Chenzi sits in the ancient courtyard. His eyes jump to the distance, which is where the Yaokai Holy Land is. It's this kind of confusing thing again. A cold and calm voice came from his mouth. All the forces are puzzled, but they didn't think too much, but ordered to go down one after another. Go and fetch those weird unilaterals in the orthodoxy. Although I don't understand what he is going to do, I don't need to think too much, just cooperate with him. Everyone gave this order. Soon, the effects of pill formulas were recorded on paper and sent to the resident of Yaokai Holy Land. Just a few days. Dao Tianjun is even more heroic, spending a full 20 plants in Xiaowang in exchange for 50 puzzling formulas. Among them there are elixir for nurturing, beasts for nurturing souls, and there is a formula of aphrodisiac. Various kinds of things. There are too many 50 elusive types. Chapter 44, Most Afraid of Sudden Silence. What is he going to do? The major forces are all puzzled. For the 50 single prescriptions, although they have not obtained the formula, they have all obtained the effect of the pill. Looked at the recipe on the chopping board. No one can figure it out. The wasteland has always acted in a domineering style, but this time it was exchanged for a person who did not play cards according to common sense. The Green Dragon King sits in a loft. Opposite him sits an old man in a red robe. His breath is astonishing. There is a human-shaped dragon. Brother, do you have any insights? The Qing Jiao Wang looked at the old man. Old Along Dao looked at the medicine list in his hand. Old Dao said. There must be something he wants in this. The other things are just to confuse the audience, but it is not yet confirmed that it is for that kind of thing. Sweeping his eyes, Ilong Lao Dao looked at one of the 50 kinds of medicines, aphrodisiac and aphrodisiac. He was speechless for a while. Is it really good to collect such high-profile things? There are 2 other medicines that can make people in the quadrupole realm sick. There are no surprises in the world. The old Ilong said unexpectedly, looking at the medicine list. On the other side, all the majors are studying this medicine list. No one will notice, the most important of these 50 kinds is the prescription that makes people sick. Boom! 3 days passed, the small attic made the sound of exploding tripods all day long. Ha ha ha, finally succeeded for me. Dao Tianjun was holding something in his hand. After 3 days, he finally got the unilateral formula and added a special medicinal thing to it. After all, his physical body was not in the ordinary 4-polar state. Soon, Dao Tianjun walked out of the small attic directly. Opened his arms and breathed in the air, refreshing. Just when Dao Tianjun was about to call the maid, there was a voice in his ear. Congratulations! The saint of Yaokai folded her slender waist and walked gracefully. She obviously knew that Dao Tianjun had successfully refined the pill, and the movements these days were not small. A few small things, it's not worth congratulating. Dao Tianjun waved his hand. He refined 2 kinds of pills this time, which was enough for a while. I don't know what kind of medicine is refined by Brother Tianjun. Yaokai sage asked. What kind of medicine? Dao Tianjun frowned. Suddenly, a black pill appeared in his palm, and it gave off a strange smell, a bit like shit. The saint of Yaokai couldn't help but frown her eyebrows slightly. What kind of medicine is this? How could it be such a strange smell? Although the taste is a little weird, this thing is a good thing. Dao Tianjun smiled. Upon hearing this, the saint of Yaokai came over curiously. Even if it smells bad, if it's really good, it's okay if the smell is a little strange, and it can even reflect its extraordinary. I call it, well, stretch your legs and stare at it. Dao Tianjun took away the pill, then waved his hand to blow away the smell. After all, the smell was not ordinary unpleasant. The sage of Yaokai was taken aback, she had never heard the name in her mind. Stretch your legs and stare at the pill. Yes, if the saint is curious, I don't mind if you eat one. Dao Tianjun smiled. Listening to this sentence, a strange color flashed in the eyes of the saint of Yaokai. She knows that this sentence is to let her retreat, but does she really want to retreat? People from outside are curious about what Dao Tianjun is doing. The Yaokai are also curious, but they don't have a clue. They came here today for the purpose of knocking out some things. Looking at Dao Tianjun's sincere smile, the saintess of Yaokai also understood that perhaps Dao Tianjun didn't mean this, but she really planned to buy one for herself. But, is this food really edible? The saint of Yaokai hesitated. It was normal, or someone else in the wasteland, she really ate it. But after having contact with Dao Tianjun, she hesitated, not because she was afraid of being poisoned to death, but in another situation. Dao Tianjun is unpredictable and acting weird. Thinking back to the series of aphrodisiacs in the prescription, plus the name stretched legs and staring eyes pills, it seems. The most important thing, the saintess of Yaokai thought of the previous scene. Dao Tianjun bathed in the cave. This man plays cards completely unreasonably, and his EQ is also. Brother Dao, this is the pill that you only exchanged for the little king of the 20 medicines. How can I take it in vain after spending your efforts? The saint of Yaokai said lightly, speaking very decently. In a word, I don't want you to eat it yourself. Dao Tianjun did not force it. He really kindly wanted to give it to the saint of Yaokai, because besides making people sick, this pill can also temper the human spirit. This effect was created by Dao Tianjun's mistake by accident, and he suddenly put together the pill. The effect of the new elixir. Because he is not afraid of death, he dares to eat and try any medicine. According to his words, stupid people have stupid blessings. Bah, this is the protagonist's halo. Brother Deo, this is the ring you gave me. I replaced all the contents with elixir. The saint of Yaokai handed Deo Tianjun a ring. This ring was obtained by Deo Tianjun, who killed Zhang Tong before, and he asked the saintess of Yaokai to exchange all the contents into elixir for cultivation. Thanks a lot. Deo Tianjun took it and thanked him. Soon, the sage of Yaokai motioned to be polite, ready to leave. The saint, wait a minute. Deo Tianjun stopped the saint of Yaokai, and the veil appeared in his palm. I have forgotten before, and thank the saint for lending it to me, and now I will exchange it for you. The saint of Yaokai heard the words, did not take the veil, and lightly opened her red lips. Brother Deo, I will give you this thing. The veil was taken by Deo Tianjun, and she looked too weird when she took it back. It's like she took a man's body. Weird, weird. That's it. Deo Tianjun also expected www.readaloud.com to take it back. Suddenly, he thought of some idol dramas he saw in his previous life. With a smile on his face and white teeth, Deo Tianjun said in a joking tone, then I will accept it, and I would like to thank the saint for giving me such a gift. Is this a token of love from the saint? After speaking, Deo Tianjun smiled again, revealing a smile that he thought was super handsome, handsome enough to match the Emperor Feng Feng. However, the next moment, the atmosphere is very wrong. There is a little quiet, very quiet, so quiet that makes people panic. The saint of Yaokai looked at him weirdly, just like that. Wipe. Deo Tianjun complained in his heart, and the script was wrong. Isn't the saint supposed to smile or be shy, and then say that she is joking? Should the two make fun of each other? Broken idol drama ruined my life. Not far away, Deo Tianjun heard a voice that couldn't help but laugh clearly. Those were some Yaokai disciples. Among them Shuang'er looked at him with a mentally handicapped expression inside. Ahem. I'm kidding, I'll go back to practice if it's okay. Deo Tianjun coughed dry, fast and swiftly, and hurried to his attic in the distance. There is wind blowing in the garden. Is huge. Flowers and grass swayed, and several Yaokai disciples laughed forward and backward. So cute. I didn't expect that Deng's apprentice would have such a side. Originally, I thought he was nothing but good looking, but it was fun. Shuang'er and Yaokai disciples are both playing and laughing. The saint of Yaokai couldn't help but smiled. Deo Tianjun is quite interesting. Chapter 45, Gluttonous. The saint of Yaokai chuckled. She found that Deo Tianjun would find out after being in contact for a long time, but it was actually very interesting. This is not a good impression, it is purely interesting. This Deo Tianjun. The figure of the elder Viking came from a distance, his expression dumbfounded. At this moment, she is more convinced of her own judgment. She has a strong IQ, but her EQ is. Elder Viking ties hang. After seeing the others, they all said respectfully. Elder ties hang, can you see what it is? The sage of Yaokai said. Regarding the words of the sage of the Yaokai, the elder Viking knew what it meant, and slowly said, I can't see what pill is, at least there is no one in my knowledge that is the same or has similar characteristics. Looking at its medicinal preparation technique, it is obvious that Deo Tianjun is half-hearted. Listening to these words, the saint of Yaokai nodded in agreement. What is he going to do? The elder Viking thought hard. Aphrodisiac? Viking thought of the part of the prescription in the medicine list in her mind. Does not seem right. Soon she got rid of the thought in her mind, and recalled the scene outside the cave in her mind. Does that need aphrodisiac? The spirit is not like it. At the same time, the elder Viking also thought of the same idea as the saintess of Yaokai, and said, it is correct that you did not take that medicine. Hear the words. The saint of Yaokai is startled. Her face turned red for an unprecedented time, and she did not expect the Supreme Elder to say this. "Did you think about it with her? It would be nice if I could bring it back." The Saintess of Yaokai imagined letting the elders in the Holy Land study and would definitely understand something, but Dao Tianjun asked her to eat it. When thinking in the hearts of the sage of Yaokai and the elder biking. In the attic. Dao Tianjun looked embarrassed, he covered his face. "Damn, I don't have the face to meet people." He felt hot on his face and hot ear tips. Looking at himself in the mirror, Dao Tianjun whispered, "No, it's too embarrassing, I need to calm down." "Say it." Snap. There was a crisp sound in the attic, and Dao Tianjun shattered his soul with a slap. Within a moment, Dao Tianjun's face was not flushed or breathing. "Hey! Is relieved now. I failed again this time. It's okay. What's the trivial matter? I said that chasing my girlfriend is shameless." Dao Tianjun walked into the training room. While muttered, Dao Tianjun sat cross-legged and looked at the elixir in the ring. These were enough for him to break through. Mind calmly. The boring practice began. Dao Tianjun grabbed a plant of medicine and swallowed it. After this period of time, the second god, keeping warm and nourishing the physical body has ended, and can continue to swallow the elixir. The majestic aura swept across. The mansion in the sacred place of Yaokai felt the spirit array, and it opened completely, forming a scene like a dragon absorbing water. How can a monk in the quadruple realm have such an amazing cultivation scene? The elder biking was shocked. Time passed gradually. 10 days passed quickly. Rumbling. Dao Tianjun's pupils were open, and the eyes were exposed, sharp as a sword, and the void was pierced. The walls of the training room shattered directly. This was the room used for training. It was as strong as you can imagine. It could withstand a blow from a monk in the quadruple realm, but now it was broken by Dao Tianjun's eyes. The third hides a shock with a panacea, opening the gate completely. Now I am equivalent to a quadruple monk who practices limbs and practices 3. Dao Tianjun felt his own strength and said softly. This is only the strength in calm time, but the real outbreak of actual combat is another matter. Boom! In the outside world, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared. Dao Tianjun knew that the heavenly tribulation was coming, and the gods were already ready to move, the kind of urge to devour the common people. Heavenly tribulation. The strong people of the Yuantian ancient channel are all shocks, and everyone is a god opener. Is the residence where the Yaokai Holy Land is located. That person wants to overcome the catastrophe. For an instant, the strong men of all avenues knew who was crossing the catastrophe. It's very extraordinary that the tribulation begins in the 4 extremes alone. Ilong Lao Dao opened his eyes, staring into the sky. Dian Chenzi walked out of the ancient courtyard. He looked up at Tianyu, his eyes were cold, without a word. There is thunder robbery now. Where the great Xia dynasty was, the little nun looked at Tianyu unexpectedly, and whispered in her mouth. Even my brother didn't survive the catastrophe at this time. Hehe, the disciples of the wasteland are naturally outstanding. Prince de Xia said with a light smile, although he said so, there was no change in his face. The Tianjiao of the 5 domains will not shake Dao's heart because of this, on the contrary, they will only advance bravely. Ji's residence is located. A bright figure stepped out of the sky, with a bright moon behind it. Anomaly. There is a bright moon on the sea. Ji Haoyu stood in the air, her eyes calm as water, looking towards the holy place of Yaokai. At this moment, there are fluctuations in the sky, and the strong are all betting their eyes on the past, volleying in the sky, watching the world. Click! There was a sudden roar between heaven and earth. A huge beam of light soared into the sky, terrifying. Dao Tianjun had already done it before heaven tribulation could do it. Roar! There was a long howl in his mouth, and Dao Tianjun walked out of the attic with his long hair flying. His skin is gorgeous, and the light on his body turns into a monstrous beast's shadow, tearing open the entire sky. Hey, boom! The thunder and tribulation riots, the light and shadow of the giant beasts seem to anger the divine might, the power that makes people unconfident. Lightning transforms the dragon, and roars ferociously. Everything seemed useless. The giant beast took a big mouth, tearing the tribulation from the sky with one mouthful, and it was devouring the tribulation. In just a moment, the catastrophe was dimming. What kind of power is this? There is an old alarm over there. Ji Haoyu's vision is even more obvious, and there is a war spirit in her eyes, as if a of war is living in her body to revive and fight the world. The golden Excalibur of the son of Dian was trembling, about to fly out of its sheath. On the other side of www.readaloud.com, where there are several avenues, there are young figures walking out. Their temperament is superb, if they are gods and fairies. There are older generations behind him. The powerful force exploded, and they unfolded their eyes, wanting to see the scene of the sacred place of Yaokai. However, they were disappointed. There was a formation method that put an end to everything, and the elder Viking took the shot. There are masters in the holy land of Yaokai. Equator Taoist said lightly. The Green Dragon King was not surprised. The Saint Girl in Jade Lake was there, and the mysterious man in the wasteland was also there. If there is no foundation, it would not be justified. He shook his head. It's a pity, there is no way to explore what power it is so gluttonous. Rumbling. There was thunder in the sky, but the sky became clearer. The thunder robbery is constantly dissipating. When 3 cups of tea, Dao Tianjun, and the gods opened wide, the beast shadow did not swallow a bite of the tribulation, and there was a kind of satisfaction on his face. Cool. Dao Tianjun is a mortal king, whose body is crystal clear and dazzling, with long hair dancing. His breath is like 9 golden lions, powerful and amazing. In the next moment, the beast shadow disappeared, transforming into a Chonghong and submerged into the protagonist's body. The catastrophe disappeared, and the heaven and the earth returned to calm again. The universe is calm, but the monks are unable to calm down. What kind of power is it that actually counteracts the tribulation? Click. Swiftly, the distant world has vast power, and the 7 colors are gorgeous, squeezing the sky. The thunder roars, the chaos is surging, the sky is crushed, and it is incomparable. Is anyone crossing the robbery again? The Sanqiu of Yuantian Giant City exclaimed. That's not a catastrophe, but a strong man was born. Someone immediately said in horror. Chapter 46, 7 bans for 5 years, 8 bans for 10 years. Rumbling. The chaotic energy is flowing, as if it is a big ocean. One wave slaps, and the sky collapses. Colorful light makes Nanling if it is in the north of the North Pole, thunder roars, and a figure appears. Depressed. The people of Yuantian Giant City, without exception, felt heavy. At this moment, Ji Haoyu trembled, unable to stand in the air. He landed on top of a building. His face was not calm. That power prevents him from volleying. This is not a shame. Because it's not just him, all the strong are like this, no one can sit and stay in the air. The old antiques of all the avenues are all frowning, and their faces are full of horror. Come, too strong. The ancient beasts in the city roared in terror. They crawled on the ground, not as strong as before. The loose monk stared blankly. Is this a coming into the world? At the mansion where the Yaokai Holy Land is located, the elder Viking Taishang trembles with a solemn expression. She can't volley anymore, that power prevents her from acting, the stronger, the more so, as if she's in a quagmire. Is there any kind of strong in this world? Shenzi Dian could no longer remain as calm as water, shocked. He saw with his own eyes that the great demon of the eastern wilderness, Qing Jiao Wang, staggered to the ground. The old guy in the Temple of War was full of shock, and the elder of the Long River sect wanted to stabilize his body, but he broke into a void but still falling to the ground. That figure came from a distance. Stepping on the colorful clouds, accompanied by chaos and thunder, the whole breath is magnificent, domineering and crazy. After a while, he arrived. Descended over the Yuan giant city, and his figure appeared. That is a young figure, he is full of heroism, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, as if he can break the world with his hands and feet. The world is roaring, and there is a mighty voice. In Dao Tianjun's words, this is a handsome person. What? Dao Tianjun looked at this figure very strangely. This person seems to have seen him somewhere, there is a kind of déjà vu. Fu Xian. The old antique of Yuan giant city looked at the young man, his pupils contracted sharply. How could he? The old guy from the Temple of War trembles, his face is full of shock. Is that someone who was known to be comparable to Gai Jiu 1,000 years ago? Prince Daxia looked at the sky, the godlike man. The legend about Fu Xian is well known to the world. Thousands of years ago, something big happened. The source of everything is due to Fu Xian. He is an orphan, rising up like a comet, shining across the world, and disappearing like a comet, entering the depths of Nanling, and disappearing after the mysterious wasteland forbidden. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Is it an old guy who is my contemporary? A light tone came from the sky. Yaokai Mansion, Dao Tianjun's eyes widened. Is that wonderful grandpa? Didn't you enter the wasteland? At the same moment, there is a grand old sound in the Temple of War. There is a kind of pressure in the sound, it is because of Fu Xian's oppression, even though they are all struggling to speak. Fu Xian's eyes flickered, and he looked in the direction of the Temple of War. I went into the wasteland and became the person there, but it doesn't mean that I can't come out. The kind of domineering in the words let Dao Tianjun know. This stepping horse is the wonderful grandfather, and his tone is too similar to the original Shui Lao. Didn't this stinky old man say to meet an old friend and what to do now? Tao Tianjun muttered. Don't know why, he felt a strong malice, as if it came from the sky. In the distance, the body of the saint of Yaokai shook. She had been paying attention to Dao Tianjun before. Although his muttering words were small, she heard them clearly. He knows Fu Xian. In the 9 heavens, there was another voice. I'm here just to announce one thing. Someone was born in my barren land. I will verify his identity. Fu Xian's face was calm as water, and his mouth moved slightly. The sound of the gods is mighty, and the terrifying mana covers the entire blue sky. Everyone saw Tianyu with their own eyes. The sky for hundreds of miles was shattered like a mirror, and the chaos and thunder intertwined. After a while, 9 heavens, Fu Xian's eyes looked towards the residents of the Yaokai Holy Land. Yuan giant city shakes. Famous people and Taoist powers are both shocked and horrified. He is really a man from the wasteland. Shenzi Dian's eyes were cold, his murderous intent was revealed, and finally turned into calm, his face looked like an expression. The proud sons of all the heavens are all looking at it. They look different, surprise dominates, the disciples in the wasteland, it is difficult not to be famous. Not to mention making such a battle in order to prove his identity. And at the same moment, there are also monks in the Yuan giant city who are at a loss. What is the wasteland? Only a strong Confucian tradition can know the wasteland. In the eyes of the world, Baidu has only 9 restricted areas, but there is still a mysterious 10th restricted area. Yaokai Holy Land Mansion. Although this is creating momentum for me, how do I feel that this smelly old man's eyes are full of maliciousness? Something is wrong, something is wrong. Dao Tianjun was not a little excited, but a little panicked in his heart. There must be a demon if things are abnormal. In the next moment, Dao Tianjun heard Tianyu's rolling voice, his head banged and he almost fell. Next, let me express my opinion. As a person born in Baidu, I am naturally inclined to Baidu, and he said a word about the man born in the wasteland. Baidu is rubbish, this time I was born to penetrate the monks of the Baidu one by one, the blood sheds everywhere, the blood is floating, the corpses are everywhere, the blood sea of corpses, I am very dissatisfied with it. I came here to talk to you. Fu Xian has a smile on his face, a look of my good old man. Hear the words. The others are all twitching. Letters are ghosts. The birth of Dao Tianjun attracted many people, including some old antiques close to Fu Xian's time. How could they not understand what this meant? He really hasn't changed a bit. The old voice in the temple of the gods of war sounded, sighing and helpless. He is Fu Xian, yes. Other forces are also certain, it is not Fu Xian who said this. Thousands of years ago, Fu Xian had such a personality, and it has not changed. Nowadays, the ancient books of all the great tracts can clearly record Fu Xian's character, as well as the annotations left by the elders and sages. Does he really treat us as fools? The Green Dragon King was a little bit dumbfounded. Fu Xian's words can be understood by people who live longer. This is to push out the man from the wasteland and to temper him. Obviously the words are all false, and the real meaning is to put pressure on that person. Use this as an experience. Every old monster squinted his eyes. At this time, Fu Xian spoke again, his face was full of smiles. I am an outstanding person in the Big Dipper, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I personally feel that it is not right to be seen this way, and I am also very angry, so I specially took the opportunity for the North struggle, that is, the barren land welcomes everyone to challenge him, regardless of life or death. The sound is rolling. This sentence is like a stormy sea, beating the minds of all cultivators. Ji Haoyu, Prince Daxia, Saint Son of Dian, Saint Son and Daughter of the Great Sacred Lands, the Tianjiao of the Temple of War are all eye pupils erupting. This sentence is going to war against the world, is it to overturn the entire Baidu cultivation world? But we have a little request. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com does not allow the older generation to intervene in the junior fight. Fu Xian stood for 9 days and said calmly. What is a junior? At this moment, Ilong Lao Dao made a sound, and the sound spread to Yuantian Giant City. Its sound fell. There was a blazing light burst in Fu Xian's pupils, and the divine might overwhelmed him for 9 days. In the cultivation world, the strong is respected for the long, and the low cultivation is the junior. Plain and simple words reveal a kind of unparalleled dominance. Is too strong. A monk in Yuantian Giant City swallowed his saliva. Is this the shocking person who would be comparable to Gai Zhuyu 1,000 years ago? Ignoring the shock of the world, Fu Xian spoke again. The cultivation base is based on the man born in the wasteland. Those who are 5 levels higher belong to the juniors. You can challenge him, even assassinate him. All challenges will be met. The defeated and the killer, I promised to give him a plant. It's the second best medicine to death. The overbearing and powerful voice is heard again. Dao Tianjun's mouth twitched. Why does he have such an excellent grandpa? At this moment, he clearly felt that there were blazing gazes looking to this side, scanning back and forth. The People's Congress of the world can challenge at will, and the barren land promises that as long as it is not taken by the older generation, we will not intervene. Fu Xian looked at the Yuantian Giant City. People within 6 levels within 3 years can challenge, 7 in 5 years. Levels, 8 levels in 10 years. Rumbling, the sound is rolling in the sky. Listening to this voice, everyone was stunned. Doesn't this mean that within 3 years he can enter the ranks of the world's arrogant, cross-border combat ability, break 7 bans in 5 years, and reach 8 bans in 10 years? How domineering and powerful! Chapter 47, Enemies all over the world, without beginning. The sky is clear and cloudless. If you look closely, you will find that there are still a few black cracks in the sky, that is, someone shattered the sky and the void. Yuantian Giant City is no longer peaceful. Was originally a huge city full of voices, like a flood and tsunami experienced, boiling extremely. Fu Xian left, but his words made the people in the giant city unable to calm down. Even within 3 days, what happened today will spread to Baidu, and the entire cultivation world will be crazy. It's crazy. What kind of power is this wasteland? Why, I have never heard of it, and I can come up with the magic medicine that is second only to the elixir of death. The monk was stunned and horrified. What's the matter with these? The key to them is to bring out this thing, just to make their disciples the enemy of the world. The enemy of the world, is this really a disciple, not an enemy? Someone trembled, and he shuddered at the thought of what he said. Is too scary. Today's news came out. I am afraid the whole world is going crazy. The scene is unimaginable. Compared with those monks who don't know the wasteland. The traditions and clan states of the sacred sites are different, and they can experience another profound meaning from them. Is this being very confident of that person? Do I firmly believe in the ability of my disciple to deal with enemies in the world? King Qingjiao said. The shimmering eyes showed that the Qingjiao king was not calm. This kind of worldwide enemy scene reminds me of a person. Equatorial Daoist's eyelids drooped, as if thinking softly. Hearing the words, the Qingjiao Wang looked over. Who is the eldest brother talking about? The sound of inquiring, the sound of the equatorial Taoist. No beginning. Listening to this voice, the hand that was holding the cup tightened. The other side. Dian Chenzi called his men. The Prince Daxia paced back and forth, seeing the little nun dazzled, saying that his brother was too annoying. Every Taoist station has become quiet. Yaokai Holy Land Mansion. Dao Tianjun looked at a purple jade in his hand, and his expression was painful. This is what Fu Xian left behind when he left. It is the magic weapon of the ancient scripture pavilion in the wasteland. Dao Tianjun is now in the quadruple realm and can see all the spells and exercises in the quadruple realm. Only people with the blood of the wasteland can trigger. If other people get the result, there is only one kind of chase that provokes the wasteland. This thing is one of the privileges of the little landlord. Now I'm giving it to you, my dear grandson. Remember to work hard. Wipe. Cursed in his heart, Dao Tianjun was really speechless to the extreme. But he didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. On the contrary, he was a little excited, saying that he had to be crazy, even if he was stupid. Dao Tianjun was really a little excited. As a traverser, a person with the protagonist's aura, self-identification, is enemies in the world. This is what the protagonist should do. Brother Dao. The saint of Yaokai wakes up Dao Tianjun. She is very surprised. Unexpectedly Dao Tianjun has no anger or dissatisfaction. What is that look? Excited? How could she not see the excitement on Dao Tianjun's face? But is this the look that someone who knows that he is an enemy in the world should have? If this is a Tianjiao who has been preparing for a long time, maybe there will be nothing, but the saintess of Yaokai pays attention to Dao Tianjun from the beginning to the end, knowing that he absolutely does not know what Fu Xian said, otherwise he will not be surprised when he hears that. He wouldn't be crazy, right? Shuang'er also saw Dao Tianjun's excitement and said weakly. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun gave her a white look. No, I'm crazy, my little sister is so cute. Dao Tianjun was going to say that you were crazy, but suddenly thinking of something, the conversation turned around, and a pervert smiled and said with a smile. What? Shuang'er was taken aback, she was really scared. This person is not really crazy, right? Especially when she saw the look in her eyes, she panicked, really afraid that she would be thrown by Dao Tianjun, but in broad daylight, Lang Lang was doing everything. Thinking of this situation, Shuang'er was so scared that he ran behind the sage Yaokai, his petite cheeks flushed. I'm going. Dao Tianjun looked at Shuang'er's expression and knew that she was absolutely thinking about evil things. The ancients did not deceive me, saying that girls mature earlier than boys. Brother, don't tease you. The saint of Yaokai looked at Dao Tianjun's appearance and couldn't laugh or cry. Dao Tianjun shrugged and smiled, enliven the atmosphere. He still likes twins. It's either that kind of sex, or he thinks this lively little sister is very funny. The saint of Yaokai looked at Dao Tianjun's expression, her eyes flickered, and she said her own question, don't you worry about brother Dao. Although all the major tracks in the next section will not challenge you immediately for a period of time because of some concerns, they will choose to wait and see, but as time goes by, they will definitely take action on you, and your troubles will increase in the future. The more, don't you worry. I'm worried. Dao Tianjun said straightforwardly. Immediately, he waved his hand, but it's useless to worry. The big deal is that he was slaughtered and died 100. With words, he is extremely relaxed, and he doesn't care about death at all. Others are afraid of death, but he is not afraid. He didn't even commit suicide by himself before. What is death? Wiping my neck? I'm really studying how to die. Wiping my neck is too monotonous. However, Tao Tianjun's calmness does not mean that the Yaokai saints can be calm. She was really surprised. Can people really not be afraid of death like this? The way the saint of Yaokai sees people is absolutely not bad. Among her peers, she is confident that she can steadily rank in the forefront. Compared with some old monsters, it is not bad. She really sees Dao Tianjun's indifferent, but for how could a person be so calm when he died? Ask yourself. Can she do this? In her heart, the saint of Yaokai shook her head. Even if it was her www.readaloud.com, the proud daughter of the Holy Land of Yaokai would not be so indifferent in the face of death. Really crazy. Shuang'er muttered silently in his heart. But soon, she couldn't bear a question in her heart and said, do you know Fu Xian? Listening to the question of Shuang'er. Watching Shuang'er's little gossiping look, Dao Tianjun didn't expect Grandpa Kiwa to have small fans. My wonderful grandpa, don't you say I don't know him. Did not tease Shuang'er, Dao Tianjun said truthfully. Fu Xian is your grandfather. In the distance, the elder Biking Taishang was surprised and walked slowly. Yes, Fu Xian, a professional householder who pits his grandson, is my grandfather. Dao Tianjun smeared Fu Xian straightforwardly. Are you Shi Yun's grandson? The elder Biking's eyes flickered, and he was very surprised. This time, it was Dao Tianjun who was surprised. I am not a grandson, but the god grandson they recognize, but the elder Biking, do you know my grandmother? I don't know, but someone knows me in the sacred place of Yaokai. In a sense, your grandma's reputation is louder than Fu Xian. Bai Qing said slowly, looking at Dao Tianjun with deep meaning. Unexpectedly, apart from the wonderful grandfather, grandma is also famous in the outside world. What's the reason? Tao Tianjun nodded. Don't you know? This time, the three saints of Yaokai were surprised. But soon, the three saints of Yaokai were relieved. A great event happened 1,000 years ago. Biking Taishang elder's eyes flickered. Baidu, a sacred place and 3 sects, were slaughtered overnight, shocking the world, and this is what your grandma did. Chapter 48, A Wasteland with a Rich Heritage. In the attic. In the training room, Dao Tianjun walked slowly into the training room, with many thoughts. Did not think of. Grandma Shi Yun is so sturdy. Thousands of years ago, the Holy Land and the 3 sects sent out many statues to kill Fu Xian. In the end, Fu Xian's life and death were unknown. For this reason, Shi Yun moved people from the wasteland. One night. In just one night, more than a dozen auras like dragons and tigers, wild like strong men from ancient times were born. They didn't have any weapons, and they slaughtered the entire Holy Land with a physical punch. The 3 sects were also killed cleanly. On that day, Baidu was difficult to calm down. The horror of the barren land has manifested in the world after many years, and it is terrible and brutal. However, in the end did I realize that this was an oolong, or that the Holy Land and the three sects had not killed Fu Xian yet. Fu Xian was just going to break through the retreat, not the real life and death unknown. At that moment, people in the world knew that Shi Yun, who had a good relationship with Fu Xian, turned out to be from the wasteland. I don't know when I die, or whether the wasteland will do the same. Tao Tianjun muttered. Soon, his mind was immersed in the purple jade. Fu Xian's series of words destined that Baidu cannot be calm, and the storms against him in the future will only become more and more terrifying. He needs to deepen his usual strength. I am immortal, so I must die, and strengthen the combat power with the strongest way of doing death. Dao Tianjun remembered that a novel Invincible and True Loneliness in his previous life was also a similar force. He decided to follow suit, looking for the magical power of death. Find. Look for those exercises that hurt the enemy 1,000, self-harmed 800, or even scrapped. Dao Tianjun's divine consciousness immersed in the purple jade, and a bright starry sky appeared in front of him. It was a passage. He walked into it and came to the end and saw an ancient palace. Wasteland, the oldest forbidden land. It has existed for too long, and the accumulated exercises cannot be described by quantity at all. Dao Tianjun looked at the densely packed light spots in front of him. A ray of light represented a kind of magical powers, 4 poles, no level, 4 categories. It's really not so much. Dao Tianjun slapped his tongue. He grabbed a spot at random and saw the book. There were notes from the strong, and even the cultivation tips. For millions of years, the strong in the wasteland specializes in research, and the essence of cultivation is in it. Brute force, round C supernatural powers, cultivated into a battle-fighting palace. 8 steps to become an immortal decision, round C exercises, practice a secret realm alone, and you can fight the sages to achieve great success. Meteor pace, round C magical powers, cultivation can be comparable to the speed of Dao Palace powers. Dao Tianjun looked at the freely grasping exercises in his hands. This is a leapfrogging if he doesn't move, or he can fight against the sage by only repairing a secret realm, which shocked him. It seems that there is no in it. But I want to think about it. The wasteland has a rich heritage, and the garbage is not good, and as a small landlord, the content he can see is probably not low. If it is not for fear that he is so high, then it is not a big deal to throw all the supernatural powers of the realm to him. That kind of exercise should be non-level. Dao Tianjun walked directly to the location of the non-level exercises, and his scalp was numb when he looked at the dense light spots. This is special, so many, how can I find it? Speechless. It seems that there are so many good things, which is also an annoyance. Tao Tianjun sighed in his heart. Speak your request, I can help you. Suddenly, an old voice came into Dao Tianjun's ears. If Dao Tianjun went to the ancient temple with Fu Xian before, he would know that this voice was the voice that appeared after Fu Xian took away the ancient books of races and magic medicine. Oh! I want the kind of exercises that explode the human body's potential and hurt the enemy and self. It's best to explode the better. Dao Tianjun directly spoke out his request. Followed Dao Tianjun's words. The ancient temple is quiet. There was a sudden silence that was terrifying. What do you want this thing for? The old voice sounded, and the doubts in the words were undoubtedly revealed. Wasteland. In the ancient pavilion, 2 old people were sitting in it, wearing grey and black robes, and they were talking about the grey-robed old people. They looked at each other, as weird as they were. They never thought that this would happen. This little deserter is too weird. The grey-robed old man was stunned for a long time. Do I still need to explain why I take the exercise? Dao Tianjun frowned. Hear the words. The old man spoke again, no need to explain. Dao Tianjun nodded. This is the secret of the cultivator, who doesn't have a few secrets, and he should have privileges as a small deserter. Why not tell the reason? Everything is as he expected. He didn't intend to explain the reason, otherwise he felt that his wonderful grandfather and the Fire Emperor might want to arrest him and give him an education class. This is the life-threatening power you want? Dao Tianjun looked at the dozens of light spots in front of him and took a look. He frowned immediately, threw back dozens of light spots, and spoke lightly. These dozens of types are not good. They are too conservative. They will explode. If they survive and practice for a few years, they will be healed. The most powerful ones are at most half disabled. No, these explosions are not enough. The two old people in the ancient hall are breathing stagnant. Fu Xian did something wrong as expected. He put too much pressure on him and forced the children chosen by the Dragon King to be like this. The black-robed old man said in a low voice. The old man in grey robe also frowned. Little Desert Master Dao Tianjun's affairs, many giants in the wasteland are paying attention. They also learned about the outside world for the first time. Fu Xian's approach can be said to be approved by many people, and a small number of people disagree. Now, it seems that most people are wrong. Dao Tianjun seemed to be driven crazy by Fu Xian. He is a good seedling. www.readaloud.com. I am not afraid of death, but he is too staunch. The black-robed old man sighed. Dao Tianjun was indifferent, he would not be able to see it, he looked down on life and death, which he admired, but it was too bearish, he didn't even care about his own life, too staunch. Hello, people, why don't you reply? Dao Tianjun said. What are you going to do with it? Finally, the grey-robed old man still couldn't help but speak out again. He wanted to discourage Dao Tianjun from practicing that kind of exercise. After all, they couldn't have watched Dao Tianjun go on the road of no return. Hit people. Dao Tianjun said the reason indifferently. Both old men narrowed their eyes. They remembered what Dao Tianjun did when he was out, that kind of weird behavior but extremely beneficial to them. Are these exercises going to be used to do weird things? For this, they think it is possible. To tell the truth, the two of them are still more biased towards Dao Tianjun not going to practice death. After all, Dao Tianjun is not that kind of fool, as can be seen from his behavior, but they can't guarantee it, so there is a situation of dissuasion. I am not afraid of death, but I also have a sense of measure. Don't you believe me? Dao Tianjun spoke again. Well, the road to cultivation of the little deserter is difficult, let alone he is the child chosen by the Dragon King. If he died by himself, then the Dragon King would have read it wrong, but I believe that the Dragon King will not read it wrong. The grey-robed old man said. At this moment, Dao Tianjun saw several rays of light appear in front of him. Annihilation, the secret method of breaking the sky, the spirit of the golden sword, the broken soul, the dragon power, the blood method. Chapter 49, Yehey, are you not believing in me? Dao Tianjun looked at the life-threatening supernatural power in this hand. With a smile on his face, he was the first to see the sequelae, without exception, the lightest was the scrapping of the repair base, and the final was death. This is what he wants. Because the higher the cost, the stronger the result. Things are relative, the more you get, the more you give. Later, Dao Tianjun looked at it with relish. Annihilation, explode the whole body, flesh and blood, ignite the essence and blood and flesh and blood. The minimum number of outbreaks is half of the human body. The secret method of breaking the sky, the whole body is concentrated a little, and the power is no less than the 5 forbiddens, sequelae, and the cultivation base is scrapped. Golden Mang sword artifact, cut out a sword, if a punishes it, the sequelae will die. Broken soul, ignite the soul, burst out the power of no less than the 5 forbiddens, intensify the spirit, sharpen the consciousness, and die from the after effects. Long power, the whole body is full of flesh and blood, the physical strength and defense are as powerful as a dragon, and the sequelae die. Can be superimposed with other exercises. Blood method, using the blood method is to make one's own blood completely three-dimensional. After the cast is like a person, kill the opponent with the blood, depending on the amount of bleeding, the sequelae repair is scrapped, and the highest death. The power that the above exercises burst out is extremely cruel, and the lowest is the power of the 5 forbiddens, and it depends on the physique of the person who performs it. Good. Dao Tianjun has a smile on his face. These are the ways he wants to die. I don't know which one is better. Looking at these 6 magical powers, Dao Tianjun hesitated. He actually knew that this ancient temple must have stronger magical powers for life, but he is currently suitable for these, and he is too greedy and can't chew. He still knows bad things. Finally, Dao Tianjun chose 3 of them. Jiji, Dragon Power, Duan Soul. As to why you didn't choose the secret technique of breaking the sky and Jin Mang sword body chi, because this thing is unstable and has a fault tolerance rate. If the opponent is fast, or some escape magic, it is likely to jump. Compared with these 2 kinds of instability, the 3 kinds of violent blood are stable, because they can control at will and are not afraid of fault tolerance. In the end, why not choose the blood method, although the blood method is also very fierce, even the strongest one, with the ability to curse and kill. But it is fatal. Too ugly. Dao Tianjun is very disgusted. There are these 3, thank you for your advice. Dao Tianjun saluted and turned around to leave. Dao Tianjun looked at the words unranked from the corner of his eyes, suddenly thought of something, and muttered softly, speaking of the unranked Baidu, the 9 secrets seem to belong to the unranked supernatural powers. There are 9 secrets. Just after Dao Tianjun muttered, the old voice sounded. In perception, there is a light spot beating behind. Dao Tianjun accident, there is also the 9 secret. Turning his neck and looking behind him, the little light spot jumped. 1, 2, 9. Counting the light spots, Dao Tianjun breathed slowly. 1 light spot represents 1 kind of magical power, 9 of them are 9 kinds, and the 9 secrets also represent 9 different kinds of magical powers. Both. Dao Tianjun was surprised, his eyelids jumped. The 9 secrets, created by the 9 great gods in the age of mythology, once each of them had a deal with me in the barren land, leaving the 9 secrets in exchange for something. The grey-robed old man laughed. Forward. Before the light, Dao Tianjun swallowed. Outsiders are working hard, but the wasteland has long collected a set. If outsiders know what they will think, it is estimated that they will have a dead heart, or it is not impossible to attack them in groups. The 9 secrets were created by the heavenly sovereign at the same level as the ancient great emperor. They are a type of emperor art. Although the 9 secrets are truly amazing, they are worthless if they are not other emperor art, but the 9 secrets are more outstanding. The immortal emperor, the Taoism created by Wu Shi, the secret arts of the ruthless man, and the Taoism created by the ancient emperors and the great emperor are not lost, or even slightly victorious. The little deserter does not need to be too surprised. It seems that he saw Daoshan. With Jun's expression, the old man in the grey robe spoke such words. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun woke up in surprise. Dian Lao said right. The 9 secrets actually did not surpass other emperor skills. At least he knew that Emperor Ruthless had created a few magical techniques that were no less than the 9 secrets and were comparable to the 9 secrets. If you are interested, you can choose the 9 secrets to practice. The old man in grey robe spoke. At the same time, the 2 old people in the barren land were both nervous. In fact, the 9 secrets shouldn't be given to Dao Tianjun so early. It is limited to Hualong, and it is not all at once. But after seeing Dao Tianjun choose the desperate technique, they really couldn't sit still. Threw it to the 9 secret of Dao Tianjun with the power of a permission dog. If you don't give it, you can't do it. They were afraid that Dao Tianjun would really cultivate, so they decided to use the 9 secrets to divert Dao Tianjun's attention. Do you want to practice? It is false to say that it is not heartbeat. Dao Tianjun looked at Ju Mi, and finally he chose Xing Ziiju. After reluctantly left. Among the 9 secrets, the Xing Ziiju is the most helpful to him at the moment. As for the others, he hasn't considered it, and he always remembers this, and more is not good for him. After mastering one in the future, it is not too late to continue practicing the next 9 secrets. Hey! In the ancient hall of the wasteland, the 2 old people breathed a sigh of relief. From Dao Tianjun's choice and judgment, it can be seen that this little deserter is not crazy yet. You need to talk to the Fire Emperor and the Sky Demon about this matter. The 2 old men said, and the old man in the black robe immediately disappeared in place. Wasteland, because of Dao Tianjun's affairs, it caused a lot of trouble. At the same time, was when Dao Tianjun was practicing. Baidu, as expected. A few days. All 5 domains are shaking. Under the impetus of a caring person, together with ordinary monks, they knew that there was a mysterious young generation in Nanling. As long as you kill him, you can get a magical medicine that is second to death. East Desolation, outside the holy city. In a small village. Wow, big event, big event. The sound of howling a wolf sounded here. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The source of the sound came from a fat Taoist man with a red face and a thief smile. Wow! When the fat Taoist came, he heard a dog bark. A dog like a calf appeared. It uttered human words, with a human brilliance in its eyes. Unscrupulous Taoist, you are yelling, interrupting the emperor's rest. Hey, good news, you are absolutely interested. The fat Taoist grinned, his brows beating slightly. The dog heard that his pupils were bright. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, and a color of the same trend and like-mindedness emerged. You guys! Someone came, he was a black-haired man with extraordinary looks. At this time, the people in the village have already seen the strange combination. There are several people beside the black-haired man, all of them walking towards the dog and the fat Taoist priest. A big event has happened in Nanling, and a mysterious young man has been pitted by his elders. As long as you kill or defeat him, you can get a magical medicine second only to the undead medicine. The fat Taoist said with a smile. The thieves looked around, leaned over to the black-haired man and said, "Yeah hey, as long as you guys and me and the Black Emperor are at it, we will knock him sap, and the magical medicine is not enough." A good thing. The black-haired man looked like a fat Taoist priest. "Yeah hey, you can't believe in me!" The fat Taoist morale exclaimed. Ignoring the anger of the fat Taoist priest, the black-haired man said again. "What is the origin of that person?" Hearing the words, the fat Taoist expression was stagnant. Well. Looking at the fat Taoist expression, the black-haired man rolled his eyes, and the dead Taoist really left a hand. Chapter 50, What family is still riding a horse? There is a dowdy at home. Yehei's face was speechless. And I know that the few people around him are the same. You unscrupulous Taoist priest is not at ease. There was a crisp voice. Not far away, a beautiful and refined purple-clothed girl came. Wow! The dog bite directly, unceremoniously. The fat Taoist seems to have been prepared for a long time, and quickly dodges. If Dao Tianjun sees it, he will inevitably exclaim, "This is a flexible fat man." I said that's not it, that is the most mysterious forbidden area of Baidu, the people in the 10th Forbidden Wasteland. Was originally chasing the dog and suddenly braked, staring at the fat Taoist dumbfounded. It seems that the information in his mouth is surprising. The people from the wasteland are born. The purple-clothed girl exclaimed. To the words of the fat Taoist priest, the dog, and the purple-clothed girl's reaction, the black-haired man wondered, what is the wasteland? If it weren't for me to steal often, studying history and civilization, I really don't know the wasteland. The people in this place are very cruel. The fat Taoist seemed to know something, his face was grimace. The look of this fat Taoist priest was even more unexpected by the black-haired man. There are times when this unscrupulous Taoist priest is also afraid. The purple-clothed side spoke, and she said what she knew. Unscrupulous Taoist, believe me or not, I killed you. A tall man next to the black-haired man uttered a demon-like spirit. He didn't expect this Taoist priest to hide such information. Master Dao is concealing it for your own good. What do you know? I'm afraid you don't dare to start when you know your identity, although the wasteland is terrifying, but those are some old guys, this is a young man. The fat Taoist is justified and well-founded, and he looks right and confident for you. But how can other people believe it? Seeing this, the fat Taoist knew that he was wrong, and he hurriedly looked for a helper. He locked the dog and said, "What do you think of the Black King? The two of us don't do it." The dog's copper bell-like eyes stared, "Wang, I won't accompany you to die." Although he said so in his mouth, the look in his eyes really betrayed him. The greedy look of petty cheapness is flying. The black-haired man was also a little moved. He lacked resources, especially after he broke through the four extremes. "Go, I must go, Wang." The dog finally couldn't bear it. "See it." The fat Taoist smiled, "This is the Black Emperor, when will we leave?" Casually patted the black real horse fart, he immediately urged. "We can only defeat him, don't think about killing him, even if we can, we can't do it." The dog said. The black-haired man frowned, because of his identity. The dog heard the words, shook his head and glanced at the black-haired man from the corner of his eyes. "The Emperor has lived for countless years. I count that young man has a connection with me, so I can't kill it, I can only hit sap." There is one word. All the people present have an expression that believes you are a ghost. Just when something like this happened here, Nanling. 7 days passed quickly. Dao Tianjun left the customs, free and easy, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and walked out of the attic. "Brother Dao." The voice of the saintess of Yaokai also rang. Dao Tianjun watched the saint of Yaokai coming from not far away, unexpectedly. "Hey, saint, are you staying with me?" The saint of Yaokai shook her head. Brother Dao was joking, it was just a coincidence. Speaking of which, Brother Dao's retreat was very short this time. Could it be a bottleneck? No, there is little gain, so I came out to breathe, saying that the elixir meeting has passed. Dao Tianjun said. In the words that follow, the saint of Yaokai revealed that today is the day of the elixir meeting. Was originally supposed to be held 3 days ago, but due to some delays, it officially started today. Well, let's go and have a look. Tao Tianjun smiled. The saint of Yaokai is voiceless. It seems that Brother Dao is ready to deal with the world. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun grinned mysteriously. After finishing talking, Dao Tianjun planned to go to the elixir meeting with the saint of Yaokai. Hey? Brother Dao doesn't plan to conceal his face. The saintess of Yaokai looked at Dao Tianjun and didn't feel that she wanted to conceal herself, so she couldn't help but wonder. Not going to. Dao Tianjun waved his hand. The concealment that day was just to increase people's mystery and increase the bargaining chip. Today, I won't cheat people. Say it. With a big step, Dao Tianjun walked outside. On the spot, the sage of Yaokai smiled, and it was the first time that a silly person had said so honestly. Yuantian Giant City. It is a city, rather than a mountain range, vast and endless, with a continuous population. Elixir meeting was not held at the center of the mountain, but at the edge of a valley. On the road near the valley of the Elixir Conference, there are 3 figures that frequently attract everyone's attention. 2 women and 1 man are the saints of Yaokai, Shuang'er and Dao Tianjun. How come there are no old guys? All I see are the younger generation along the way. Dao Tianjun found something strange. Isn't there supposed to be many old guys in this kind of elixir meeting? How could they be the younger generation? Several powerhouses in the ancient city of Yuantian designated them. They said that the future is the world of young people, so it is estimated that the older generation will not appear in this elixir meeting, or watch it in secret. The saint of Yaokai said with a look in her eyes. Ruao looked at Dao Tianjun. Seems to have a meaning. That's it. Dao Tianjun frowned and saw the meaning. I am afraid this change has something to do with me. I don't know who is here this time. The saint of Yaokai heard the words and prepared to answer. Rumbling. There are strong aura fluctuations behind, like a divine peak moving horizontally, and the beast roars and shakes the sky. The incoming person was aggressive, and a divine mind had already locked onto Dao Tianjun, a young man in his 20s. It is riding on a 3-foot-tall monster beast. The monster is like a calf and looks like a horse. Its scales are like metal. It has a gleaming grey color. The youth is even more handsome. Wearing battle clothes, it is gorgeous. With the wind. This is no ordinary floating. After seeing this person, Dao Tianjun thought in his heart. After taking a look, Dao Tianjun muttered softly, You read www.yuyuganshu.com. Who is this? What family is still riding a horse, and there is a fighting emperor at home? In a blink, the young man had already arrived in front of Dao Tianjun. He looked at Dao Tianjun, his eyes were hot. You are Su Ke in the wasteland? No. Tao Tianjun immediately said. As soon as the sound came out, the youth was stunned, not only him, but everyone was stunned. The one who walked out of the mansion with the saint of Yaokai was not the one from the wasteland? Did you admit it wrong? I am Dao Tianjun in the wasteland. Dao Tianjun said with a smile. You. The youth stared at him. How could he not understand that he was being tricked? Dowdy, are you going to dismount and fight with me? Without waiting for the youth to speak, Dao Tianjun spoke first. Do Di. The young man said calmly, I am not Do Di, my name is Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao, a prestigious young generation in Nanling. I heard that the peak of the 4 extremes is still the same, but he did not expect to be the first to climb it. One step slower, he snatched it. Someone finally took action, the young generation's showdown. Some people in the crowd talked, and some people shook their heads and sighed. They were some young talents. They were all in the 4-pole realm. They had been hesitating before to make a move. Now they suddenly felt regretful when they saw someone making a move. They were too cautious. The other side. Someone walked out of the valley. It was the saint son and daughter of the holy places, the heirs of Taoism. Finally someone can't bear it anymore, so let me see his strength. The preacher of the Temple of War. Unlike ordinary people, he does not have long hair, only one short hair. His breath is great, and his face does not look like his peers but more like a middle-aged, extremely mature. Chapter 51, Weeping Beast. Outside the valley, there is a lot of greenery. There are heads of people moving, and everyone's eyes are fixed on one of them. Apart from you, is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Anyway, one is too few, I have to fight 100. A faint sound rang out from Dao Tianjun's mouth. Heard this. Everyone was stunned. Sure enough, he is a lunatic as in the rumors. A monk whispered in the distance. Dao Tianjun's rumors, it can be said that many people know it. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, naturally Dao Tianjun's behavior is spread. Some people say that he is a lunatic, his behavior does not regard the overlords of the Holy Land in their eyes. In the valley, the gazes of those saints, sons, saints, and descendants all shone. 104 polar states, even if they are very likely to be unable to resist it, or that no one in this world can resist 100 powers of the same level to besiege, let alone, these 100 people are still a good generation. About this, Dao Tianjun was disappointed, no one shot. Everyone is not stupid and has a face. Regarding the siege, they will never take action without knowing the basics. Even if it is intentional, they are dissuaded by their peers. Don't shoot, look on. Someone shook his head while pulling his companion who was about to go out. Humph, I am enough to challenge you alone. The young man's face was angry, his star pupils throbbed with flames, and he didn't know when he had a silver halberd in his hand. Boom! In just a few words, he started. The halberd waved, and a piece of silver spattered down like a galaxy, terrifying and mighty. This young man is not a reckless person, and the methods are obvious to all. Many people are exposed to different colors. The young man who can be called Nanling is naturally powerful. Roar! The beast screamed under the crotch of Mu Xiao. It soared into the sky, and opened its mouth to bite towards Dao Tianjun's head. The two worked seamlessly together, and the four extremes had to retreat or even flee, because they were not facing a single person. Boom! The fierce beast was full of blood and energy, and it was merged into the galaxy. Its power was momentary, and the earth trembled, as if a 9-level earth was moving. Dao Tianjun smiled happily looking at the killing. Spoke lightly, and the sound of the word came out faintly. Pig. Two staggering sounds sounded in the field, marking two traces. Mu Xiao and the horse-shaped fierce beast disappeared, replaced by two pigs with terror and fear in their eyes. At the same time, Dao Tianjun's fast and strange speed caused the pupils of the Saint Sun and Saint Woman in the distance to suddenly shrink. Oh! A sharp pig cry sounded. Dao Tianjun kicked two pigs directly, and the huge bodies of the two fell to the ground, causing a dusty wind. At this moment, Mu Xiao's figure recovered instantly. Roar! The fierce beast is the same, returning to its original state. However, a chilling voice sounded again. Pig! Dao Tianjun appeared in front of the two with a smile. The pig's figure reappeared. Without saying anything, Dao Tianjun raised his fist and kicked his foot. Oh, oh, oh! The stern sound of a sharp pig, reverberating like a pig. All the viewers are backing back subconsciously, there is a chill in their backs, and their mouths are dry. What they see. Oh, oh, oh! Pig! Two different sounds sounded, and Dao Tianjun kept beating two pigs violently. That kind of scene is too scary. Bang bang! Dao Tianjun lifted the pig back, slammed it in the air and hit the ground again, back and forth several times, only to hear the pig cry. The saint of Yaokai's face was sluggish, her small hands covered her mouth. Behind, in the valley, the sons, saints, and the descendants of Daijiao and other Taoist traditions are as wonderful as their faces are. Its power word art. Is it even effective for people who are one rank higher than him? The descendant of the Temple of War God stared, surprised and horrified. Dian Shenzi's face is ugly. The corners of his eyes throbbed, and there was a gloom in his eyes. The surrounding monks drooled frantically. Thank you for holding me, a monk said to his companions, in a tone of aftermath. The constant cry of pigs in their ears and the occasional thought of pigs made their scalp numb. Especially when they saw Dao Tianjun beating two pigs like a madman, they retreated subconsciously, and even sat down directly on the ground. They had never seen such a battle before, and they were even more reckless. Be afraid. So tired. Dao Tianjun shrugged his left shoulder and said softly. Hear the words. Everyone's mouth twitched. They looked at the creatures under Dao Tianjun's feet, and the creatures that could hardly even be seen by the pig's appearance were speechless. Everyone can be sure that Mu Xiao will have no face to meet people in the future. The worst thing was that they were crying after seeing that horse-type monster, tears dripping from their eyes. I'm afraid this fierce beast will have a shadow in its heart in the future. Mu Xiao's monsters are dead. Someone shook his head and saw it. Future. This fierce beast probably won't appear anymore, it has lost its fierceness. You are being used as guns, you are unlucky. Dao Tianjun muttered. seemed to be muttering, but its voice was not concealed. Everyone heard it and looked inexplicable. Such a dish, still ask me to challenge, go home and raise pigs. Dao Tianjun kicked 2 pigs. The 2 pigs flew into the sky and fell into the distant mountains and forests. For all this, Dao Tianjun didn't have any kindness in his heart. In this world where the strong respected, kindness was a chronic suicide, not to mention the coldness in Mu Xiao's eyes, which came with killing intent. Is anyone else coming to challenge? Dao Tianjun looked around www.readaloud.com and smiled. Seeing this, the people who were going to go out before bowed their heads. They couldn't see me, they couldn't see me. They were afraid of being treated like that. As for the others, the corners of their mouths twitched. They saw the spatial ring that was constantly thrown up and down in Dao Tianjun's hand. If they didn't admit their mistakes, it was Mu Xiao's ring. This guy directly and blatantly stored the ring. This is just a challenge. The monk also wants his face and skin. This kind of thing doesn't seem to happen to Dao Tianjun, he has no shame. Since I don't have any, I just accept the challenge, but I am in a good mood today. I want to challenge me face to face in the future. Then I use good things as a bet. If I win the bet, if I lose, you take the magic medicine prepared by my stinky old man. Tao Tianjun said lightly. At the end of the talk, his speech changed, and his voice became more plain, but with a kind of murderous intent. Of course this is a frontal challenge. If you assassinate and kill me, you will never die. Say it. Dao Tianjun headed towards the saint of Yaokai. Brother Dao had planned for a long time. The saint of Yaokai watched Dao Tianjun's arrival and said lightly. Hear the words. Dao Tianjun nodded and smiled brightly. Yes. He has nothing to hide, there is nothing to hide. The reason for doing this is to sort out the poor and choose the best. Of course, Dao Tianjun is actually very welcome to challenge. Doesn't this mean giving him gifts in disguise? The more such people are, the better. What he lacks is the elixir. What a great meal for you. He is raising pigs. Chapter 52, Shame on Chasing Girls. He is so pitiful. Shuang'er said sympathetically, and then she looked at Dao Tianjun with a sweet smile. Dao Tianjun saw Shuang'er's expression in his heart. Things are wrong. Little sister Shuang'er, what are you doing? Dao Tianjun raised his brows. Shuang'er smiled cutely, can the magical power of calling people be pigs teach me? After speaking, her eyes looked at Dao Tianjun unblinkingly. Looking at those eyes, Dao Tianjun thought for a while that he would shoot out stars and blind him. You must not mess around. A strange color crossed the eyes of the saint of Yaokai. Raising her delicate hand, she gently tapped the heads of the 2 children. The 2 daughters are like sisters. They are ignorant, but it does not mean that she is ignorant. This kind of thing violates the taboo of the cultivator, and she wants to make things smaller. It's a trivial matter. This is a big taboo, and the supernatural powers are even more likely to be the emperor's magic, and the taboo is added to the taboo. The saint doesn't need to be like this, I don't care about this very much. Tao Tianjun doesn't care. And Shuang'er has been with the sage of Yaokai for a long time. Seeing the look of the sage of Yaokai, he naturally knew that he was wrong. However, Dao Tianjun's next sentence set her ablaze. But it's not impossible to teach you. Dao Tianjun said. Hey! Shuang'er was startled, and then her little head shook, I still don't learn. This time Dao Tianjun had an accident. You laughed awkwardly, I feel you are going to make a mess, so I won't learn it. Shuang'er also learned that Tianjun squatted his teeth, showing little tiger teeth. The saint of Yaokai smiled. Damn, you guessed it all. Dao Tianjun yelled, confessing that he was going to mess with him. Listening to this sentence, Rao is the saint of Yaokai with a wide range of knowledge, all smiles, a little bit dumbfounded, is it really good to be such an honest person? The twins on the side really looked like I guessed it right. But soon Zhuang'er was driven by the curiosity in his heart. She was innocent, but she also learned something from people, or a woman's intuition, or even Dao Tianjun got along for a long time and knew that Dao Tianjun is definitely not bad. After all, the good sisters in Yaokai Holy Land are all telling it. Dao Tianjun's cultivation is strong, but in terms of getting along with women. So, she was curious and wanted to know what the bad thing about Dao Tianjun was. More importantly, Zhuang'er is very unwilling, and there is no doubt in the big eyes. She still wants to learn that power word art because this supernatural power is so fun. It's very simple, just promise me one thing. Dao Tianjun said with a smile, I like the saint of Yaokai. You are close to her sisters. I think you can help me if necessary. This condition is not too much. Dao Tianjun raised his eyebrows. With this expression, Zhuang'er wanted to hit him, so he owed him too much. While on the side, the sage of Yaokai Allure was dazed for a while, her beautiful eyes flowing incredible. Brother Dao, do you think I don't exist? She felt funny and had a new understanding of Dao Tianjun. I said it precisely because of you. Dao Tianjun once again said the words that stunned the saintess of Yaokai. In his cognition, chasing a girl is the first step to shame, and it's the first step to shame, and it's said at night. The most important thing to chasing a girl is action. Only action is possible, and no action is a bubble. So, he decided to act. In his words, if you don't tell you, how do you know that I like you, so that you have me in your heart? Otherwise, Tianjun, he was afraid that he chased him for a long time, and found that the saint of Yaokai couldn't see it, so he would be fucked. Puff! The saint of Yaokai smiled and smiled beautifully. She was really dumbfounded by Dao Tianjun's brain circuit. How could there be such a cute person in the world? I reject your request. At this time, Zhuang'er said awe-inspiringly. Sisters and magical powers, she chose magical powers. It's a pity, I originally planned to add another request, you will be my second room. Hear the words. Zhuang'er glared, Dao Tianjun definitely deliberately off her. The three of them talked and laughed along the way, making everyone around them look different. Some were envious and some were surprised, but more people were confused. Yaokai Holy Land is hidden very deep. Prince Daxia was at the edge of the valley, watching Dao Tianjun and the sage of Yaokai talking and laughing. Beside him, the son of other holy places squinted his eyes. There are many suitors of the saints of Yaokai among them. The descendant of the temple of war god has clear eyes, but there is a surge of fighting spirit. He is one of the suitors of the saint of Yaokai. Are you going to make a move? Looking at the expression of the descendant of the god of war, one of the descendants of the Long River sect said, a man who looked thin. When my god of war art is on the next level, I will find him. After the descendant of the temple of war god finished speaking, he walked into the valley by himself. Its sound fell. The son of Dian, and the other saints and women. Is he unsure of the shot? Ji Haoyu was silent from beginning to end, he quietly glanced at the figure of Dao Tianjun before walking into the valley. How lively people are you here to welcome me? Dao Tianjun looked at some people standing outside the valley and greeted them. Is not unfamiliar. At this moment, although some people have entered the valley, some people have stayed outside www.readaloud.com. I have heard about the 10th restricted area, and now it is amazing at first sight. The thin man from the Long River school said. Looking at the pattern of the Long River sect, Dao Tianjun recognized what kind of sect this person was. Tao Tianjun was surprised, Chang Hezong. He looked at the thin man and heard the voice of the saint of Yaokai and knew that he was one of the contemporary descendants of Chang He sect. There is a person in your Long He sect called Mei Suyao. He uttered a word abruptly. Zhang Linfan's eyes showed a touch of confusion. Mei Suyao, we don't have it in Chang He sect. Other people are showing their thoughts. Lieutenant General Chang Hezong thought about the outstanding sages over the years, and found that no one fits. Isn't there? That may be my memory wrong. Dao Tianjun smiled. Mei Suyao, the maid-in-law who forced Wang Li Qi, he originally wanted to confirm whether he was there or not. Now it seems that some powers of the emperor exist in this world, and it seems that the king is not there. This disappointed him, and he really admired this tyrant. Can be forced to the extreme existence. One word. That is hanging. At the same time, other people are on their minds, and they secretly write down the name in their hearts, wanting to investigate and see what it is. Zhang Linfen is the same. Rumbling. Suddenly, there is a vast golden light in the sky, and the sharp sound of breaking through the sky resounds for 9 days. That was a majestic man, surrounded by golden light, stepping into the sky, his blonde hair dancing in the sky, his mighty power is incomparable. This trick is not a local, right? Looking at the sky, Dao Tianjun's eyes bloomed with golden light, his heart was surprised, and his heart muttered. Chapter 53, Golden Winged Xiao Peng King. A strong pressure swept across. The weak monks all changed drastically and looked at Kang Yu one after another. The blonde man is too brave, his blonde hair is scattered randomly on his shoulders, his face is handsome and his eyes are as cold as an eagle. There is a power in him. I am invincible, but I dominate. If you use Dao Tianjun's words, it is, the second child, his arrogance of the oldest one. Who is this person? Is it from the Long family? Is it from the Ye family or from the Zhao family? Tao Tianjun was surprised, and said to himself. He and I belong to the same demon clan, he is a descendant of King Peng. A man in Tsingyi smiled. It is the parent and child of the Qing Jiao King, the Tsingyi Xiao Jiao King. Oh, no wonder. Dao Tianjun made a very enlightened expression when he heard it. The golden-haired heroic man is no one else, but the golden-winged Xiao Peng King, the proud son of the demon race who is extremely powerful in the sky, but it is a pity that he later fell on the road to becoming an emperor, otherwise it would not be impossible to become an emperor with his aptitude in the future. Has he not been beaten by the Eucharist yet? Dao Tianjun looked at the arrogance of King Golden Wing Xiao Peng, and he looked at King Tsingyi Xiao Jiao. Hearing this sentence, everyone present, including the Tsingyi Xiao Jiao Wang, was taken aback. Oh nope! Everyone's incomprehensible expression understood, Dao Tianjun immediately understood. Brother Peng. Tsingyi Xiao Jiao Wang didn't care too much about that topic, and stepped forward to greet King Jinwing Xiao Peng. Both are descendants of the monster giants, and they naturally overlap. And at this time, Dao Tianjun has already walked into the valley with the saint of Yaokai. This valley was designed as an auction venue, which can accommodate 2,000 people. Welcome to the auction, everyone, this time with our Temple of War as the organizer. The polite words started under the words of a middle-aged man. Dao Tianjun is quite interested. After all, this is the first time he has participated in an auction, and auctions are often mentioned in the novel. Not much to say, the first auction item, the king of medicine that can help people break through the realm of the dragon. Listen to this sentence. Dao Tianjun immediately came to his spirits, his eyes burning on the stage. At last he sighed. All said that he was a man from the wasteland, but he was probably the poorest in the field. Sure enough, poverty is the original sin. By the way, I haven't seen the ring of the Emperor Do before. Dao Tianjun thought. Divine consciousness dips into the ring of space. Wipe. Dao Tianjun just wanted to say, the poor ghost is dead. What kind of thing is this special? All the valuable things and a single medicine king can't afford it. And what's inside? Are all women's clothes, still smelling, obviously belonging to the original flavor suits in the legend. I didn't expect that the person who seemed to be hanging from him was so polite, he was a clothing addict. Dao Tianjun took a look, and finally locked on a panacea. This is an elixir whose value is second only to that of Medicine King. If Dao Tianjun didn't guess wrong, this should have been obtained by bribery. It was this medicine that made Mu Xiao challenge himself and test it out. After moving things, Dao Tianjun didn't want to talk anymore. I pay 500,000 caddies. I will exchange this elixir with an ancient medicine of the same level, and I am adding 30,000 caddies. 600,000 3,000 caddies source. A rare elixir appeared on the stage, and many people were vying for it. This elixir conference is bigger than before, and there is an endless stream of elixir, and several medicine kings have appeared. Jealous. Dao Tianjun's breathing couldn't be smooth anymore. If these things that have appeared so far belong to him, then he can break through to the dragon transformation realm. The words in the ears of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter and the passers-by were all over 100,000 caddies, and Dao Tianjun was speechless. Do these people have minds at home? Don't they want money? Was speechless to the extreme. Looking at the ring that he got before, he didn't even have 100,000 caddies. Poor ghost! Dao Tianjun cursed Mu Xiao in his heart. However, if Mu Xiao is bound to turn blue with anger here, he has a source of 90,000 jin. These are all huge wealth in the outside world. After all, he has no backing power, otherwise there will be more. At this moment, Tao Tianjun appeared in a small book, and he kept recording things. Brother Dao, what are you doing? The Saintess of Yaokai noticed Dao Tianjun's movements and said curiously. Not only she is curious. Anyone who pays attention to Dao Tianjun is curious about what he is recording. Hearing this, Dao Tianjun didn't raise his head while writing. Its sound spread. I'm recording, I will write down whoever bought what, next time they challenge me, I will let them take this thing as collateral. The words did not cover up, and everyone present or the valley people could hear it clearly. They looked startled, and then some of them turned into anger. Is this looking down on them? Feeling the angry gaze, Dao Tianjun wrote the last stroke, and he looked over. Why don't you accept it? Take what you just auctioned as a bet, I accept the challenge. Dao Tianjun squinted. However, facing the challenge of Dao Tianjun, someone just turned away, they couldn't deal with Dao Tianjun's weird supernatural powers. Will not shoot without absolute certainty. After all, what they represent is not an individual, but the face of the forces behind it. Pity. Dao Tianjun sighed, he really felt a pity. The reason for saying this is to stimulate them, but the descendants of these saints are too rational. My elixir. He was heartache, extremely heartache. The saint of Yaokai smiled lightly, if winter plum blossoms in winter, July lilies bloom. Suddenly, Dao Tianjun felt a sharp look. Followed his gaze. It was King Golden Wing Xiaopeng looking at him. The golden pupils were like a sun, which made people unable to look at him for fear of being burned. There is an aura of loneliness in his pupils. What do you stare at me? You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, are you going to fight with me? Dao Tianjun curled his lips, not afraid of this kind of gaze. The arrogance is coming, everyone looks different. The strength of King Winged Xiaopeng is famous for Dong Huang, and it is precisely because of this strength that he is now. I came for Ji Haoyu, but I didn't expect to hear that the wasteland was born. King Jinwing Xiaopeng said. The magnetic sound, with arrogance in the ordinary. The sound fell off. Everyone's complexion changed, and they looked at Ji Haoyu sitting in the seat, the man who looked like a bright moon. I really want to fight you and understand the strength of the wasteland. Jinwing Xiaopeng is outspoken. Although he said so, his words were extremely calm, with strong self-confidence and unmatched spirit. Tsing Yi Xiao Jiao Wang Zhehen, Brother Peng. He secretly transmitted a voice, telling him about Dao Tianjun, especially the weird magical powers. After hearing this, Jinwing Xiaopeng's eyes flashed with a different color. Although there are different colors, but his face is still so calm, as calm as still water. Many people have seen the sound transmission of the Tsing Yi Xiao Jiao Wang, but unexpectedly, he has no intention of avoiding the battle. The rumors are indeed true. The golden-winged Xiao Peng King is the proud son of the eastern desolate demon race and has reached the realm of dragon transformation, which is amazing. At this time, Daxia Prince Xia Yiming smiled. Its sound comes out. Everyone was shocked. No wonder King Golden-Winged Xiao Peng dared to fight Dao Tianjun, the imperial skill of the Gap of Realm was useless. This can be seen from the pinnacle of Mu Xiao's four extremes, his own cultivation base is high, and the power of the power word spell will be weakened. Chapter 54, Not much bullshit, it's really giving money. The valley is the sound of the buzzing auctions. Everyone's eyes flicker, and different looks pass by. At this moment, a word rang, breaking this weird silence, shocking many people. I accept your challenge. Dao Tianjun answered immediately after King Jinwing Xiaopeng said this. Everyone is extremely surprised to hear this sentence. Does he have the confidence to defeat the golden-winged Xiaopeng King? You must know that the golden-winged Xiaopeng is not a waste, and it is not something that Mu Xiao can compare. It is a real goddess with the demon race great Ningpeng King behind as a backing, and the cultivation base has firmly suppressed the sky. June multiple levels. Even in the 5 domains, the golden-winged Xiaopeng King ranked in the forefront. What is the privilege of Tianjiao? Can stand beyond the ranks, and his ability to transform the Dragon Realm cultivation base is probably more than just the surface cultivation base. I will not take advantage of you, I will fight you with the same cultivation base as you. King Jinwing Xiaopeng spoke again, without squinting, quiet and sharp. Tao Tianjun shook his head. He stood up and said, No, if you are equal to me, you will lose. This sentence is not false, but Dao Tianjun has the confidence that anyone of the same realm can fight him, even if it is the king of Jihaoyu or the invincible Tianjiao Wangteng of the North Plains, or the emperor of Zhongzhou who was born not long ago. He also has such self-confidence. After speaking, Dao Tianjun walked out. Brother Peng seems to be underestimated by your descendants. The old guy in the dark always pays attention to all of this and gloats after seeing it. Humph! The old grunt sounded. Wait later, the result will naturally be clear. The master of the old voice spoke again. Obviously this person is the monster power of the Eastern Desolation, King Peng. Along with the Green Dragon King and the Peacock King, is a tyrannical man of the great demon of the Eastern Wilderness. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King's eyes were gleaming, he also got up directly and walked out of the valley. In the outside world, the monks are all stunned. What's the matter? Why did they come out? I said before the game, those who challenge me must have conditions. Regarding Dao Tianjun's words, King Jinwing Xiaopeng didn't have any nonsense, and he raised his hand to throw out a ring. The ring fell directly into the hands of the Saintess of Yaokai. Refreshing. Dao Tianjun saw this and said in his heart. Although Jinwing Xiaopeng Wang is full of arrogance, he will not procrastinate in doing things. Dao Tianjun likes to deal with this kind of people. He doesn't talk too much, so he is really giving money. Boom! The sky shook outside the valley, and King Golden-Winged Xiaopeng started his hand. His eyes were cold, he was indeed the forefront of the demon clan. Strong and conceited. But he has the qualifications, and his 5 fingers turn into eagle claws. The golden light floats in the sky, and there is the sound of birds singing in the sky and the earth, shaking Zhu Xiao, and the void seems to be cracked simply by grabbing it. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King is the descendant of the Peng King. Has the blood of a demon Peng, and his gestures are like a sacred bird to slaughter him. That is the breath of the 4 extremes. Dao Tianjun was not discouraging Golden-Wing Xiaopeng's actions. The aura on his body was erupting like 100,000 volcanoes. Quiet. Broken soul. Dragon power. Whispered in his heart, he burst out unreservedly. Qi and blood billowed faintly and turned into a dark dragon, with 5 hideous claws. The well-proportioned muscles bulge up, as if a horned dragon is full, the body is uplifting, acting as if a is alive. Buzz. Qi and blood are turbulent, distorting the void. Stepped on, the earth cracked, and a dark abyss suddenly formed. His aura was too terrifying. The whole figure was like a creature from the most remote savage era, and the amount of energy and blood reached an inhuman level. Faced with the killing of King Golden Wing Xiaopeng, Dao Tianjun made a simple punch, breaking the 10,000 magic. Boom! Mana boiled. At the time of the collision, King Golden Wing Xiaopeng's eyes flashed, and his breath suddenly rose. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King staggered backwards, the ground was broken, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. In an instant collision, he was defeated. He lost this blow. Everything made the golden-winged Xiaopeng King unacceptable. After he was a great demon, he had the blood of the demon Peng. He had a great relationship with the legendary golden-winged Peng. How could he be defeated? Golden-winged Xiaopeng King has cold eyes. Just now, he noticed that something was wrong, and raised his power to the dragon transformation realm, but then it was definitely not the case, but he still lost, which surprised him. What? Everyone exclaimed, among them the monster race in the Eastern Desolation dared to be the least confident. Jinwing Xiaopeng King's power can be said to have swept the young generation, but he was defeated. That palm was shocking. Weak. Dao Tianjun was dissatisfied, and he was very disappointed in his heart. The 2-meter-high body looked down on the King Jinwing Xiaopeng. Originally, he thought he would be able to fight heartily, and even finally forced him to resort to drugs. But Dao Tianjun found himself thinking too much. Listening to this sentence, the golden-winged Xiaopeng King moved again. This time he was no longer conceited, and killed with the real power of the dragon realm. The long blonde hair dances wildly, he looks like a killer's breath soared, and he directly fought with Dao Tianjun. The two kept bumping their fists. The sound of was deafening, like two divine peaks colliding, and the void was distorted. The weak monk even covered his ears. With 10 punches, Dao Tianjun has the absolute upper hand without exception. Every time a collision www.readaloud.com Goldwing Xiaopeng King's body will shake. His fist was stained with blood. As a monster race against human race, he lost. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and the crowd was boiling. What kind of system is this? Too exaggerated, even the demon clan will be blown up. The old folks in the secret are frowning. As recorded in ancient books, the flesh of the barren land is unparalleled in the world, and the human races are all like humanoid beasts. It is really hard to believe what kind of environment created such a person. The old guy in the Temple of War was amazed. King Peng was silent, he silently looked at King Peng Xiaopeng without saying a word. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King was physically defeated. The Green Dragon King shook his head. It's okay to let him suffer. King Peng said, his face indifferent. For the cultivation of offspring, King Peng is notoriously strict. You disappointed me too much. Is it really good to be weak like this? Dao Tianjun was really dissatisfied. Boom! In words, he once again collided with the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. The result is obvious. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King's hands are almost scrapped. In this purely physical confrontation, the golden-winged Xiaopeng King was completely crushed. You lose. The 2-meter body Dao Tianjun stood in front of the King Wing Xiaopeng, and grinned. Actually, you are careless this time. Next time you can bring the elixir to challenge me. King Jinwing Xiaopeng calmed down, his expression cold. He already knew that his physical body was far worse than Dao Tianjun. Dao Tianjun's body was originally at the top level of the young generation. Now, coupled with the explosion of desperate secrets, there are only a handful of people who can match him. Chapter 55, Madman's Madness. At this moment, Everyone was shocked, and the crowd was boiling. What kind of physical power is this? Compared to my temple, the god of war art is more powerful. What kind of exercises did he cultivate? The great ancient scriptures. The descendants of the temple of war god were shocked. A descendant of Zhongzhou Beijiao whispered softly. It seems that Donghuang's unparalleled body has an opponent. Boom! Just as the two were talking, King Jinwing Xiaopeng made another move. His physical defeat does not mean he really lost. His pride absolutely does not allow him to be defeated by a person in the Four Extreme Realm today. Unknowingly, he regards Dao Tianjun as a powerful person of the same level. This is an endorsement of Dao Tianjun. This is not a shame. Because in a sense, Dao Tianjun's identity is higher than anyone present. Kill. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King soared into the sky. He turned into a huge golden-winged rock. The whole body shone with golden light, and his arms waved like a rock, spreading his wings, soaring for 9 days. At this moment, unmatched power exploded. The power that belongs to the realm of the dragon is completely gushing out, the supernatural power is shining, and the huge coercion is overwhelming. Dao Tianjun raised his head, his eyes calm as water. He looks like his father looking at the sun. His tall body stands on the ground, but he has a vision of the same height as the golden-winged Xiaopeng King in the sky, standing upright on the ground. The golden-winged Xiaopeng King is here. The void is trembling, and the pressure is sweeping, like a wave, like a sea. Peng Ming spreads its wings. Boom! Dao Tianjun's eyes are faint, the divine light covers the body, and the blood flows, vibrating a loud sound like an ancient heavenly court beating a war drum. Suddenly, a ray of white light burst out on the left. That is a shocking opportunity. The void exploded, and the wisps of cracks were sharp and terrifying. Came too suddenly and fiercely. There was a killer in secret, a killer in the realm of transforming dragons, appeared at the moment when Dao Tianjun couldn't be most distracted. It is absolutely inevitable to change to be someone else. And Dao Tianjun possesses the 9 secret actions. He controls the world's speed, but Dao Tianjun does not intend to avoid it. He stares indifferently. Blood splashed, everyone trembled. The female monk screamed, covering her lips, her eyes widened, and Dao Tianjun's chest had a divine sword piercing through her eyes. Was translucent front and back, pierced through the body, blood splattered high, and stained the ground red. The killer is a man with shameless appearance. This moment, his face was shocked, and he felt that his palm was being grasped, and a big hand held his left arm. Dao Tianjun hardened his body with his body, and his internal organs were about to be broken. At this price, he grabbed the opponent, and the killer saw a pair of white teeth shiningly in his eyes. Is he smiling at me? The killer in the dragon realm was all over his body, and he couldn't care about the aura of death for a long time. In an instant, he raised his hand to shake his left arm. Calm and decisive. Even so, everything is still slow, the killer is determined. Dao Tianjun is even more brutal, and stepped forward. The sword penetrated deeper, and the assassin felt a wild and powerful aura rushing toward his face. The scene in front of him went dark. Dao Tianjun approached him, a 2-meter body and a wide palm directly enveloping his facial features. Ah! The killer screamed in pain. The unsightly facial features are not ordinary, and the 5 fingers are shaken and twisted. The whole face was stained red with blood. There was a crisp sound of pop. Dao Tianjun has red blood in his hands, Bai Sensen's broken bones, and yellow nauseous brains. The killer's head was crushed by his hand. A dark king who transformed the dragon realm was buried in the hands of Dao Tianjun. Is too cruel. At this moment, I saw this thought in my heart. Doesn't he hurt? Some female monks were so distressed that they even covered their eyes and dared not look. Because Dao Tianjun's chest was unfleshy, the internal organs in the assassination of the dragon transformation realm were likely to be broken. Such fierce tactics, hurting with injury, fighting with life, it is this method that created a dragon transformation realm to be killed in a very short time. In the distance, the sun, and the descendants were greatly shaken. His fighting style is very special. Aer frowned and said such a sentence. The others remained silent, staring at Dao Tianjun one after another. Dao Tianjun flicked his right hand, splashing a pool of blood on the ground. Come! He raised his head and opened the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. Looking at the pair, there is no pain in the slightest, but some are excited and hot, and the expression of King Jinwing Xiaopeng changes. It's not just that he noticed. The other people's hearts were stunned. Does he still want to fight? Lunatic! After confirming the hotness of Dao Tianjun's eyes, they confirmed that he wanted to fight. Sister, he... Shuang'er hesitated to speak but stopped. However, the saint of Yaokai shook her head. She never wanted to stop her, but is it really okay? The cultivators who fight for the fate of fate often earn a breath. Tianjiao is even more so. How can they retreat? Others may choose to retreat. Dao Tianjun is definitely not, otherwise he would not say that word. Interrupting him now will only destroy his momentum. Dao Tianjun drew out the long sword from his chest, and blood spattered out. Muscle agitation, he quickly stopped the blood. Hyperbolic one turn. There was a loud bang, and the 10,000-ton huge rock was lifted directly from the surface. If he was the dragon coming out of the abyss, he would volley in the air and violently strike out, his aura would be even more hideous. Golden-winged Xiaopeng Wang Ruopeng bird spreads its wings. He didn't rush towards Dao Tianjun, but in the opposite direction. He didn't choose to do anything. He retreated quickly. It was not that he was afraid, but that he didn't want to fight Dao Tianjun. You are seriously injured, even if you win, you won't be able to win. Golden-winged Xiaopeng King said in a low voice. The other side. There was a sound in the void, it was the strong man in the dark. What he said is not wrong, if you want to fight, you can wait until the injury is better. In this battle, it is not fair to win the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. Stop it. Even if you can win, it will be difficult, and it will be unstable for your future path. The old guys in the dark spoke up. Listening to these words www.readaloud.com Jinwing Xiaopeng King's eyes flickered. How can he not hear that these people are all strong people who have grievances with King Peng speaking? They spoke out to persuade him in this way, obviously because they didn't want him to win. Obviously no one wants to see the magic medicine fall in the hands of King Peng. Even so, King Golden-winged Xiaopeng still chose to agree. His pride did not allow him to be seriously injured against a low-level opponent, and he didn't feel the slightest sense of accomplishment after winning this kind of battle. Dao Tianjun understands that he is willing. Not to mention that in order not to hinder Dao Tianjun's momentum, some people belittle the golden-winged Xiaopeng King. Dao Tianjun closed his hand, his body fell into a big hole, and his eyes looked coldly at the void. The interest has been swept away by you old guys. A soft snort came from Dao Tianjun's mouth. Hear the words. The other cultivators were furious, and Dao Tianjun was really ignorant of good people. However, all this is just superficial. How could Dao Tianjun not know the truth? A killer from the Dragon Realm assassinated himself in front of these old guys. They were all blindfolded. Obviously, those people were put in deliberately. There are too many entanglements. Regarding Dao Tianjun's words, the old guy in the dark didn't change color. Smart little guy. Someone laughed weirdly. After finishing speaking, Dao Tianjun turned and walked towards the headless assassin's body. After searching for it, he put away the storage ring in it. Looked at this scene. Many people have their mouths twitching. How greedy is this lunatic? P.S. Regarding the part about covering the sky, some timelines are wrong, readers should not be surprised, although the timeline is a bit wrong, but those crucial plots are definitely not wrong. Chapter 56, reading makes me happy. In the silence of everyone, Dao Tianjun calmly walked towards the saint of Yaokai. When I approached the valley, the saints, and descendants were all surprised. Only when he is really close to Dao Tianjun can he understand that his horror, breathtaking, and appearance is like an ancient man who walked through the barbaric era. The blood flows like thunder and roars. Is full of pressure. Shuang'er was taken aback. If she hadn't known Dao Tianjun, she would probably have sat on the ground. Brother Dao, among them is my holy medicine for healing from the holy land of Yaokai. The saintess of Yaokai handed Dao Tianjun the ring. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun grinned. Thanks. It's just that this smile feels hideous no matter how you look at it, there are traces of blood on the white teeth. Seeing this scene, Shuang'er rolled his eyes. About this, Dao Tianjun frantically rubbed Shuang'er's hair, making Shuang'er angry. But she didn't dodge. After all, she is still a friend of Dao Tianjun, and feels distressed about his injuries. If she ran away early. You fellow Taoists still called me brothers and sisters before, don't you tell me if you see your brothers injured. Dao Tianjun raised his eyes to look at other people. Hear the words. Everyone is speechless, when will we be called brothers? They just said hello to Dao Tianjun, how could Dao Tianjun say so kindly? A group of superficial brothers and sisters, be careful as you see them. Dao Tianjun muttered softly. Seems to be low-pitched, but the people present have a high level of cultivation and good sense of spirit, such as whispering in their ears, each with an ugly and speechless face. This person is looking for a beating. Suddenly, when Dao Tianjun was speaking, Dao Tianjun received 2 holy medicines for healing. What surprised Dao Tianjun was that the 2 pills came from Prince Daxia and Ji Haoyu, who said little. Good people. It turned out that Dao Tianjun was just talking about fun, but he didn't expect that Prince Daxia and Ji Haoyu would give him the holy medicine for healing. Thank you, my sister. Prince Daxia smiled. The little nun Xia Yilan had a painful expression on her face. Obviously she looked at Dao Tianjun's wound and felt her pain. She was kind by nature. Ji Haoyu also spoke out, and said lightly, I hope you can fight you when you reach the dragon transformation realm in the future. The straightforward words simply expressed Ji Haoyu's thoughts. Thank you. Dao Tianjun nodded. Soon, he looked at other people again. The world is so cold, the trust and help between people is really better after the ancient emperor, look at you, Tusk. Dao Tianjun shook his head and sighed. Every saint's son and descendant greeted Dao Tianjun in his heart. Is this person sick? Does he want to erect all enemies? If Dao Tianjun knew the thoughts in their hearts, he would definitely shout, yes. That's right. Dao Tianjun did this to erect the enemy. The more the better. How should I put it, others are still soft-hearted, and can't put a heavy hand on those who are not enemies. He will only make heavy moves against the enemy. So he intends to erect a group of enemies, the kind that can't wait to beat him to death, so that he can give money to the baby, otherwise he will do some training. Poverty drives him crazy. After finishing speaking, Dao Tianjun took the holy healing medicine given by Daxia Prince and Ji Haoyu and looked at it. While watching, walked towards the training room in the valley. There is also a training room in the valley, so that someone will get the elixir to break through immediately, and take it directly to reduce the probability of being robbed, a specially prepared training room. While was walking, Dao Tianjun kept flipping through it. Is this thing worth it? How much can I sell? Thought in my heart. His figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. In the void, every old guy looked at Dao Tianjun weirdly. Some of them couldn't understand Dao Tianjun's operation. Even their old foxes with empty eyelashes couldn't understand it. Crazy man? Impossible, this kid is smarter than anyone else. Someone has such thoughts in their minds, and they immediately get rid of them. There is an old antique in the Temple of War. He has white hair and beard, wearing a blue robes, and sighs faintly. Hear the words. Many people are stunned. Everyone looks inexplicable. The old antiques of the Temple of War gave Dao Tianjun too high a rating. Few people were born in the wasteland, but every one of them was famous, and their achievements overwhelmed the past and the present. This is just a person named Dao surname. It is rumored that some people are also people from the wasteland, but they have concealed their identity. Those people are all speculations, but their status records are all brilliant. Is there no fault in the wasteland? Someone was surprised and wanted to ask. No one can answer him. At the same time, Dao Tianjun entered the training room. After observing the environment and making sure that there was no problem, he gave himself a palm on the spot to accelerate his death. After a while, he stood up alive. However, Dao Tianjun did not leave immediately, but picked up the book in the training room and read it. Reading makes me happy. Dao Tianjun leaned against the wall and said with Erlang's legs tilted. Time passed a little bit. Estimated that it was almost time, Dao Tianjun changed his clothes and put on the black robe that appeared in front of everyone the earliest, that is, the clothes that the sage Yaokai got. After, he lowered his energy and blood, as if I was seriously injured. In the valley, the elixir meeting was still going on, and Dao Tianjun came and immediately attracted the attention of others. Brother Dao, are you okay? The saint girl of Yaokai cared as a friend. Dao Tianjun waved his hand. Small injury, don't get in the way. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Listening to these words, the twins on one side don't know how to speak. Is this still a minor injury? The 5 internal organs are shattered. Or brother, you will go to rest, and the elixir meeting will be over. The saint of Yaokai would not take it seriously, said again. No need, I'm much better now. Dao Tianjun smiled and looked at other people again. How can someone challenge me? This is a good opportunity to get a magical medicine. After passing this village, this shop is gone. Said, Dao Tianjun's expression could not be missed again. Come and hit me with an expression. All those present were speechless. What the is this man's head, and what is he doing? Even though their IQs are good, they are far better than their peers, even better than some old foxes, they still can't see through Dao Tianjun's thoughts. Puff! The little nun Xia Yilan smiled unkindly. She thinks this person is very interesting. The Prince Daxia was a little speechless. How come there is such a person in the wasteland? You won't be beaten stupid in your head. Shuang'er looked at Dao Tianjun and whispered. Hearing the words, Dao Tianjun gave her a white look. What silly, I just want to be a good person once, but unfortunately they don't appreciate it, so the magic medicine just flew away. Say it. The sigh sounded again in the valley. The others turned their heads directly, and didn't even look at them. They don't want this lunatic to talk. But if there are some people who look at Dao Tianjun, they are really curious. What on earth does this guy want to do? Do they really don't want to live? Rumbling. Suddenly, the world trembles, the earth is like a magnitude 9 earthquake, and the infinite light rises into the sky. Chapter 57, Yin Soldier Borrowing Vision. Valley Auction. Suddenly, at the end of the sky, there was a man of Huiguang rushing into the sky. It can be seen even in the valley. The distant sky has a light piercing through the sky and the earth, like an immortal pillar leading to the heavens. The sky is full of wuxia, and the void is distorted. Dao Tianjun raised his head and looked into the distance, his expression slightly startled. Vaguely, he heard a series of divine sounds, as if a fairy Buddha sang in meditation, and also as if he heard the ghost sounds coming from the ghosts of demons and the netherworld. Vision. Is there a magic weapon to shock the world? Immediately, Tian Jiao stood up. Everyone perceives that a mysterious treasure is born at the end of the distance, which creates this kind of sight. The magic drug is born? Or is it something else, or the tomb of the strong? Everyone's eyes flickered. The eventful autumn. Prince Daxia whispered, with a heavy color on his face. There have been too many things in this era, and it is truly eventful. At this moment, the elixir meeting can be regarded as announcing the end. A treasure was born in Nanling, and it had to be stopped. At the same time, there was no need to proceed, because it was gradually coming to an end. Boom! There was a rainbow at the feet of Prince Daxia, and he took his sister to go far away. A bright moon rises behind Ji Haoyu, and the unparalleled aura circulating, attracting many people's attention. The family of the Void Great Emperor is still a God-King body, it is strange that it is not attractive. The Saint of Yaokai is also preparing to go. For an instant, many people are vacant. Dao Tianjun was stunned. He is depressed, he can fly, why am I so bitter? Said that he didn't envy, that was false, but he really couldn't fly. Now that he has cultivated diligently, he still doesn't feel a sign of takeoff. Can that carry me a ride? Dao Tianjun said to the sage of Yaokai. Its sound fell. The saint of Yaokai was taken aback, and the others were the same. What's the meaning? They really didn't understand what Dao Tianjun meant. I can't fly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Can't fly? What about a liar? Soon everyone thought of the reason. Brother Dao, you are seriously injured, still go. Listening to the words of concern from the saintess of Yaokai, Dao Tianjun knew that she had understood it wrong. Do you think you are so seriously injured that you can't even fly? Dao Tianjun looked at other people's eyes and shook his head. I really can't fly. As for the serious injury, it's impossible. Between words, Dao Tianjun paced. Boom! There were cracks on the surface of the valley, and the seat that had been placed was shattered by the foot of Dao Tianjun. Look! Dao Tianjun pointed to the representative. Number yuan %, number yuan, and asterisk and dot. Looking at this scene of Dao Tianjun, the person in charge of the Temple of War has an expression on his face. Really can't fly. Looking at Dao Tianjun's chi and blood, it is not even mentally retarded that he can see that he is now alive and well. For this, many people have no choice but to be speechless. This guy can't be beaten to death, so the serious injury can be recovered in such a short period of time. However, it is not impossible to think about it. The wasteland is a forbidden area, and it is normal to have rich wealth. If that's the case, then I will lead Brother Yuchen. Has all said that, no matter whether it can be or not, the Saint of Yaokai doesn't hesitate. Coupling arms lightly raised, skirt sleeves are like water curtains, and the breeze is blowing. Thank you so much. Dao Tianjun thanked him. Dao Tianjun has a rainbow rising from the foot, standing side by side with the Saint of Yaokai in the void. Looked at the two standing side by side in mid-air. Those who are pursuing the Saint of Yaokai are all silent and gloomy under their faces, and they agree in their hearts. This Tianjun is definitely thick-skinned, saying that it is impossible for him to fly. It turns out that there is still such a way to pursue it, and to add to the relationship. Some non-Yaokai saints admired after seeing it, and sighed in their hearts. At the same time they asked themselves, can Dao Tianjun be like this? What they thought in their hearts, they looked at Dao Tianjun's unblushing expression and shook their heads. Can't do it. Their people can't tell Dao Tianjun to lie like this, and the panic that idiots knows can still be so sure. Secretly, the older generation of strong men did not leave, and they all shook their heads. The younger generation cares about face. It seems that this time there is an outlier, with a face like dung. Said the old along weirdly. Listening to the words of the old red dragon. There is a kind of laughter for the strong, but they didn't think it was bad. On the contrary, they agree with this shame. After all, people like them have lived for a long time, and they care more about things like face. If they can do Dao Tianjun in some cases, their achievements may be different. Although they have a bad reputation, they are not bad. One drink and one peck, the number is determined naturally. It would be good if my disciple had such a cheeky. Among them, the Taoist Xing Yi of the Temple of War sighed. His disciple is one of the descendants of the Temple of War. Is also a suitor of the sage of Yaokai. Seeing Dao Tianjun and the saintess of Yaokai standing side by side, he was anxious for his disciple. If Dao Tianjun knew these people's thoughts would be very speechless. I'm telling the truth. Really can't fly. There are countless divine rainbows galloping into the distance above the Yuantian giant city. The Huiguang immortal column, which seems to be very close, is very far away. Hundreds of miles away. It was a plain with vigorous trees and many rivers. However, today's scene is completely different. The barren land, the endless red land, the original old trees have disappeared, and the river has dried up. This situation is still changing, and there is a trend of thousands of miles away. This is. The strong who came here were all shocked. There are ravines on the earth's surface, and every crack seems to be an abyss leading to hell. The sound of the endless divine sound and the howling of the 9 ghosts of comes from it. There is something underground. The monk saw a mysterious brilliance in his pupils. It was a wave of mana. At this moment, Dao Tianjun looked at the center of this red land. It was a huge deep pit, a very weird pit, not bottomed out, and Xianzu started from it. The Yin soldier borrowed the way. Shuang'er said in horror. The pothole is dark, although bright light rushes out, but it is extremely dark. In an instant, rows of mysterious figures passed by, in an orderly manner, like a former army, with ancient armor, hazy and fuzzy. Watching this scene, many monks trembled. Is too scary. There has always been a legend about the netherworld, but it is hard to say that it actually exists, and the opinions are divided. Now the appearance of this pothole has left many people without guessing. This won't be the road to the underworld, right? A monk swallowed the waterway. About this, the proud sons of the young generation are silent, they stand in the air, their eyes wide open. After a while, they saw another scene in their eyes. There are gods and demons fighting, and it is a fairy magpie dance, unparalleled beauty, 2 extreme pictures. The grave of the strongest. Finally, the older generation of antiques spoke, and the voice was low and solemn. No way, tomb? What kind of tomb is this? There is a scene of Yin soldiers borrowing the way. The tomb of the demon emperor appeared in the eastern wilderness many years ago, and in the end everyone rushed to the sky. How do I feel that this tomb is more terrifying than that? Is it the tomb of the emperor? Who is the ancient emperor of Nanling, Nanling emperor? Or Luanggu emperor? Or someone else? Many people are suspicious. However, the older generation silently watched. Chapter 58, Who says it's useless to read novels? Will you go and take a look? Looking at that Xianzu, the older generation of strong men was tempted and wanted to try. But this is a heartbeat, but the action hasn't kept up. These people are very pitiful, and they will never do anything if they don't have anything that can attract them. But after all, there is absolutely no shortage of bold people in this world. A sect elder from the dragon realm took the lead. He approached cautiously, everyone was watching. He is dead. Dao Tianjun said suddenly. Upon hearing this, someone looked sideways. Those old antiques have walked out of the dark, standing in the air, they also heard this sentence. What? At the moment when everyone was suspicious, the elder of the Hualong realm screamed. Murderous intent burst out of the fairy pillar, forming a golden ghost claw, crushing it to pieces. The speed is terrible, and there is no time for people to react. Damn it! There are elders cursing in the rear, they are the same sect as the elder, but they are too late to rescue. This moment, Dao Tianjun obviously felt a lot of eyes on him. He didn't lower his words before, nor did he intend to lower his words. Obviously, what he said made many people look at him. Among them, people from that sect saw that Tianjun could feel anger in his eyes. Was knowing things to him, but not saying that they were angry because they lost an elder in vain. Little friend Dao, do you know the reason? Someone said, deep and full of magnetism. The person who spoke was a strong man in long hezong, a middle-aged man who couldn't see the depth. His appearance looks like a middle-aged man, but he stands among the old antiques. It is obvious that his apparent age is absolutely inconsistent with the actual age, which can be seen from the vicissitudes of his eyes. The saint of Yaokai, Daxia Prince, Ji Haoyu, and others also watched. Do not know. Dao Tianjun gave these 3 words straightforwardly. Hear the sound. All the people present were breathless. Said he didn't know, no one would believe it. After all, Dao Tianjun's tone before was very positive. Don't look at me like that, I just guessed it. Dao Tianjun waved and said casually. For this sentence, others are still full of unbelief. Looking at everyone's expressions, Dao Tianjun didn't know what to say. He was really guessing before, as for why there was such a certain guess. He can't say that I have read too many fantasy novels. If this kind of treasure is born, the general routine will be the first to do it and the one who suffers. According to the current situation, no one believes it. I was really looking at me like this. I guessed it. I couldn't say what I had to say. So, I have a guess and don't know if it is true. Just listen to it. Dao Tianjun looked around, more and more people looked at him and said speechlessly. Immediately, he pointed at his fingertips. That thing either restricts the entry of the strong, or has limited boundaries, young, blood, or time. After time passes, there is naturally no danger. Prince Daxia and others turned their heads. How can they not see it? This speech is the same as that of Meng. Still the same sentence, you will have a ghost if you believe it. Those old antiques also disagree, they began to test. Dao Tianjun felt bored when he saw this. Is also a lie, the difference is so big. Over time, old antiques are constantly discussing, and at the same time their expressions are getting more and more exciting. What's wrong with the elder too? The disciples of the major forces noticed the change. 3 days later, this sky-reaching light beam disappeared. No accident, only the young generation can enter. The limit is 23 years old. The cultivation base must not exceed the Hualong realm, excluding the Hualong. The middle-aged man of Chang Hezong talked. From the beginning of the words, he has been staring at Dao Tianjun. Everyone was stunned, he was not kidding? Hey? I am wronged. Dao Tianjun was extremely surprised, he was really surprised. Could it be that the owner of this tomb is also a traverser? See Dao Tianjun's expression. Other people don't know how to speak, they think it is pretending, because can anyone in the world be so accurate? This moment, Dao Tianjun was also happy in his heart. Is this the advantage of novel lovers? For a while, Dao Tianjun recalled in his heart that he had read novels in his previous life, and the 7 aunts and 8 aunts often said that he was not doing business and that he did not study well. At this moment, if those relatives are absolutely mad at him, take a look, if you are not going to survive 3 episodes, and I can, because I have read so many novels. Thinking in his heart, Dao Tianjun sighed. Maybe in this life I will never see those 7 aunts and 8 aunts who often say that they are not doing their jobs. In that case, wait for 3 days. This may be a good time for the younger generation to compete. Some older generations said, and to be honest, they were a little frustrated. This is a tomb with a lot of background, and it's a pity that they can't enter. 3 days is fleeting, and for a cultivator, one practice may take several years. More young people have arrived in the past few days. It's a pity, Shenzi Yaoguang didn't come. I heard that he was in retreat recently, so he didn't come. Wang Tang from the Northern Territory didn't come either. It would be interesting if he did. It seems that there have also been some ancient relics on the eastern wilderness side, and some Tianjia rushed there. Demon Yukong and Jin Chixiao are here. Dao Tianjun heard many words these days. As he said, his gaze looked in the direction not far away. There is a man in purple and a man in a gold suit. The auras of the two are competing against each other. This is the young palace master of the Sky Demon Palace, the descendant of the Biwen Golden family, two rivals, the Demon Moon Sky and the Golden Chixiao. Ye Yukong's eyes are as calm as water, and the whole person is steady and restrained. Golden Chixiao, the real majestic appearance, the face is angular and majestic, standing there like a of war. www.readaloud.com booming. 3 days passed, there was a loud noise from the deep pit. The beam of light is gradually disappearing, permeating a mysterious force that is invisible and intangible. Here we go. At this moment, the young generation's Tianjiao is full of breath. This is a beginning and a collision of the young generation. The breath is like a rainbow, running through the 9 heavens. Countless old monks changed their colors when they saw it, and before they knew it, a younger generation had completely surpassed them. Dao Tianjun is relatively lazy, he doesn't have the desire to fight. Or in other words, it's no good that he wouldn't do it. He and the sage of Yaokai stood on the 9 heavens, watching quietly. The moment the light disappeared, everyone moved, the smile on Prince Daxia's face disappeared, and replaced by a kind of imperial power, 9 dragon chi manifestations, the imperial method of Daxia imperial family, and the technique is unparalleled. Ji Haoyu took a step forward, and the sea of vision rose with a bright moon. It's not just that he has a vision. Some people also broke out, the descendants of the Temple of War God's eyes were like a torch, and the fighting spirit rushed into the sky. Saint Son of Dian took out the golden sword. Everyone rushed towards the pit. Dao Tianjun is more relaxed, he can't fly, he can only watch, and suddenly he saw that the golden-winged Xiao Peng King had manifested part of his real body, the golden feathers, like long arrows, so demon-like. Seeing this, Dao Tianjun was thoughtful. Everyone is fast. I want to rush into the pit for the first time. This is the realization of the strong, and the strong should have it, and move forward. Run, it's too late to vote for recommendations. 23,333. Chapter 59, Dao Tianjun, you said you can't fly. The saint of Yaokai is neither slow nor fast, in the final analysis there is still a cumbersome. Shuang'er did not follow this time. Because of the crisis in the tomb this time, the twins did not intend to be a drag. Even Prince Daxia did not bring his sister. Although her sister is very strong, he is unwilling to let her take risks. A guardian mad demon. Boom. At the moment when the last light fades, it seems to be the last aftermath. A burst of power erupted from the deep pit, spreading ripples, and the speed was too fast, as if 2 stars collided, and the bursting power was unmatched. The Tianjiao at the forefront was unstable. That kind of supernatural power is absolutely beyond ordinary people can resist, each young generation staggers and falls from the air. Such a sight is jaw-dropping. It's like human dumplings are falling from the sky. The forces behind the old antiques all squinted their eyes. They saw someone who couldn't bear the strength and vomited blood and was seriously injured. If there is no one to help, it is probably the first monk to fall to death. But fortunately, most people who can enter are accompanied. Their elders sighed and rescued those people, otherwise it was not only them but the forces behind them that would be ashamed. The saint of Yaokai was also unstable immediately. While Dao Tianjun was a passenger, it is conceivable that his body fell quickly. Wipe! Dao Tianjun shouted in his heart. The saint of Yaokai also changed her complexion, her graceful posture did not move forward, but moved towards Dao Tianjun. Damn, it's shameful. Dao Tianjun's face twitched. He walked in a different way, relying on him to rub and pounce forward. Although he has a tyrannical body, it also has drawbacks. It can't fly, which is too deadly. When it was messy, Dao Tianjun's heart was even more calm. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the wings. The golden-winged Xiao Peng King stabilized his figure, spreading his wings and hitting the air. For an instant, he uttered a few words lightly. A mysterious power came out of his mouth. Buzz! The void is twisting, trembling constantly. The black robe is agitated, hunting and hunting, when his descendants have wind and thunder, and the colorful colors are gorgeous. Silver wings with a diameter of tens of meters appeared. The feathers are beautiful, with mysterious runes flowing, and the spiritual energy is gushing between the wings. Dao Tianjun ran the 9-5 Supreme Dharma. He has a pair of aura wings. Brother Dao. The saint of Yaokai is weird, doesn't it mean you can't fly? Hey, I'm so scared, I'm scared to have a fighting spirit. Dao Tianjun grinned and said with a smile. Soon, he glanced at his wing, very satisfied. This is by no means the wing of the Victoria's Secret angel in the TV series. The shape conforms to the style of dragon, Ya, and Zhao, gorgeous and overbearing. A dozen meters of wings stirred, and the void felt like it was about to shatter. The things created by the Zhulang Supreme Law are naturally good. I will take you to the forefront. Dao Tianjun said. Hear the words. The sage of Yaokai was startled slightly. Before she could react, Dao Tianjun was so fast that she appeared in front of her unconsciously. So fast. The saint of Yaokai was shocked in her heart. In an instant, she obviously felt a wide hand grasping her hand. Spread its wings and move, the heaven and the earth boil. Xingziju runs. With the wings formed by the 9-dragon supreme law, the speed shocked the sage of Yaokai. Is really too fast, there is a feeling of teleportation, even the elders of Yaokai Holy Land can only sigh with excitement. Boom! With all magical powers, Dao Tianjun passed countless people. This is because he is carrying the saint of Yaokai, if not, he believes that he can fight for the first place. Even so, in the blink of an eye, he was at the forefront, with only a few people. That is, feeling someone passing by behind him, the Daijiao passed on and swept away the spiritual consciousness. Dao Tianjun, you said you can't fly. Some cultivators yelled. I can't fly anywhere, the speed is almost bursting. Rear. Those old antiques appear weird, which is also a matter of course. From the beginning to the end, they didn't believe in the saying that they couldn't fly. They couldn't fly at the 4 extremes. Maybe others wouldn't. People in the wasteland wouldn't fly to death. They didn't believe it. He uses magical powers at this speed, but why is it so fast? The elder Viking was puzzled. An old uncle of the great Xia dynasty flashed his eyes and said a few words. It's a bit like a secret method in the legend, the magical power created by the legendary 9 heavenly gods. Hear the words. Everyone is a shock. 9 secrets. They thought of what the old emperor said. It's not without the background of the wasteland. The Taoist in Xingyi of the Nanling Wars temple struck his beard, his expression gleaming. At the same time, Dao Tianjun was the first to enter the deep pit. The sight around is dim, but this has no effect on them. His eyes flickered, and Dao Tianjun continued to deepen. He actually had a feeling of going deep into the heart of the earth, after falling for a while. Is getting darker and darker, and there is a faint wind. A gloomy feeling, chilling, as if it really arrived at Jiu. If you really enter Jiu, it will be fun. Dao Tianjun smiled. The saint of Yaokai is not as optimistic as he is, and she keeps scanning her eyes. They have fallen to the ground, surrounded by a huge cave, it's pitch black, and they can't see their fingers. Just look ahead and you will see. Dao Tianjun is a master of art, and he walks forward first, without any fear on his face. He is really not afraid of death. The saint of Yaokai did not speak, she was still vigilant. There were also young generations beside them. They had 2s and 3s, and there were also lone rangers. Generally speaking, this was an unknown place and had never appeared before. Follow along. Dao Tianjun saw the deep blue and cyan light. The closer you get, the more you can hear the sound of the gods, the sound of ghosts, and the two ultimate expressions of immortals and demons, making many people swish behind their backs. That is an ancient cave, as if connected to another world. Is it a small world for the strong? Dao Tianjun whispered. The saint of Yaokai nodded in agreement. This is not a tomb in the ground at all, or it should be said that the tomb is not in the ground, but a world of the strong in the cemetery. As long as it reaches the realm of the ancient sages, a small world can be opened up. Is like in Jishan novels, the 3 assassin dynasties all have the strong to open up a small world. Because of this, it is difficult to find where they are. Basically, as long as it is a strong Taoism, there have been such small worlds for the forces that once produced sages. Dao Tianjun is very interested in this. The two entered the ancient cave entrance first, and the others did not hesitate when they saw it. Bang! There was a sound under Dao Tianjun's feet. Looking down, it was a piece of broken bones, not human bones, and the ancient aura seemed to come from the age of mythology. Dao Tianjun looked around, an endless pile of corpses, with irregular intervals, with no end in sight. In the former source of life, there is no life after a major change. The water eyes of the sage of Yaokai flickered. This kind of gapless rowing was a big catastrophe, coming without warning. www.readaloud.com. It was like a strong man suddenly making a move and destroying it in one palm. Isn't there someone behind us? Why didn't we see anyone coming? Dao Tianjun discovered that except for the two of them, no one could be seen here. Obviously this is too weird. The ancient cave has a formation method that teleports people to other places. Just as Dao Tianjun was speaking, he saw some people coming, and these people weren't behind them before, but belonged to people behind. Hey! The yin wind blows, and the ice is biting. Suddenly, the bones on the ground moved, regrouping to stand up. Snapped! The skeleton has not yet been reorganized, and a crisp applause sounded. Dao Tianjun slapped the corpse with a slap, the skeletal turned into powder and scattered with the wind. He didn't have that leisure and waited for it to reorganize, and the danger was to be killed in the bud, but he wouldn't just look at it like that. On the other side, some cultivators yelled, and they obviously saw the bones moving. I could see Dao Tianjun's mouth curling up, and someone in his eyes just watched the reorganization of the skeleton. He was speechless. Soon, he discussed the direction with the sage of Yaokai and walked away. There is a mysterious wave in the direction of the target. The kind of fluctuation is the mysterious power of the deep pit. Along the way, Dao Tianjun saw many things, human settlements and the remains of desolate ancient beasts. Everything looks so familiar. Wasteland. Dao Tianjun muttered to himself, how could this be so like a corner of the wasteland? P.S. There are some wrong timelines in the part about covering the sky. Don't be surprised by readers. Although the timeline is a little wrong, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the crucial plots. Chapter 60, Superficial Fat Boy Happy Water. Brother Dao found anything? The saint of Yaokai spoke, and she noticed Dao Tianjun's expression. No, by the way, the saint, can you see how far away the years of existence here are from the current world? Dao Tianjun didn't say the doubt in his mind. Upon hearing this question, the sage of Yaokai smiled bitterly. I can't tell, but the wild aura flowing from the day and the earth, I'm not sure, it seems to be the ancient times. Dao Tianjun nodded. They continued to walk. This is a small world that is very vast, at least the divine sense can't reach the end and can't perceive it. On the way, they didn't speak too much. Walked silently. The world is getting colder and colder, like an ice cellar, which makes people unable to understand why this place is so cold. Occasionally they can notice the bones. It seems that because of their arrival, the bones on the surface that have been dead for many years have moved. Rumbling. After entering an ancient and vast city ruins, Dao Tianjun heard the sound. There is a breath of life, and there are people fighting in the distance. Is Yeyukang and Jin Xiao, the two fiercely fight. It seems that there is a real fire, and other people around are also watching silently. Something's wrong. Dao Tianjun felt a little uncoordinated. The two have been complaining for a long time, and the fight seems normal, but there is a slight abnormality in this normal. I can smell the breath of treasure. Dao Tianjun has always believed in his own instincts. His eyes are open and closed, there is a bright light blooming, it is very terrifying. S own Tao is different. His five senses are sharper than anyone else, and he is comparable to those who have triggered the five senses. Generally speaking, it means that others use the eyes of the sky. He only needs to observe with his eyes. This is his long-term discovery. Coupled with his magical powers, he can see more thoroughly than anyone else. The only thing that makes Dao Tianjun a pity is that he can't see through. Finally, Dao Tianjun's eyes flowed on a pile of broken earthen jars. One of them looks weird. Some people are concerned about the battle between the two, but more people choose to leave. This is a mysterious death place, and it is likely to have a treasure, because it is judged by many old foxes, and natural treasures are the most important. Sure enough, there are good things, these two people. Dao Tianjun got it. Although these two people are enemies, there is no permanent enemy in the world, and interests drive them to cooperate. Patter. Raised his knees and stepped, Dao Tianjun walked straight towards them. The proud son who originally wanted to leave was accidental. What did he want to do? Both Yao Yukang and Jin Xiao had noticed that they were fighting in midair, but they didn't care, or they didn't care about it on the surface. As Dao Tianjun approached, they finally couldn't help it. Her eyes flickered and looked at Dao Tianjun. Don't look at me like this. Dao Tianjun showed a simple and honest smile. As he said, he kept walking and approached the earthen jar. Finally, Dao Tianjun was very close to the crock pot, and it seemed that he wanted to grab it. Yao Yukang and Jin Xiao were both hands, and they slapped one after another. It was not both of them that killed them, but they killed Dao Tianjun together. Now, other people also understand that these two people are doing a show. That is a treasure. Dao Tianjun's combat power was activated again, the whole body was shining brightly, and he spoke lightly. Yelling in the mouth and speaks the way. A hanging tian he spit out from his mouth, hitting the magical powers that both killed them. Boom! Yao Yukang and Jin Xiao knew that it was impossible to kill with one blow, so they killed them one after another. Suddenly, Yao Yukang stopped his figure, and the transcendent figure of the saint of Yaokai appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Dare you? On the other side, Jin Xiaosan said coldly. He saw Dao Tianjun raising his hand to take away the earthen jar. The gold battle dress was shining, and he looked like a battle mansion, with long hair draped around his waist. When he raised his hand, he stabbed with a sword, and the blade was extremely bright. Quiet. Dragon power. Broken soul. Dao Tianjun stood tall and straight. His body changed, and there was a dragon roar coming out of his body. It seemed that there was a big dragon Shen Yuan in his body. His aura was incomparable, his splendor was brilliant, and he had an indescribable prestige. The palm of his hand was lifted, and there was flames everywhere, and Dao Tianjun blocked Jin Xiao's sword with his palm like this. There is a white mark in the palm of the palm, nothing else. Family without people, get out of the way. Dao Tianjun pouted. Far away. Many people are stunned, stiff in place like a stone statue. He really dared to say. Biwen Golden Clan, the descendant of the intermarriage between the Gold Clan of primordial biology and the human race, was expelled to Biwen by the ancient emperor. In theory, they are indeed not humans, but no one dares to really say that. On the contrary, their bloodlines make them strong, and no one dares to ridicule them positively. He really intends to be defeated by the world. The repairer's face was shocked. Jin Xiao was furious. When would anyone dare to say this to their family? Don't think you are a person from the wasteland and do whatever you want. Jin Xiao drank coldly. Raising the sword is a horizontal strike, and the sword is tens of feet. Dao Tianjun said a word in his mouth. Dragon. There was a dragon rising up into the sky from his sky spirit cap, and it skyrocketed tens of feet in an instant. The dragon was so lifelike, with its 5 claws moving, it grabbed to the golden red sky. Jin Xiao's eyes were frighteningly cold, his spine turned into a dragon, his golden armor flashed, and he cut the dragon with a single sword. Same time. He killed Dao Tianjun. However, it was too late, and Dao Tianjun got the earthen jar in his hand. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com. Break. Jin Xiao made a sound like a thunder in a dry sky, shaking the sky and the earth. Rumbling. The ruins of this land have become more dilapidated. This is too cruel, I can't get it, and I don't plan to let Dao Tianjun get it. Slap, the crock is broken. A pool of black water with bubbles flowed out instantly. 5 kings of water. Looking at this scene, many people's breathing was stagnant. No wonder the demon Yukong and Jin Xiao are playing the game. These 5 kings of water are the demon water made by the poison of the 5 great monsters, and even the old monsters outside are not willing to touch them easily. The evil thing that the mighty will be poisoned to death. Obviously this was left by people in ancient times, and the 5 kings water requires special techniques to create it. It is poisonous water, but it has no foul smell at all. On the contrary, it has a bit of fragrance. Handled properly, this thing is very beneficial to the Holy Land. 5 kings of water. Dao Tianjun's face was shocked. Others said it was the 5 kings water. He preferred to call this kind of thing, Fat Boy Happy Water. Really, it's so alike. The appearance is very similar to the Fat Boy Happy Water. The water flows out from the earthen jar, not melting into the dust or the earth as expected. It is better to say that it is a liquid like mercury. Even if the earthen jar is broken, it is still intact. Buzzing. At the moment when he saw the 5 kings of water, Dao Tianjun's hidden a kind of power. Dao Tianjun looked strange. He had this kind of feeling, the desire to take the elixir after the physical change was